I believe, Mr. Miller, we are now live on the interwebs. I can see our faces on my screen on the interwebs. So if one of you kind folks out there would let us know that you can hear us and that you can see us. I'm pretty sure you can see us, but let us know that you can hear us. That'd be good. Larry, do you want to say some stuff?
Some stuff.
Always good. Always good. Always hilarious. Any more?
No, I think I'm good for now.
What? Okay, cool. Yeah, let's figure out if they can hear you in an hour's time or something. I'm seeing.
I realise there's a reason for this.
For what?
Oh, the curtains have been spotted.
Yeah. Sound for both of you, I believe. So we're all good. Hello and welcome, one and all, to Battle Streams and Middle Earth. This is, of course, our regular live stream where we hang out together as a community and hobby, purely for the love of the hobby. The idea is that we all come together for a few hours on a Friday or a Saturday night and hang out and paint together. And we are normally steered by this dear lady, Dixtini's Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. Rather than just calling the YouTube channel Battle Games in Middle Earth. Larry, I don't know if you realise what we did. We actually changed the word games to streams.
Oh, that's what you've done.
Yeah, exactly. See, a lot of people don't see it. A lot of people don't get it. We normally do this. We've been going through this for quite some time now. Over 5 years, I think it is. Is that right? Yeah, over 5 years. 5.5 years we've been doing this, can you believe it? Episode 119. And we are working our way through this. More on this issue to come later, issue 79. But we're not doing that tonight, Larry. We're not.
Oh.
What are we doing tonight? Oh, yeah. Should have asked you to pass me, shouldn't I? You need to pass it. I don't know what you'd call it, your offhand spoon side. You need to pass it through your window, and I believe I need to take it from behind me, which will be quite something. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, cool. Pass it to me. Oh, thank you. All right, let's give that a watch on the old interweb. See how that pass went. That wasn't bad, you know. Particularly with the backwards bit, that was pretty smooth. So yeah, indeed, we're looking at this Armies of Middle Earth. There's a third book. I haven't heard much about the third book, so I imagine most people are surprised that this exists. I think it came out in a timely manner. I don't think there was much controversy around it. So yeah,
I wasn't expecting it this soon.
No, it was quick, wasn't it? It was quick. Yeah. Too quick, if anything, I think.
I've only used three lists out of the old book.
Yeah, well, I think I've been to one event, so I can't grumble. But yes, this is our first stream since people have had their hands on this. So the theme of this is tonight. Now, normally what we do is we all hang out and paint whatever models came with this, but we're not doing that. So Larry, what's tonight's theme? What are we doing?
So it's anything with a profile in here, or the new models that released alongside it.
Yeah, spot on.
So, like that guy.
Yeah, that's an example of one of the guys who's got a profile in there, isn't it?
But he's also a new guy that released alongside
it. But the bonus, if you will, is someone like Beachbone and Bolg.
And Hera
Hera. So it's anything that came out on that release weekend, even if it's not in the book, you can also paint. So we are celebrating Armies of Middle Earth and that massive release weekend. Now, Larry, we immediately need a rules as written clarification. You're the guest host, so you get to decide. Can people get in the draw with models that don't have a profile in here that were re-released on that weekend? So, for example, I have no examples. A load of stuff came back, right? You know, like...
Yeah, did anything?
Citadel Guard, didn't they come back, maybe? Don't know. Do you know what I mean, though?
Yeah. I think they might all be things that are in here.
Are they? Maybe they are.
Because there's like the two bolt throwers.
Yeah. The dragons and the cave drakes like all came back, and they're in here. But let's assume something came back that's in the other ones.
Oh yeah, the Corsair captains maybe. I think they might have come back.
Yeah, exactly. Can they get you in?
I'd say yes, I guess.
Yeah, so anything that returned to range on that weekend as well.
Yeah, all good hair are allowed. I assume they'd be allowed.
So there you go. Anything with a profile in here, or anything that was brand new on release weekend, or return to range on release weekend. I would stress that if you're doing something that return to the range in the whip thread, you might want to point it out to us, because we might miss that, because a whole load of stuff returns to the range. Larry Miller.
I'm just going to get it up here.
Well, it's early in the night, but great to hear. Larry, how would you? How do they get involved? How do they enjoy themselves on this fine Saturday evening with us?
So, provided Damien got it working, there should be a whip thread up on the GBHL Facebook page. You go there, you take a photo of it, and more importantly, your snacks.
By it, you mean the model you're working on, rather than a photo of the whip thread.
Oh yeah. But feel free to include a photo of the whip thread as well. But yes, and then at the end we'll go through it all and enter everyone into a draw.
Indeed, and one of those people. Obviously, if you're not working on theme, you still put a photo up in the whip thread, say hi, show us what you're working on, show us your snacks. But you won't be eligible for the prize. Now, I'm in a different locale today, as you may see. So my tech has taken a bit of a hit. So we're going old school for the dice tray reveal. Are you ready for this? This is how we're going to do the dice today, and I want you to figure out, if you can see, crack the code of how I'm doing this. Boom, dice tray, and this is what's on the line tonight. A black Battle Streams and Middle Earth dice that only rolls beautiful twos. That game ended exactly when you wanted it to. These purple dice are not available. These are the kingly rewards for our wonderful Patreon community. If you enjoy what we do in Battle Streams and Middle Earth, the Patreon link is down below. Please give it a click and join the coolest group of nerds in the world. But yes, one of you will be rolling away with this at the end of the night, someone who is working on theme. So I would think everyone in tonight has got a decent chance of getting it on theme, right, Larry?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff that people might have around. I've looked at it. It's just the two Corsair, the captain and the bosun.
I've seen a call for metal Faramir mounted.
Oh, he was made to order, and that was a separate weekend.
Was it a separate weekend?
Yeah,
okay.
That was
good call, Larry.
Weekend?
Good rules lawyer in there. Well done. That's fair. The Oathmaker also doesn't count because he came out the week later.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's take that, metal mounted Faramir claimies. Yeah. So So we think what do you think it is? Just the Corsair captors? Do you think that's the only thing?
And bosun. Yeah. Everything else is in the book already.
Okay.
So.
Sweet. Good to know. Let's see if some Corsairs get some love. So there we go. That's the theme. I'm going to hang out tonight. We're going to chat through it. We're not going to do the kind of page by page reviews or anything like that. We're going to do the same format that we've done for Armies of Lord of the Rings and Armies of the Hobbit, which is myself and Larry have both picked our 5 favourite army lists and favourite new returning profiles, effectively, that we're excited to use. So we're going to use that to steer the discussion around the book a bit later. And that's what we're going to do, and we're going to hang out. As we said, we want to hear what you're working on and what your snacks are to get you through this fine Saturday evening. But Larry, let's start with you. Are you on theme, and what are you eating and drinking tonight, my friend?
Yes. So, as luck would have it, I got a bunch of random models I'd been meaning to work on, and it got pushed off by having to get stuff ready for 7 Stones. Primed the other day, and there happened to be a bunch that were ready, so I have these 3 boys.
Oh, is that 2 barrel weights? And the shadow, is that, presumably?
Yeah.
Nice. And they are returning in this book.
Yes, technically they're in the thing, or the spreadsheet, the PDF already, but they're in the book as well.
So you are well on theme, and as guest hosts are allowed to win dice. You can be in, and it's not a fix. Can you emulate the work of Mr. Chris Murfitt from last week, who hosted and won the dice on the stream? Incredible scenes.
Oof.
That was pretty magic.
I'll give it a go. Hopefully, I'll get Matt Hudson in a final again.
Oh,
So I get...
Brutal for Hudson. Brutal for Hudson. You've just also held up something that reminded me, because maybe I, because of where I am, I wasn't tempted. But Larry, can you talk the people through what the point of Battle Streams of Middle Earth is, please?
Oh yes, it is to
You got to do the whole thing.
put it on a hill.
That's not. Where's your clear your backlog mug?
Oh crap! I grabbed the wrong mug. Give me a second.
Oh, this is superb. This is superb from both of us, obviously. As you can see, the reason I have no Battle Streams mug tonight, because I'm in the land of leafy curtains, because I'm at my parents'. I'm staying at my parents' this weekend. So alas, I don't have that. But I do tend to get pretty good service when I'm here that I never get at home. So I think I might get kind of drink deliveries throughout the evening sometimes. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that's me. So as and when Larry gets back, hopefully with the right mug. I don't know if he's going to a different. Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Right, say the sentence.
The point of Battle Streams is to...
No, you have to show them.
Put it on a hill.
It's been 5.5 years. You have to show the Battle Stream side as you say the point of Battle
The
Stream.
point of Battle Streams Middle Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
To clear the backlog.
Better. Good work. Yeah, I was just saying I'm here at parents. Larry, I believe you're a fan of these leaf curtains, aren't you? Historically, that's disgusting.
Indeed.
That is absolutely monstrous. It's that stuff in Gladiator about not losing the crowd. Like, you can't pour Fanta into a mug and expect to be treated like a human. Yeah, lovely curtains.
I don't drink hot drinks, so...
I feel like you always comment on the curtains.
Yes, I am always a fan of the leaf curtains, which does mean that you're at your parents'.
It does indeed. I've noticed as well, I'm jumping ahead, I've just, having said I'm at my parents', Green Tree has written Beast Mug. Do you have any idea what that means?
Yes, I can see it down there.
Oh yeah, I mean that is a dedicated BSIME. Mark Greentree saying Beast Mug. This is of course my Beauty and the Beast mug.
With the weird line, I can't remember what the weird line is.
Embossed in all the right places. Straight from the weird line. There is a weird line. The weird line. Yeah, is it there? Can you see it? Someday my beast will come. It's legitimate Disney merchandise from Disney World. It's a great mug. I've had this for getting on 15 years. I've had this mug now. It's served me well.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I made tea for my folks before I came on, and my mum didn't want it, so I've actually got second tea as well to get me through. And then I grabbed a beer, and I grabbed a can of Coke, because they have those here. And I left my Whisper in the bloody fridge. So I am a quad threat drink with no treats at the moment.
Yeah, I'm loaded on the treats, so I've got these from Tesco.
Oh, what are they? Oh, is that little Swiss rolls?
Yeah,
nice.
On a club card discount at the moment.
Cool.
And then I also have a bunch of sweets.
Ah, have you got a care package?
A strange person at some doubles tournament.
Wonderful. So you have a Jens Elmo's care package to work your way through tonight.
I've possibly made the regrettable decision of saying that I didn't mind licorice, so I've got all of the licorice. So we got
last week the licorice didn't go down well, so this is for anyone new and confused. This is our regular BSIME Jens Elmo's, who sent us a whole bunch of stream snacks for the guest hosts.
Spot this when you gave them to me. I just spotted it like when I went to grab them. How uncomfortable does this panda look? He looks like he's like someone's holding him hostage, like behind him, and he's like trying to act like everything's okay.
It's like his family are off camera with a gun to their head.
Yeah.
Pretend you like licorice, panda. Lovely to see. Wonderful. So I don't know if you want to go. Basically, I think you should be able to interrupt throughout the evening whenever you want to try a new Jens Elmo snack and tell us about it, rather than trying to maybe gorge yourself on 4 types of licorice now. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'll periodically.
Wonderful. And do you have anything to wet the whistle? What's just happened? Are you confused by the question?
I got confused.
Sorry, it was one of the more pressing questions I've ever asked you. Do you have anything to wet the whistle? Do you have anything to drink?
Oh yeah. I just poured it, didn't I?
Well, yeah, but I thought you might talk about it rather than just rebooting.
Oh, yes, I've just got some leftover Fanta from I yesterday ended up having to order food in, and so I got another one of my classic, perfectly normal Burger King meals with all meat and bread and no non-meat or bread.
Lovely.
And it came with a bottle of Fanta, and I had some left over.
How did Burger King meal come with a bottle of Fanta?
Because that was the drink I picked.
They come in bottles from Burger King.
Apparently, yeah. I guess if you're getting it delivered.
It's quite confusing. Congratulations, sir. And then you poured that into a mug?
Yep. As I am wont to do.
Yeah, indeed. Monstrous. Wonderful.
How cold and condensation-y.
No sweats today?
Oh, I have got some later on, but...
That's a surprise guest for later in the set.
The leftover Fanta, first of all.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And yeah, you were on theme about the time you wandered off. Cool, so that's our snacks. Be sure to let us know in the chat and in the whip thread what you're eating to get you through this fine Friday night as well. And myself, I'm super on theme. I think this might be easy to just do this rather than kind of tilt things. But check out who I've got here.
Ooh! It's the model for the next issue.
Yeah, so I think I'm actually not on theme with this guy, right?
No.
He's not in the magazine, but
he's in the films, despite not being the film design.
Yeah, he will be our first, after 119 episodes, 5.5 years, it's our first Radagast week next week. So I've got him. Also, I've got some Rangers of the North. Now, I hear these guys are pretty good now.
Yeah, I've heard that. I think a lot of places are planning on banning them. I think they're...
Yeah, these have got quite the glow up in the new edition, I believe, and everyone's talking about how great they are. So that's pretty cool. So they would get me in, right?
Yes,
they're in the new book. So I've got those. I've also got Tom Bombadil.
Oh, yep.
He gets me in.
Yep.
I've also got a Mordor Orc Shaman.
Yep. I'm sensing a theme here.
Wait to see if the thing continues. I've also got a Glorfindel.
Yep.
What theme do you think you spotted?
Are they upcoming issue models?
They are indeed. They are indeed. These are all models I've dug out to paint on future streams. We've got a Bombadil week, potentially a Shaman week. I don't know if we'll do Shaman week. A Glorfindel week coming up, and so I've dug those up to clean up tonight, as well as and prepare. I've also got Ashrak, who is my last Moria, unpainted Moria model, who I plan to be painting on Durbur's week. And then I've got 3 models for my Gondor army. BSIME Gondor army. I've got Damrod, Baragon. Baragon would get me in. And Faramir. Yep. So I'm basically just cleaning up a load of models. And I've also got, is that Aranarth? Is that right? The new Ranger, Chieftain of the Dunedain. Is it Aranarth?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I've got him as well. So I'm actually in a whole bunch of times, but I'm cleaning up a load of models tonight. Again, at my parents' house, couldn't be bothered to bring all my paints, so I brought some cleaning up to do. That's what I'm doing. Cool.
Baragon will get you in for 2 reasons.
What?
Baragon will get you in for 2 reasons, because he came back as well as being...
There you go. If only I could win a dice. Glorious. So there we go. Well, Larry, do you want to jump into the chat and see who's in while I go and grab my whisper?
Yep, let me
And do you like the fact that what I did that time was give you something to do before I left, rather than get you to catch up with the chat and then leave?
Yes,
See,
that
I'm
is
learning.
a pleasant change.
There you go. Enjoy.
Right, where are we? Frederick Schultz. Hello there. Craig Hughes. General Kenobi. Richard Clammer. Evening all. Mark Fry. Evening all. Great to be back. Frederick Schultz. Oh wow, the Not Piano House has started pretty much on time. Not very BSIME. This is not what I'm paying for. The music's allowed to start on time. It's just the us that's not supposed to start till 7 past. Also, where's the whip thread? I believe it's up. I haven't actually checked yet. Joe Holzman. Good evening, everyone. Frederick Schultz. Also, what is this weird crown thing? I've started the crown chat. Frederick Schultz. Found it? Oh, whip thread, I presume. Rich Cameron looks like a new YouTube feature. Frederick Schultz. Yeah, weird stuff. Larry Miller. I better have a crown. Frederick Schultz. But as I read it, I'm the king or something.
Can you fill me in on the crown chatter? What's going on?
Yeah, so for some reason the stream appears to give the top 3 people who are most writing comments a crown.
Well, I'm glad you're hosting.
Yes.
Because otherwise, God knows you'd be fighting for
that. I got it a bit in the thing. What? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can I be on every BSIME stream and not have a crown? That was me. But then I got my number 2 crown because I commented twice. Richard Clammer, looks like it's going to make catching up with the chat so much harder when we get more XP for more messages. Larry Miller, oh, there we go. Craig Hughes, unlucky because he's not realised he's lost his crown. And Frederick Schultz, Larry, surely you don't use your crown to store raw, expired glass, seasoned meat or something? Hey, I say this every time.
I know you do.
I don't eat raw or expired or glass-ridden meat by choice. I just have I'm more accepting of them than most people are.
You do say that every time, and every time the rest of the world says it's too much. Any level of accepting. You know when you say you're more accepting than the rest of the rest of the world being 0 accepting is the correct amount of accepting.
Hey, for a start, the rest of the world eats literal gone off milk. So I will have none of that.
You're right. Eating cheese is the same as eating meat with mould on it. It is. You're right. I see it now.
No, because I picked the mould off.
Mm.
You're literally eating the mould.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dear me.
When will people wake up? Sheeple.
Richard Clammer, Frederick Schultz, king of writing the most messages. Frederick Schultz, a real stream should start in 2 minutes or so. Craig Hughes, oh no, I mocked you for not having a crown and lost mine in the process. Larry Miller, usurped. Frederick Schultz, Craig Hughes has no crown. Craig Hughes needs no crown. Larry Miller, crap, looks like it's just for this stream. Craig Hughes, haha. Oh, he's got his number 2 back. Larry Miller, not going to be able to keep hold of this. Joshua Crosby, this non-piano house music is a big shame. You hate to see/hear the stream getting off to such a bad start. I didn't actually hear what it was this week.
I mean, it's the same. It's been for the last year, isn't it? I think.
Oh, the standard non-piano house.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking is, Rich Cameron, all I'm thinking is that scene from Friends when Ross and Rachel try and get an annulment. Stop typing, stop typing, stop typing. Frederick Schultz, Larry Miller, are you going to fade into the shadow realm like the Nazgul? Unfortunately, yes. Ricky Drinks Paints, good evening, everyone. Always look forward to the streams each month.
Oh, that's good to know.
Frederick Schultz, to be honest, I'm not sure if I can keep this up. I wasn't really planning to watch the entire stream, and I'm still a bit ill and need some rest. Who can usurp Frederick? The question.
Frederick would be pretty high up my list of people likely to win. I would have said Frederick, you, Richard Clammer, Joe Holzman. They would probably be high up my list of people like maybe Sam Huddy.
Oh yes, yeah.
quite regular commenters.
Per Reels Dam. Good evening, all.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who that is?
Yep. He's a regular.
Okay. Is it someone we know the name of, or is it?
It's Per.
Okay. Richard Clammer. Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Can see and hear you both. Sound and video works. Yes, live. The curtains, says Mark Fry. Sound for both of you. Some stuff incredible. Some people appreciated it. Richard Clammer. Dr. Grant has arrived, yet made no appearance in Rebirth. Spoilers. Not seen that yet.
Yeah, sorry, no Dr. Grant. I liked it.
I'm sure I'll enjoy it when I get around to seeing it.
I think I'm going to go out there. My hot take, comfortably. It's got new film shine, so you never know how it aged. But I think third best Jurassic Park film. And I would put it in there relatively comfortably.
So is it a Jurassic Park film?
Well, Jurassic franchise. There's some nice nods to Park. And it is Jurassic World 4, in case you're wondering. It carries on. It's not like it's called Rebirth and stuff. It's like Trevorrow wanted it as a trilogy. Like, is it part 4? Is it a new one? It's very much part 4.
So there's still dinosaurs everywhere.
Yeah. But I liked it. I thought it was good.
Fair enough. So I'm sure I'll enjoy it when I get around to seeing it.
I think you will.
I don't know how I feel about that weird dinosaur that I've seen the toys of at work.
The D-Rex.
Yes.
I won't say too much, but I would also say don't worry too much.
Fair enough.
Plenty of real dinos.
I lost it. We're talking about things. Oh yes, Stephen Ryan. Evening all. Looking forward to this one. Not painted since the last stream.
Oh, good to have you, my friend.
Frederick Schultz. Battle Streams and Middle Earth. What's that, Damien O'Brien?
Is that what I said?
Yeah, I was going to comment on it, but
Battle Streams and Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Together at last.
5.5 years of BSIME. Incredible. Feels more like 1 year.
It is a bit mad, isn't it?
Well, I think it's only 5 for me, because I'm pretty sure I started in COVID times.
Yeah, well, we started in COVID. Well, I mean, you might have started later in COVID times, because COVID times was a long time. But we only started in January 2020, so just before it happened.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think it must have been March. Oh yeah, it would have been 5 years, over 5 years if it was the start of the year, wouldn't it? That's how years work.
Yeah.
Oh my god, does Mr. Miller have a Jango Fett starship from Lego? Yes.
Very cool. Very cool.
I've always been more of a Jango Fett fan than Boba Fett, and when they announced that, I kind of knew I had to get it, so... That's a rare one that's actually sort of been built straight away instead of sitting in the backlog like the Shire still is.
My Shire, which I bought, I wouldn't say panic bought, but I knew, I wanted to get the Smeagol and Gollum, the gift of purchase, Smeagol and Deagle even, and so I got it, and I've just sold it back to my parents for like Christmas or birthday. So it's been at my house for about 2 months. And literally today I brought it back here and sold it back to my mum and dad. So I will see that. I've kept Smeagol and Deagle, but I will see that Lego set at some point in the future.
I am actually finally planning to get around to Rivendell next week.
I'm still halfway through that, so I was like, there's no point in having the Shire just sitting around.
Richard Clammer, is anyone else getting intermittent Damien audio?
Intermittent Damien audio?
Oh no, he later says, nope, just me, my bad. I don't know what he was doing.
Thanks
but
for that.
if you can let me know what he was doing, so I know for next week. That'd be great.
We.
Frederick Schultz, it's pronounced Lego, not Lego. Legigo? I don't know, with 2 G's. I'm not sure how you'd say that differently, as it's Danish.
Lego, not Lego.
Yeah, but with 2 G's. I don't know what the difference is.
Lego? 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 Can you imagine what kind of a mind screw that would be if you find out it was actually pronounced Lijo or something like
But it is 2 words in Danish, isn't it? So
it means play or something, doesn't it?
Play well or something, I think it is. But I don't know how those words are said.
Do you know what Sabutio means?
No.
It means, I believe, the hobby.
Huh.
That was on my brain because, as I think you know, 2 weekends ago I was clearing out my mum and dad's attic and I found my Sabutio.
Stephen Ryan, I'm rarely on Facebook anymore as I haven't seen the GBHL since it came out. What are people angry about nowadays? Now it's out.
You're our guest host, Larry. You can tell people what people are angry about.
I'm trying to think now. What have... I know I've seen... I can't know if it's just on there or if it's just in my local chat. I've seen some complaints about dragons. A lot of complaints about rangers. That was more when the pre-orders went up. That seems to have died down now. Did you join the ranger group?
I don't think you need to join it, do you? I think you can just look at it. I went and had a look. Maybe that's explain that to Stephen. He's saying what's going on Facebook. That's an exciting development in Facebook.
Yeah. So when the books went up for pre-order and all of the rules started leaking out, there was a lot of people complaining about thinking that Rangers should have been a bit different, even though they were exactly the same as they were when they released in the PDF. And it got to the extent where someone made a protest group.
Good. I think you have to put protest in inverted commas, don't you? It's like me having this protest whisper. Take that, Arrow.
What's actually in there? Because I never actually went in.
I haven't been in there in some weeks, as I presume has most of the world. But there was about 5 groups, one of which was saying, so how something like, how are we going to tackle this? What needs to change? And then had about 11 people writing the different things that were wrong with Rangers, which was one of my favourite things that I raised and I got yelled at. That I put something like, do you notice how everyone's saying they're busted, but everyone who's saying they're busted thinks they're busted in a different way? Just sit and reflect on that for a minute and see if you might come to the answer that the problem that the rules writers might have. So that was an in-depth post. And another post was a guy in there saying, I think they're fine. And they didn't like him. And then I don't really remember. But it was in all my years, I've never known there to be, and I don't swim in 40k or Age of Sigmar waters, so maybe it happens there. But in all my years, I don't think I've ever seen anyone set up a Facebook group, which I think is serious, to discuss how bad a profile is. You know, like a Rageaholics Anonymous or something. I don't know.
It was quite the thing.
I'm amazed you didn't wander in. That seems like your bread and butter. Sorry, your bread, I should say.
I think I was still kind of trying to avoid seeing too much new stuff. I was waiting for the book to come so I could sit and read it all as I want to do.
Yeah, there was a lot of moaning about Rangers, wasn't there?
Yes.
I've heard scattered reports that dragons are too good. I don't see that as it's not particularly meme heavy. It doesn't seem to be getting too much traction.
No, yeah.
But honestly, I would say, since the book's come out, I actually think it's been pretty calm. People are quite happy, right?
I don't think I've really seen much drama since the Ranger stuff died down.
Which is nice.
Frederick Schultz, always important to note that assembling converting minis is also okay for theme.
Yep.
Not just painting them.
As demonstrated by the host.
Irish Clamor, metal mounted Faramir.
Yeah, so we now know that's not the case.
Stephen Ryan hoping Mordor Orc Shaman is okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. All of the
Sharmai get you in, right?
Yes. Well, with the horrible only exceptions being the one that you showed, so Ashrak and Muzzy.
Yeah, but he's a named shaman.
I know, but they're legacies, not in the book.
Yeah, but the unnamed shaman will get you in, don't
they? Yeah, I think they're the only shamans that wouldn't. Richard. Oh, and Octopus Shaman. What's his face? Kardush, yeah. Joe Holmes and Richard Clammer. The Made to Order was on a different weekend. Maybe Larry can rule whether that would count as well. He has.
Take
Richard Clammer over the Hasharan Corsair Week stuff. I see the Warcom article now. Joe Holzman, more Orc Shaman are in the books. Stephen Ryan, phew. Pointless backlog clearing can begin. Although, it might be worth, Stephen, if you're listening, not finishing your Shaman, because there is a Shaman week coming up.
Do you think that's enough, though? I mean, I'm up for opinions from either you or the chat. Do you think Shaman week there is an Orc Shaman? It certainly won't be Orc Shaman week.
Yeah, I just do any Shamans.
Yeah, you think we could have a Shaman week?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That seems quite positive from Miller straight away.
I've got a set of... I've got Muzzy, an Orc Shaman, and Octopus Orc who've all been waiting for Shaman Week.
But how would you... I'm fine with, like, Goblin Shaman, Uruk-hai Shaman, Orc Shaman. You're talking about, like, Kardush, Ashrak, Drizzo.
I've got an Orc Shaman as well. But
is it clear that they're Shaman? There's no, like, keyword, right? How would you define a Shaman? Is it simple to do, like, Orc, Goblin, or Uruk-hai with magical powers, maybe?
That's a good question. Do they have a thing? Who's still in here?
They don't have... There's no keyword for Shaman, right?
Just the Goblin one, isn't it? Where's your Goblin boy? Yeah, there isn't.
You could obviously do anything with Shaman in the title, but then that rules out the named ones.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, we don't have to decide it. It's not for a few streams yet, but by all means, put your suggestions in the chat.
But I guess it's any Orc, Goblin, spellcast. There's not any that aren't Shamans, are there?
Not that I can think of immediately.
Frederick Schultz, I don't even have the new book yet, but I'm pretty hyped about the lists. Frederick Schultz, he broke character. Larry, we know you always call it some doubles tournament, not actually 7 stones. What happened? Did I? Ah. Yeah, I was talking about the prep.
Huzzah.
Frederick Schultz, BSIME scandal. No, Damien, the true purpose is to put stuff on a hill. Only true BSIMers remember.
They seem to have stopped putting stuff on a hill in the magazine these days.
I guess they've got to a point where you can be more advanced than just putting stuff on hills.
Can anyone be more advanced than putting stuff on hills? That's the height of technology, isn't it? Right?
Green Tree, Beast Mug. Yes. Scott Newman, good evening, lads.
Right, Scott.
Bert Schultz, come on, Damien. You do get service at home. We've seen it. It even includes bonus scares. Michael Dublé, even all. Not painting tonight as I'm half dead from an event today. Oh, we saw about that.
What?
The
Who said that? Dublé.
Dublé, yeah.
He won something, didn't he? It him and Joe?
I think it was. Did Joe get best army and?
Because he played Joe, right? Dublé and I want to say Joe got best general and Dublé got best painted.
And on the BSIME thing, Sam got third in a different tournament.
Very cool. See, there you go. Join our Patreon scheme and you'll get prizes at tournaments.
Right, where did I put the thing? Dublé, wasn't it? Rich Campbell, it saddens me that Mamoro Burn doesn't have seasonal curtains and instead lives in perpetual autumn.
Does any human have seasonal curtains? Is that a thing that happens? But this is technically Grandpa O'Byrne's or my dad O'Byrne's like study, so it's more him than my mum.
Maybe you could recommend seasonal curtains.
Who the hell changes their curtains for the season? I put in my old flat. When I moved in, I put curtains up in the lounge, and then I left them there. I sold them to the person when I moved out 5 years later. Like, let alone change them every season.
Where was the thing about the seasonal curtains? I think it's jumped.
Fun fact: I go past that flat incredibly rarely, and whenever I do, I have a look up, and I always have a little smile when I see that they've still got the same curtains. That was over 11 years ago.
Oh,
good curtains,
man. Yes, curtains. Autumn. Joe Hosen, Michael Dublé. That's no excuse. I'm painting. Oh, he's number 3 as well. That's Joe Holzman. Joe Holzman, I haven't started yet and have already demolished my stream snack, but I definitely intend to start painting any minute now.
Good stuff on all counts.
Craig Hughes, unnecessarily erotic for Disney. Joe Holzman, I don't drink hot drinks either, lads, but I still wouldn't put Fanta in a mug. What would you put it in then?
A glass, you monster.
I don't have a Battle Streams glass.
I like that. I see anyone else, any other, like what would you call them, a human or something. If they were pouring like cold drinks into a mug to stay on theme, I'd be with it. But you're not doing it to stay on theme. You're doing it because that's just how you choose to live your life. I hate so much about the things you choose to be.
I do have in my regular drink rotation, I have 4 glasses actually now. I've recently got a 4th. 4 glasses and now 4 mugs. So I'll have one of those every day.
Sorry, did you say in your regular drink rotation? Was that?
Yeah, I've got like more mugs that are away for in case I need more mugs.
Yeah.
At least the ones that are like I don't need more than.
So you've got 4 mugs and 4 glasses that you use day to day.
Yeah. I'll cycle through and then they'll get all washed up and then.
So you have like it doesn't work neatly for a week, does it?
No, but
you've got 8. You're like a kid's variety box. That used to wind anyone else up. You know the little Kellogg's boxes, like the. You know what I mean? Do they still do them?
Yeah, the little small
variety packs. You got a little box. There was 8 of them. And it was like it's meant to be one for every day of the week. And I was like, what happens? And then every 7 weeks you don't have to buy one. Monstrous.
Yeah, but if you had 7, it would be like awkwardly shaped packaging.
It would, and they should just have to deal with that, frankly.
Felix Schultz also have a mug today because I'm having chamomile tea.
Nice. Hope you're doing all right,
Panda. Hostage Panda sounds like a new BSIME classic joke. Joshua Crosby, oh, we simply must do a Shaman week.
Okay, there's a +1 vote for Shaman Week.
Desto the Dexterous, Houstonian greetings all.
Hi, we've always historically on Battle Streams tried to be happy and cheery and keep things really positive and really fun. I'm just aware that he's coming in from Houston and he's in Texas, and so just want to say to all our American friends out there, particularly anyone in Texas, after the horrible stuff that's happened with the flooding, I hope everyone's safe and I hope everyone's well. And yeah, I know there's shit going on all over the world, but seeing something like that today was truly horrific. So I hope you and yours are doing all right, my friend, and I hope that a couple of hours of hanging out and hobbying on a Saturday night can bring a bit of levity in a world of misery.
Indeed. Joshua Crosby, yesterday was 4th of July. I just remembered that it was the birthday of that cat that sent you those Twinkies.
Was that Winston the cat? Was that July the 4th? Was that when he was born? How does Josh know when his birthday is? It's crazy that he'd remember that.
Did we establish that it definitely was a cat?
Yeah, it's a cat. It's signed
And
Winston the cat.
Not just someone with the surname Cat.
That was signed from Winston the cat.
A cat could be a surname.
And it had lots of comments in it about how it liked chasing like birds and mice. Like, I'm pretty sure it was a cat. What?
Can't judge people for their interests.
Like any other stream, I'd be able to do this and pick up the postcard, but it's not here. I'm quite sure it was from a cat, Larry.
Oh no, I'm not convinced. Joe Holzman, damn it, Damien, the best part of the stream is when you leave the guest host floundering, having all been caught up at the chat before disappearing.
Joe, don't worry, the night's young.
Joe Holzman, I think it's probably the first 3 commenters. No, it's whoever's the topmost commenters. So at the moment, you Joe, are the number 3rd most commenting. Philip Schultz, I'm glad I'm just commenting. Joe Holzman, rather than the top 3. But no, it's not the first 3. Because the first 3 were Frederick Schultz, Craig Hughes, and Richard Clammer. Oh crap! I just scrolled up to the top, and now I don't remember where I was. This was a mistake. Oh yeah, there we go. Got it. We're good. Terry Schultz, I don't eat, insert unhealthy stuff you've eaten. Might be the most iconic Miller quote at this point. Craig Hughes, hoping Fred loses the battle with all his drowsy medicines, I can overtake him. Richard Clammer, it worries me you think it's the 3rd best. Not because it isn't the 3rd best, but I know your number 2 is Jurassic World, and not the true 2nd best, The Lost World. Ooh.
Yeah, I see. I'm of the wacky feeling, and I grant you that I might be. I'm swayed by my Dr. Grant love, but I put Jurassic Park 3 ahead of The Lost World.
Yeah, I think I'd put The Lost World, Jurassic Park as the 2nd worst.
Good use of the terrible subtitle there, Larry.
I like the fact that someone pointed out at some point it got ruined when they did Fallen Kingdom, but at one point Jurassic Park was following the same naming pattern as Mario Brothers.
What?
So, Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Then the Lost World, the Lost Levels, Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World. So the next one should have been Jurassic Galaxy.
It's just the first one's just called Mario Brothers. I'm pretty sure it might be a little bit New Hopey. I think when it came out, it was called Mario Brothers. They might have re-added the Super. And the second one wasn't the Lost Levels. The second one was Super Mario Brothers 2.
Oh, that's definitely what I hold on.
I don't think this works. I don't think this holds up. The Lost Levels, my friend, is a version of Mario Brothers, the first Mario Brothers, that was added on the SNES on the Mario All Stars cart.
Are
have brought a knife to a gunfight, my friend.
you questioning someone's
I'm questioning
meme making?
your Mario knowledge here.
I remember when I saw the meme, I fact checked it and it checked out.
No, the second Mario on the NES was called Mario Brothers 2 or Super Mario Brothers 2. And that was the really weird one that was a different game that had been reskinned as a Mario game, which is why it's so completely different to all the others. Then you get Super Mario Brothers 3, then you get Super Mario World, and then on the SNES they then released Mario All-Stars, which was one cart which contained Mario, Mario 2, Mario 3, and a bonus fourth game called Mario Brothers: The Lost Levels. Thank you and good night.
Oh yeah, so when I looked it up, the thing that they were going with did skip out Super Mario Brothers 2 for some reason. But it does this on this list, it does have Mario Brothers, then Super Mario Brothers The Lost Levels, then Mario Brothers 2, Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario Land, they always also missed out.
From the Game Boy.
It might be because that's a handheld one, that's why they left it out rather than being a console one, because then it does go world.
The only thing you could possibly argue is they're doing the Lost Levels because it is, I guess, chronologically the next one. It's a Mario Brothers 1 game, but it came out years later. It came out after World.
Huh.
There you go, man.
Well, this one's got it releasing in 1986.
What, the Lost Levels?
Yeah.
I don't think it did, unless it's something weird. Like, was it only a Japan release or something like that?
It could be, because this is only listing Japanese release dates.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Lost Levels, the first time it was ever released in the UK, was on the SNES cart with the other three. Yep. And they've forgotten about Mario Brothers 2 in that. They've just ignored that from the narrative, have they?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
It
doesn't
a meme
work.
that I saw
Doesn't work.
back when Jurassic World came out.
Sorry, man. I hate to. It's much easier to trick someone than to convince them they've been tricked.
Where were we?
I don't even know what that's. What was that? A Mario conversation? A Jurassic Park conversation? It was the order of parks, wasn't it? Yeah, that was it.
Yes.
So I think Jurassic Park 3 is better than Lost World. I really don't like the Lost World.
So I haven't seen the latest one, so I do Park, World,
Correct.
Dominion
is third.
3, Lost World, Fallen Kingdom.
I think Fallen Kingdom's the worst. And I do think I feel more warmly towards Dominion than I should because of the Dr. Alan Grant content. And I know the stuff you like, so I know this gets massive points. But the fact that Dominion has a completely secret, hidden film entirely about locusts is just incredibly weird. It's just incredibly weird. Like, I saw someone the other day say it's like two films that kind of accidentally bumped into each other. Like you could pull out the Grant Sattler locust story, and it would still be a completely coherent story. Like it has no impact on anything else. It's just a bonus film about locusts, and it's true. But yeah, I quite enjoyed Dominion because of all the fan service from the original ones. But it's a wonky as hell film.
Yeah,
and I know I've said this before on here, but maybe different people are watching. But it really winds me up that it's is it InGen or is it Biosyn that run the place?
Yeah,
I think it's Biosyn, isn't it? It's Dogson's place. That's an official place, right? That's not an evil land. That's like a biological reserve that people know about, right?
Huh.
And the plane crashes, and he basically tells them to let them burn and be eaten by dinosaurs, and all the people in it say okay, like Bond villains. Like everyone in the control room at this kind of government facility is absolutely fine with a plane crashing and just letting the dinosaurs eat them and not going to help them. And that is sillier than everything else that happens in the film with dinosaurs. Is that kind of, that Mitchell & Webb thing of, are we the baddies? It's like, no one question goes, is he like an evil Bond villain back there? Why is he? It's literally like you work for Smiths, right?
Yeah.
It's like that. Like someone crashes into Smiths, and the manager of Smiths goes, "Just let them burn." And you go, "I don't think we should. I don't think we should let them burn." But yeah.
I did like though how well it balanced the old cast.
Yeah.
The new cast. It kind of gave them both a lot of stuff to do.
Well, it did, but it's just half of them were doing stuff with locusts.
You say that it's a bad thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I enjoyed it. But I enjoy if I go to the cinema and it goes dark and they show me dinosaurs and play the Jurassic Park music, I generally enjoy myself. But yeah, I think.
An aside to this aside, because we mentioned Jurassic Park 3, I got excited. I've not mentioned it here, but I've mentioned it in the Patreon thing. I went to the Jurassic World experience.
Yeah.
And I got excited because there was a nod to Jurassic Park 3 on one of the things on the wall where it was talking about velociraptors, and it was saying that they'd been work in trying to learn how they communicate.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Work by Dr. Grant and Billy What's-His-Face.
Oh, Lou. It's not Billy Loomis. That's Scream. Yeah.
I can't remember what his last name was now. I was like, nice little nod to a film that...
Should we recommend it? I went to it a couple of years ago. It's good, right?
Yeah.
It's basically like walking around Jurassic World, isn't it? For 2 hours. It's like all animatronics and stuff. It's not a kind of like the Harry Potter thing. It's not behind the scenes of the film. It's like you go to Jurassic World.
Yeah.
And I thought it was very, very good.
What did you think about there not being a Triceratops? Or was there a Triceratops when you were there?
I can't.
You like Triceratops?
I do like a Triceratops. It was my favourite when I was a kid, and when I saw it, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I can't remember. My favourite is the Brachiosaurus, and the Brachiosaurus got good mileage at the start.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
Indeed.
I always wonder, that's one of the things, someone comes in for the first time. Oh, I wonder what this is about. It appears to be about Mario and Jurassic Park.
To be fair, I eat blue cheese, which kind of is milk that's gone off twice, but in a food safe and tasty way. I'm still alive. Everything I've eaten's been food safe. I've never once got sick from any of my questionable things.
Didn't you get sick quite recently?
The only times I've been a bit off from probable food related things. I haven't eaten anything particularly questionable.
That was such a lawyery sentence.
One time was actually at an SBG tournament.
Yeah.
I had to excuse myself from a game and run and throw up.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Very fun time. Anyway, where were we? Frederick Schultz. No, that's the other one. Craig Hughes, hoping Fred loses the battle with all... Oh, no, we had that one. Joe Holzman, I still haven't seen the last two. Have you not seen Fallen Kingdom or Dominion?
Sounds like it.
Well, I say watch Dominion, but you kind of have to watch Fallen Kingdom.
It is a continuous story, isn't it? Yeah. If you skip from Jurassic World to Dominion, you're like, huh?
Yeah. Frederick Schultz, Damien, do you include Bryan Adams in your top 5 Jurassic Park Jurassic films?
I do not in that rare case.
I was saying to my friend when we were at it, it is weird, I find it, how they've like completely rebranded.
What, as Jurassic World?
Jurassic. Yeah. But everything is always like packaged as Jurassic World.
They've done it at Orlando. Although I don't know if the gates have changed. Have the gates changed at Orlando? I'm not sure. But that's you're in Jurassic World now. A lot of the rides are themed around being in Jurassic World. So I suspect the gates probably have changed. But yeah, I noticed it when they did a new Jurassic Park Lego set, and it was like a Jurassic World. Jurassic World was the franchise, and it was a Jurassic Park story.
The theme's always Jurassic World.
I'm very tempted by the. I haven't bought any Jurassic World Lego at any point. I've only bought the Jurassic Park stuff, and I'm really tempted by the brick-built Mosasaurus.
Huh.
I think we chatted about that in the BSIME chat. That looks really good, and is quite relatively good value.
I went very hard on the Dominion stuff, so I got all of that. Which includes my favourite weird Lego thing. This is just becoming all Jurassic Park, but I still think it's a thing that's at least one person's going to find interesting. But because we see it a lot with Middle-earth stuff, like how...
I'll say, before you say this, let's find out. Right, Larry's about to give you a fact. Let us know in the chat if you found it interesting.
So, you know, like how Azog didn't release with The Hobbit?
Yep.
Because Yazneg was him. There's all kind of like weird stuff where you get stuff that was designed first.
Sure, yeah.
The weirdest thing is that the Lego sets for Dominion had Henry Wu? It is Henry Wu, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. It had him with short hair and a beard, and then in the movie he's got long hair and clean shaven.
Ah. So I would say I think that's interesting, but was slightly disappointing that I thought he was going to be in a different set or something.
But it's just like, did they film it with him having a beard and then go back and reshoot it all?
Because he's also he's not in Fallen Kingdom, is he? But he's in World.
Yeah, he's in World. Yeah.
So like they would have had that to go on.
And he looks, he'd look more the same face, just with longer hair.
That's the thing about actors; they often do have the same face.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to make a movie accurate Henry Wu, you need to get his face from the first Jurassic World and put some longer hair on it.
No, I think that's interesting, dude.
Yeah, it's. Why would you go back and reshoot him with different?
Well, maybe he was originally in the film without locusts, and he had a beard, and then they had to put him into the film with locusts without a beard.
I really desperately want to know what the story behind that is. It's. I get it when it's stuff that's CGI like Azog. It makes perfect sense that it would change last minute, but
yeah, I agree. There was Hobbit Lego stuff with that as well. I know we had the Yazneg thing, but don't forget as well the Dol Guldur set had Beorn in it. That was cool. And there's all this concept art of he was going to be rescued by Gandalf in the you know where the White Council fight.
Oh yeah.
Beorn was going to be a prisoner then. And there's even stuff you can see on the production diaries when Gandalf, like the original production diaries that came out before the films, where Gandalf and Radagast are having their chat, which is like Gandalf's last day or something. That's why it's in the production diaries. So when they're having their chat, back in Mirkwood where they're deciding what to do and he gets his staff, Beorn's there. Beorn's in that scene with them, presumably because they've just rescued Beorn from Dol Guldur.
Huh.
And so yeah, he was going to be in that sequence. I presume there was going to be a sequence in Destination Smaug about him being kidnapped or captured to bulk up his role a bit. And then presumably there also would have been some sort of discussion about that's why he came to the Battle of Five Armies to get revenge.
Why is he at the Battle of Five Armies in the movie?
It's never explained. I think doesn't Gandalf say call all your friends to Radagast or something? That's the best.
Yeah. But it's just weird that he just like randomly goes and picks up Beorn. But it's like just trying to come and be in a battle.
I mean, it's fairly random in the book, right? He just appears.
Yeah.
I think in the book he just is there.
It's weird. They made it. They got like a good, very sense-making reason for him to be there, and then decided to cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Very odd. Anyway, Joe Holzman, if there's a musical entry to the top 5 Jurassic Park films, it'd be T-Rex. Surely it'd be T-Rex.
Hey, I get it.
I do not get it.
There's a band called T-Rex. I think he's
Um,
suggesting it shouldn't be Bryan Adams, it should be T-Rex.
It's spelt wrong, but I don't know if that's on Joe or if that's on the group T-Rex.
I think the group T-Rex are T hyphen the word Rex, I think.
No, they are spelt right. They are T dot, but they have a capital R on their Rex, which is
Really grinds Larry's gears, that.
Ashley Fisher. Evening, everyone. Ricky drinks paints. I watched Jurassic Park Lost World last night and forgot how much of a brilliant performance Peter Bostlethwaite does in the film.
Even that, does he? I always thought, oh, maybe he does. I thought he was a bit rubbish in it. And he went to my uni. We've got a lecture hall named after him. God rest his soul.
Oh,
Maybe he is good in it. I really don't like it.
He was kind of.
He was the
felt
Muldoon.
like a less good Robert Muldoon.
Yeah, exactly. He was Robert Muldoon from Wish.
Joe Holzman, or possibly Dinosaur Pileup.
Dinosaur Jr. was the rap group.
I can't think of any other dinosaur-related music groups. Frederick Schultz. That's how years work. Yes, Larry. At the beginning of every year, there's another year, a new year, so to say. Same here. Have always been in the Django better than Boba camp, though Boba has grown on me a bit. I think he has for me as well, because they sort of fleshed him out a bit in the shows, but in the film he kind of has no characterization beyond just sort of looking cool.
I kind of hate asking this, and I don't think I have asked you this in the past, because I always assume that these things are just incredibly elaborate long cons that you've been doing for a decade in the hope someone asks you. Why do you say film instead of film?
So I take words from other accents that I like the sound of and add them into my accent. So you get things like detail.
Of course you do. All right, cool.
But film comes from Father Ted.
Yeah.
So I was like, the way that sounds.
I think that's actually quite a cute reason of doing it. If you think things sound nicer in another accent, you borrow them.
It's like a nice little smorgasbord, melting pot of an accent. Joe Holzman, I've still got the Shire, Smeagol Deagle, and a C-3PO to build.
Very cool.
I need to get the C-3PO at some point, because I've got the R2 that goes with it.
God bless battery warnings. I've just got a warning saying your battery on your laptop was low. If my battery died, I can't stress the level of disaster we'd be at. I'm normally, it's again, not used to the setup here, but we are plugged in.
Ferg Schultz, second attempt at Lego pronunciation. Lego instead of Lecco.
It can't be
Longer
Lego.
E.
It can't
I was
be
like a
Lego. Can't be Lego.
Joe Holzman is the Latin name for the hobby sparrow. Is that Lego or is that? As the creator wanted to call it the hobby, but it was copyrighted. Oh!
Sabutio and
Sabutio.
the other one that we talked about.
Okay, so apparently Sabutio is the Latin name for the hobby sparrow.
The hobby
look this up.
sparrow.
So, hobbies. Oh, no, I'm looking at hobbies there. Oh yeah, the Eurasian hobby is Falco Sabutio.
There you go. Battle Streams Middle Earth. Educational. Just not about Middle Earth stuff.
And bring it back to Middle Earth, the genus is Falco, like a certain Hobbit.
Good boffin. Strong boffin. Painted him this week.
Richard Clammer just opened the box and the Bolg insert looks different. Have all the inserts changed, or is it just those from that release week, like Imrahil?
No idea.
PayQs, I think people are finally at peace in the GBHL, a rare sight.
I agree. I think they might be.
Stephen Ryan, new Facebook group, really sticking it to big games workshop.
That's what I mean.
Must be quaking in their boots.
Yeah.
Felix Schultz, lol, what the fuck? The Ranger protest group has completely eluded me. Thanks for filling me in on the story, lol.
It's like, I don't know if you can. I don't know if it's searchable or whatever, but it's in the GBHL. There's a link to it where they tried to drum up membership.
Rich Clammer, I joined that group on the sole reason you linked it and then immediately regretted it, Damien. Thanks. Joe Holzman, I played a Dragons list today, a Dragon and a Cave Drake at 500 points. It wasn't too bad.
Oh, that's good to know.
Felix Schultz, Octopus Shaman, what?
It means Kardush, and he wants you to ask.
It's Kardush, he's sculpted to look like he's throwing an octopus. There you go, Joe Holzman, Felix Schultz, Kardush's fireball looks a little bit like an octopus. Felix Schultz, Shaman Week sounds cool. Pretty BSIME. Question is, do named ones count, even legacies?
Well, legacies would definitely count if named one. Well,
Yeah.
we wouldn't make a distinction between legacies and non-legacies.
I feel they should. The better question is the one he's asking here, which is war priests.
I think no to war priests. I think it's like an orc, goblin, and Uruk-hai thing. Would be my take on that.
They're sort of vaguely shaman-y, but I think they do feel a bit less. They don't have the same sort of feel as the shamans.
There's also, I believe, kind of historical precedent that I haven't got my books here, but I'm pretty sure the orc, goblin, and Uruk-hai shaman are all introduced in the Shadow and Flame supplement, and the war priest comes a lot later. So there's your kind of timeline reason to exclude them as well.
Richard Clammer, can we have Larry's take on when to say shaman, shamans, or shaman?
Shaman.
I don't know what the plural's supposed to be. The only thing I really know plural-wise is I know that anything that's Japan originating doesn't take an S when it's plural.
What, like Pokemon?
Yeah, no Pokemon name is plural. To be lots of Pikachu, for instance. And like samurai and ninja, they shouldn't take an S when pluralized.
Well, that must be extremely useful.
Yes. Very cues, if they can cast Fury, that might work. But then that means that you can have the Easterling War Priest, but you can't have the Angmar Shaman.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, because I thought of that, but Felix Schultz, Joe Holzman sounds like a very sad octopus. I don't know, maybe it enjoys getting thrown around. Richard Clammer, hot take, there are only 2 shamans in Middle-earth SBG, Easterling War Priest and Frecht.
That must be because the word shaman means human sorcerer or something, I reckon.
That's a good point. The Frake does seem more shamany than Easterling War Priest.
Yeah, but I think it has to be Orc, Goblin, or a
No,
guy.
yeah. I agree with that. I'm just saying he does feel like a shamany human. Folk shoots stuff on a hill and putting stuff on a mug with some early BSIME classics. It was a simpler time. Craig Hughes, well done. Joe Holzman and Michael Dublé, great stuff.
Absolutely.
Folk Schultz, Perpetual Autumn sounds like a mid-doom metal band. Joe Holzman, cheers, Craig Hughes. Turns out Wolfpack are better than I'd expected.
Good to know.
Felix Schultz, I guess the thing with seasonal curtains is that those look seasonal, which brings to mind the potential seasonal rotation of thematic curtains. Richard Clammer, how did you get 150 XP, Frederick Schultz? Wait, what? There's XP? What is this? I don't see any XP. I'm confused. Which Boris says, evening all. I hope you're all having a great evening.
I'm having a great
James
evening.
Wilson. Evening, chaps. Just popping in to say hello. Unfortunately, I can't join tonight, although I'm helping my mum and dad celebrate their 40th wedding anniversary.
Who was
hopefully
that?
Catch up during the week.
Who was that?
That was James Wilson.
Oh, well, happy anniversary to your parents. Why don't you get them to join the chat as a way of celebrating?
I'm gonna crack open one of these. We're
Was that a
going with
licorice
the weird cat one that I have heard great things about.
So this is the one that we
Licorice
thought
Man.
was cat poo, and then Jen's told us was not cat poo. But don't you think? What I can't remember what he told us it was, but it looks like cat poo, right?
I can see it.
What's
There's
it called?
Little thingamajigs.
But isn't it also like called like kitten poppin' or something?
Catjes Potter. Catjes?
It's not cat poo.
It'd be Catjes, wouldn't it? 'Cause I know it's a Scandinavian thing with a J said as a Y.
Okay.
I think.
So yeah, what do you think, Larry?
Oh yeah, that is a strong licorice flavour. It's got a hint of something that I can't place that's different from the licorice I've had. Not bad though.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am cleaning up my first Finecast model in a very long time, and whilst the cast is great and the detail's great, as ever I can't remember what you call them. It's not gates, is it? The little triangles.
Little triangles
are just horrific. Trying to work out on Ashrak what's a spider, what's a bit of a cloak, what's a triangle, is absolutely rank.
Oh, I haven't done him yet. He's coming up for me as well.
Thoughts and prayers, my friend.
I think I was going to paint him, Druzag, and Derbs.
I think I did Druzag on the stream, I think. Can't think what one you would have been on.
Weird. Oh, not Druzag, yeah. I always get Druzag and Derbs mixed up.
I did Derbs many years ago. Really early model for me, that.
I've only done Groblog so far.
Yeah, Groblog was way back as well.
Frederick Schultz, please never give him a Battle Streams glass. He'd eat it with some chicken live on stream. Hey. Dear me. Frederick Schultz, did you just say I have one glass a day, so you eat even more glass than expected? I use...
A glass a day keeps the doctor, on call.
Joe Holzman, I have 3 small glasses and 3 pint glasses I cycle through. Darren Warner, evening all. Joe Holzman, small glass for apple juice for breakfast, pint glass for everything else. The could be his middle name and cat his surname. That's another. I was thinking like a Dutch thing, like they have the something as a
Winston
last
D.
name.
Cat.
Craig Hughes, Winston the Furry. Joe Holzman, that's just going to encourage unnecessary spam. Spam like this. I think that's talking about the thing. But that spam's still not going more than number 3. Craig Hughes, weak. Evil laugh at Joe's attempt. Josh Coles, evening guys. Darren Warner, I only know him as the plumber guy. Oh, we're on the Mario chat now, I think. Joe Holzman, yes. You mean it's not about Jurassic Park and Mario? Unsubbed. Josh Coles, good to see another Jurassic Park 3 enjoyer. For me, it goes 1, 3, then 2. The world films, in my opinion, are miles behind the OG trilogy. I think the first world film's all right though. Fallen Kingdom and Dominion, hard watch.
Did he say Jurassic World is miles behind the other 2?
Yeah, the other 3, yeah.
I mean, each their own and all that. But I think Jurassic World is wonderful.
I like how it shows like an open park, something that
that's what got me.
You've never really seen.
Yeah, got me so excited. I know I've said this, but the dream Jurassic Park film for me is just where they go to the island, they look at all the exhibits, and then they leave safely at the end. Like,
can you imagine how great it would be if you were one of the people who went to Jurassic World and your last day there was the day when all the stuff happens, but you managed to escape it safely? Because you don't get eaten.
Yeah.
You get to see all the dinosaurs and have a lovely trip. And you probably get like loads of compensation and stuff.
Yeah, this is true.
Magical.
That would be the dream result. But the risk of getting picked up by a pterodactyl and tossed into the sea and eaten by a mosasaurus is quite high.
Yeah, I say if you escaped that safely, so you had like an hour of terrifying experience at the end of your holiday. I'd take that for a load.
That's what I loved so much about World, the way that they were able to spend so long showing you the open park, because the disaster happened at the top and they were trying to keep it quiet.
Yeah.
And so it's not just you actually and that storytelling wise, I think that's quite clever. That normally it'd be like, okay, here's the open park. As soon as the dinosaur gets out, you then have to lose all the park stuff because obviously they'd shut it down. But I think they came up with quite a decent reason for why they wouldn't, which allowed you to see like decent, park open stuff. And I also accept that most people who go to the cinema aren't particularly excited to see Jurassic Park open, and I get that I'm quite a niche crowd in that. But that's all I dream about, just the park being real and open. Yeah, I liked it. I thought it did very well.
Joe Holzman did toy with the idea of watching the first 6 this weekend, then going to see the new one at the cinema on Monday, but alas, there is not enough time. Josh Crosby, I don't think that was the weirdest thing.
That's about your Lego comment. That was when you were saying like about Woo. So
yes.
So I'm not quite sure what he means, but it's something about that's saying that Woo having a beard isn't the weirdest thing.
Darren Warner, what an anticlimax. Joe Holzman, because he hates orcs and he's Raddy's friend.
That's Bayon.
But is it ever established that he's Raddy's friend?
I don't think it is in the films. I think does he say the line? He definitely says in the book, I know Radagast's quite a good fellow as far as wizards go.
Yeah, maybe that is in there.
It might be in the scene in the where they meet in the extended edition. But still, I don't know if that classifies as enough as being friends,
And it is. Is that all of Radagast's friends? The Eagles and Bayor?
He's famously a bit of an odd character, really.
Yeah, but you'd think there'd be like someone else he could grab.
There's not really anyone living around there.
I guess.
Does it ever strike you as weird? I don't know if I've ever said this, but it's the sort of thing I think about, because you spend a lot of time in Middle Earth playing Middle Earth and stuff. That there's just these tiny like pockets of communities, and then just swathes of nothing. So like you get like Bree, and I think there's 4. I think in the book there's 4 villages, aren't there? There's like Staddle and stuff. But they go from the hobbits live here in the Shire, and then they just amble across nothing until they get to Bree. And then once they leave Rivendell, they just wander through absolutely nothing. There's just no one around, and there's just these 9 guys ambling through the world until you get to Rohan or something. It's like the population must be tiny.
Yeah.
And I don't know, is that what like medieval England was like? I just feel like there was more. I think there should be more settlements. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I guess in Lord of the Rings they're probably like avoiding them intentionally.
Yeah, they don't say, oh, and then they wandered past Watford and they didn't go in, do they?
I guess. Richard Clammer, yeah, I'd use interesting lightly for that anecdote.
I will put the boot in because you're mental, but I thought that was quite interesting. But then maybe that just means I'm as dull as you are.
Craig Hughes, yeah, Bayon gets airdropped in by an eagle. Very cool. It is cool, but I don't really feel like it's very well explained why.
It's not. It isn't.
Tanya T, love a good Lego chat. Love a good Lego chat. Joe Holzman, apologies, Larry. I thought I'd spelled T-Rex correctly, but the force of habit must have made me put a capital following the full stop. I thought you explained this on one of the other occasions you guest hosted. Quite possibly, I do. It is something that plays on my mind a lot.
The T-Rex thing?
Joe Holzman, I also have the R2, but he has been built. Yes, I've got the R2 built. I haven't got around to getting the 3PO. Tony, I'm waiting for the next Lord of the Rings Lego sets.
It's a book nook, the next thing, isn't it? There's a Balrog Gandalf book nook.
I haven't got that one yet. I'm waiting for it to go on sale. But yeah, quite excited by that one. Have we discussed that on stream?
I don't think so.
You gonna get it?
I don't know. I wouldn't. The Balrog's a separate figure. You can take the Balrog out, right?
Yeah.
That's quite appealing. A Lego Balrog, because it's brick built, isn't it?
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. Just something about the book nook didn't appeal to me. I'd rather have a freestanding set, I think.
Also, an interesting comparison to SBG. Lego's done the opposite of what GW did.
Which is what?
So the Balrog uses the same wings that the Fellbeast does, whereas with Lego, the Fellbeast used the same wings as the Balrog.
That's cool. I'm going to preempt any chat reactions and say, I think that's interesting as well, Larry.
And that just randomly brought back the memory of in the before time when SBG seemed dead and like was never going to get any new releases, and then randomly the Balrog wings went up for pre-order by accident one week.
Yeah, that does ring a bell. Weird times.
Joe Holzman, I need to finish painting Smaug, so he's no longer in sub-assemblies in order to make room for the Shire set. What you need to do is, you need to never paint Smaug and buy a second Smaug that's already been painted.
Technically.
And then never do anything with that Smaug.
Technically a third Smaug.
The hobby sparrow is Falco Sabutio. Now, the most famous Falco is from Star Fox.
Oh, is that what his name was?
I don't know. I not one I've ever really particularly known much about.
I didn't really like Star Fox. I got the original on the SNES. It was meant to blow everyone away, but I never really did it for me, to be honest.
JT, evening all, a little late to join. Good evening. Darren Warner, I've been thinking about getting myself a Smaug. What is it like to build?
Couldn't tell you. I'll tell you this, there is a Smaug Builders Club Facebook group, and that is a new Facebook group that is useful. That there's an entire separate Facebook group called something like Smaug Owners and Builders and Painters Club or something. Join that, and there'll be tons and tons of information. Larry?
But join the Rangers.
Yeah, join the Rangers group where there is, because then you can compare it to the Smaug group and see what a bad group looks like. Larry, you've been a hero and you've been reading comments for like an hour. I can't finish my hobby tonight because I've just got 100 models to clean up. But why don't I take over and you do some hobby for a bit?
Yep. Okay. So we've got up to. Oh God, it's jumped. There we go. Joe Holzman Fraked isn't even a sorcerer. His fluff specifically states he has nothing in the way of sorcery.
Yeah, got it. He then says his fluff specifically states. Yeah, you just read that. Just Crosby, just join the grain. Just join the Rangers group and loving it already. And Joe Holzman says, you're clearly not a big enough fan, Laz. I don't know what that would be. Is that about Boba Fett? Is that about Jurassic Park? Is that about Mario? Is it about Star Fox? Richard Clammer, I think this is about the XP. He says, top right of the chat window, Larry. Click it and you get the top 10, and next to everyone they have XP. I will click that for you, my friend.
I've just got on. I've got 75 experience.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Is that just for tonight?
I guess.
Frederick Schultz flying ahead with 175p. Scott Newman, 25 XP. What are you doing, Scott? Sort yourself out. So Frederick Schultz, Craig Hughes, Joe Holzman, Richard Clammer, and the Duck Pie, stupid name for a stupid person, that, are leading the way on that one. Craig Hughes, a collective noun of shamans, a murder of shamans, a confusion of shamans, a desk of shamans. Where are you getting these measurements? Joe Holzman, Craig Hughes, the generally accepted collective noun for shaman is a caucus. Jack Rosa says, hello, Damien. Is the latest issue of SBG magazine out yet? If you mean issue 7, is that latest? 17? I think 17 is latest. Yeah, that's out now. You can order it now. I don't have it here. Unless, did I give one to my dad? Oh my God, I do have it here. It's right here. Good old Father O'Byrne. Check that out. That's a proud dad work. Yeah, issue 17. Super shiny. You want to pick this up? Drop us an email on sbgmagazine@gmail.com. We'll get you an issue.
I've not got one to show because I'm currently reading the second to last because I, for some reason, didn't pick it up until some doubles tournament.
What, issue 16?
Yes.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's alright.
Should tell them about that. Look. Don't duck and hide.
I was grabbing it.
Oh, yeah,
that's this one here. I've literally just finished the battle report.
Oh.
It is a pretty. Actually, no, finished about one and then read the bit about the building of Asciliath.
Mm.
So that's where I'm up to.
Good puns in the subtitles for that. I was pleased with those. No one ever.
Yeah, no, it's been a good read. So
no one
far.
ever writes in and commends us on our puns. It breaks our heart every time. I'll give credit to Harrison because this is one of his sublime work in issue 17 with this one. He when we were doing the Faramir, my Faramir is on the cover, and he's just under the. That's him there on the pale brown horse, and he's got a lance.
Oh yeah.
I converted him to have a lance, and there was a chip on it, which would mean if we kept photographing it, every photo I'd have to Photoshop out the chip, and we had some paints there. So Tom touched up my shaft, and I can't stress how much we wanted the title to be Tom touches up Damien's shaft, but we avoided it, and Tom Harrison suggested, is it there?
Oh, that is it. That
A
is
lance
super.
for Varamir, Captain of Gondor's first quality. And I was like, that's pretty gold. I was like, good work, Harrison. Good work.
I
So
do also appreciate Matt's wrong franchise shirt.
is that Marvel? Is he wearing a Marvel shirt?
Yeah.
Strong work from Davies. Joe Holzman says a coterie is also accepted for shamans.
I'm going to wander off quickly because I forgot I need to refresh my paint water.
Enjoy or circle. Richard Clammer. Oh, so Damien's going to paint up an Ashrak. Does that mean you're going to do hunter spiders too? I haven't got any. Hunter spiders are the old giant spiders, right? They're the 40mm base ones. I don't actually have any of them. I would like some at some point. I've got Mirkwood spiders, but I would like to have a few of those. They're on my list of models I would like to buy at some point. So yeah, maybe. Craig Hughes. I like a parliament of shamans, same as ours. That'd be good. Bob Hoskins will always be my Mario. R.I.P. I mean, I share your thoughts on R.I.P. Bob Hoskins. I'm not convinced we should ever recommend anyone to go and watch that Mario film. Joe Achille, hello from the States.
The original Mario film.
Yeah, the John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins one.
I have not seen that, but it looks interesting. I've seen the Goomba design or whatever it is.
Just like in the game, right? There's some massive Larry crotch for you there. You said you were going to refresh your paint water. It's Larry Miller. Are there taps in the ceiling? What's going on?
I was closing my curtains.
Seasonal?
They are actually kind of. If I get this on screen, they're a bit sort of summery.
But do you change them every season?
I do not.
Oh, another one of the old guard. Right. Joe Kelly, hello from the States on 4th of July weekend. Can't stay as I have things to barbecue. Of course you do. And fireworks to set off. Happy 4th of July weekend, my friend. Best to you all, especially Damien and his groovy curtains and the one and only Larry. Thank the Lord there's only one of them. Joe Kelly will watch on catch up tomorrow or Monday. Miss being able to live stream with all. Life is keeping me quite busy lately. Haven't painted a model in 4 months. Well, Joe, it was nice to see you briefly on our Patreon call the other day. And hopefully you'll be back soon. Joe Holzman. I jump. Joe Holzman. I mean, Rivendell is described as the last homely house west of the mountains, which implies there's no other settlement in there. Yeah, I know, but it's more just there's no other settlement before it. Right? It's just Bree. And then just Rivendell. I don't know. Josh Coles, I did like Jurassic World. I agree seeing the park open was cool. It's definitely way better than the other World films. I agree there. I just put those first three far above. There you go. Joe Holzman, I've seen people complain about the sides of the book nook being empty space. How does that work? What does that mean? It's hollow, is it?
Yeah, it's like, well, the bits like close on are kind of just empty space with some like flame bits on.
Yeah.
But I think it's because it's designed to be seen from the
front.
front.
That's like people complaining about when a toy company doesn't sell you the bottom of a tank you'll never see.
That was a fun controversy.
Don't know if I've just chucked a grenade in there for any 40k fans out there. I've just realised as well that's never been published. That was on the podcast. Like we discussed that on the podcast with Cast It Into the Fire with Alex and JMac, and it was the one that JMac got so pissed it could never be published. But that was one of the debates we had, and I was playing devil's advocate against Alex on that, where he was saying like it's ridiculous they don't sell it, and it was very much that my job was to argue back whether I believed it or not, and I was like, do you need the bottom? I was like, do you ever see the bottom? Do you ever turn the tank upside down? And it was like, it's not that point. But yeah, who knows. Josh Coles, more on topic. What are we going to moan about now we finally have Legacies in the Armies book? Well, hopefully nothing. We're going to have once we catch up here, and I think we're not far off, going to have a good old discussion about the book and all the things we love about it. So that'll be exciting. Joe Holzman, but they have to be empty space so the Balrogs will fit in. A compelling point. And then Joe Holzman suggests we'll moan about Rangers.
Well,
And then Craig Hughes says, just the wings. That's mental. And that's to be to you. And yeah, I can't remember the details of it, but Larry's absolutely right. Suddenly the Balrog wings just appeared, didn't they?
yeah, it was. Because everyone was confused because it showed up as Middle Earth
Yeah.
on the pre-order thing. People got excited, but it was just Balrog wings.
And Joe says that wouldn't solve the problem of the sub-assembled Smaug taking up shelf space. What wouldn't solve it?
Oh, me telling him to not paint Smaug, but buy another Smaug.
Right, okay, got you. Frederick Shaw's went on a phone call, came back to my internet being gone. Now I'm back, but I'll probably go to sleep soon. Feel better, brother? Joe says, none of the above, it was about the XP. Frederick says, wow, I'm still top even though I went away. Crazy stuff. Don't think I can keep it up. I'll have to go to bed. Why isn't it a staff of shamans? And that was 6 different comments. Still have to do a proper read through of the new SBG mag, but I read some important stuff. That early in the mag. I read some important stuff. Don't know what that means. Joe Achille, my issue 17 arrived here a couple of weeks ago and it's brilliant. The Faramir painting guide is one of the best yet. That's awesome. I'll pass that on to Kev. Good to know that people are enjoying the painting guides in there. Thanks, man. I enjoy the rest. Frederick Short says, turning chance into Lance is almost as good as turning battle games into battle streams. Still, it's a thing.
That's what you did.
Craig Hughes says, refreshing paint water being a euphemism. And I suggest I've put the question mark on that. He does not have a question mark on it. Joe Holzman, they intentionally cut across the country to avoid encountering anyone before Rivendell, but I also don't think there are any settlements there. Most of it is remnants of Arnold that are abandoned. Yeah. Richard Clammer, I feel like the ponies, barn and 3 troll stuff in the Hobbit kind of established settlements between Imladris and Bree. Yeah, maybe. Joe Holzman, I think specifically the complaint was the price was similar to the other book nooks. Oh, I see, that have those areas filled in. There's a Sherlock Holmes one, right?
Yeah.
Didn't everyone moan about that? It was too flat or something. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I think I have seen some moaning about it.
Craig Hughes, I think it shows the difference between the MESBG community and the 40k one. The Rohan house doesn't have a floor. And there were no riots about it. This is floor content. Josh Crosby, I actually bought a bottom for all my Rogal Dawn tanks. Would that have been, so what was that, Josh? Was that like a 3D printed part that was designed to fill in the gap? Or what was that? And then Rory says, Rohan has no floors. Rohan needs no floors. Yeah, is that a good analogy? The Rohan, you could take the roof off the Rohan house and there's no floor in it, right?
Yeah.
That is quite similar, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
And part of the things I discussed with Alex, because I don't play 40k, I was like, it's, in the old days, you used to turn tanks upside down. You could do that in the game. So it was like there was a point, But now I don't think that happens. So it's like, it's a part of the model you'll never see. I'm annoyed because I was quite, as much as I kind of think it should come with the kit, I don't really care. And I was quite pleased of how I argued back and no one will ever hear it. And I had I got one of Charlotte's toys. Held it up and showed her on Zoom. I go, this Charlotte loves this. She plays with this all the time. And Alex was like, yeah. And I turned it up and it was like hollow at the bottom. And I was like, not once has she kicked off. Not once has she gone mad about this thing not having a bottom.
I feel like I'd prefer to have a bottom, but I wouldn't want to have to pay for another sprue's worth of.
Well, that was actually my point. That not to defend GW and their prices, but physics-wise, if you had a bottom, wouldn't you need to put another sprue in? Do you see what I mean? Like the piece would have to go on another sprue, and I'm not saying that costs Games Workshop anymore, but the fact that they have to put a sprue in would mean it's in a different size box, because it's like a 3 sprue box instead of a 2 sprue box, which would probably cost more money. And so, I don't know. I'm purely speculating here, but it feels like it's a way of fitting a tank onto 2 sprues, 3 sprues, 4 sprues, whatever. And the concession is that you don't get a bottom for it. Don't know.
It's like how cavalry always have to cost more, because it's like the same price for 6 cavalry as 24 infantry, because they need they need 2 sprues, one for the riders, one for the mounts.
Yeah, and then if they're Royal Guard, it's 400 times as much for the cavalry.
It's any of those expensive plastic horses.
Joe Holzman says. So this is in response to Craig Hughes saying the Rohan house doesn't have a floor. There was no riots about it, and Joe says not even a Facebook protest group. Josh Crosby, yeah, 3D printed. If none was available, I would have script built one. I'm genuinely curious, Josh. You're a very sensible human. Was that for a completion point of view for you? Was that because you wanted to open the backs and see inside? Like what was the rationale for doing it? I'm genuinely curious. Rory says, I think there's lots of settlements we don't hear about in the books. I seem to recall in The Hobbit, Bilbo goes off to steal food from settlements while the dwarves are in the barrels. That's a great example. I'm not convinced it disproves my point, but he does. I know what you mean. Before they get to Lake Town, he does wander off and nick some food. It's not like it's not nailed on. I just find it. I find it quite odd whenever I'm reading it now that they're just ambling through nothing a lot. And maybe I'm wrong about it, but it just struck me a while back. It's like, where are all the people? Craig Hughes says, I'd love it if Games Workshop releases just a Rohan house floor for pre-order. Frederick Schultz, I would prefer to have a bottom. Another great mug quote. And Joe Holzman says, Rory Campbell, that was east of the mountains, was also just a Mirkwood outpost. Was it a Mirkwood outpost? Is that what it is? Did he nick it off elves, does he? That's cool. It was an outpost specifically for elves to sort through the barrels and hand them over to Lake Town. Very cool.
I remember that.
Yeah. I've caught up on the chat. I say I've caught up on the chat. I'm not claiming credit for that, Larry. You did a lot of heavy lifting there. Shall we jump into one of our main topics?
Oh, but first, opening up these things.
Oh yeah.
Red and black gums. I feel like these aren't actually. Are they from him? They seem to be from an M&S food. No, I bought them. They're not things. They're the snacks I bought for some doubles tournament I didn't open. Ignore them. I just grabbed everything that was out of my some doubles tournament bag. We're going for the uncomfortable panda.
Hostage panda. Do you want to hold one up so that they can see them?
They're the same company.
Yeah.
As the other one.
Evil Licorice Company.
Yes. Plastic, the bag's been opened. Taxi.
Yeah. Can you show us one of the little... We've definitely had them on the stream before. Yeah, look, little panda face.
Pandas have red noses.
Oh, on Red Nose Day they do.
Like sort of panda clown. Let's have a look. I'm assuming it's going to be licoricey for the ears.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Jens, I haven't seen Jens in the chat, but it feels like we found the home for our licorice. Feels like Larry's enjoying your licorice treat, so I'm happy. I'm delighted.
Well, they're good, those.
Josh has confirmed, I always do paint the interior of vehicles if available. If it's not possible for the Rogue Dawn, I just found it odd and will accept it was just a personal preference. Pace on a 4-uppers in, cameras in. Hey guys, just seen your stream and hope you're having fun. I'm currently making a Legacies book. Hope you're all good. Awesome. Good to have you in. And I don't know if it's like pub kicking out time. We've got newbies joining us. Entmoo Videos is in at the same time. Greeting, gents. Should be joining in a bit, watching the Lionesses. How are they getting on? I didn't follow. There's been all sorts of cool sports today. Loads of Wimbledon, loads of cricket. And I know the Lionesses are playing. So, yeah, good luck to them. And Cat Yes, or whatever it is, have some good stuff, but I don't know the pandas. That's from Frederick Schultz. So, let's move to our main topic of tonight, shall we? That is, of course, the Armies of Middle-earth. So, myself and Larry have gone through and come up with 2 different sets of discussion points for us. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a discussion about profiles, your favourite profiles, and a discussion about army lists, okay? So we can prepare yourselves to stop talking about Mario, Legacies, Jurassic Park, and where people live in Middle-earth, and prepare yourselves for Armies of Middle-earth. But shall we have... I think invariably, if we just ask people what they think straight off, they'll start talking about the stuff they like in the book. So I think we should do we should go through our bits we like, and then do the overall feelings. Does that work?
Okay.
So Larry, you pick. Shall we do profiles first, or shall we do army lists first?
I think profiles because they come.
Okay. So what we'd like you to do while myself and Larry have this next discussion is drop us into the chat what profiles you are most excited about seeing in the Armies of Middle-earth. And for your point of view, it can be anything you want. Anything you think if you think Rangers are hopelessly overpowered and Dragons are hopelessly underpowered, anything like that. Anything you're just delighted to have back, anything you think is super cool, anything that has been added to your army to make it better. We really don't mind what angle you take on it. But myself and Larry, I think it's fair to say, are going to be taking a kind of just things we're excited to use aspect. Is that right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just going to push my door shut.
Well, some things besides you, some things I've just liked. Like particularly jumped out at me.
Uh-huh.
And there's some things I just particularly that jumped out at me for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't have an intention to use them.
And we've both done 5, and it'll be interesting to see if
Yep.
there's any crossover. Actually, do you know what? I've got 6 at the moment. I forgot to drop one. I am going to. I'm going to drop that, I think.
Whilst you're doing that, one quick thing. I really like these pictures.
Yeah.
I wish there were more of them.
Well, that is very
One
much.
per every faction.
That is very much in my overall thoughts to talk about, if I'm honest.
I just spotted one while I opened it up.
Yeah. Very, very good and very, very much worth raising. And we could do it now if you want, if you've raised that.
It's your stream.
No, it's not my stream. It's the people's stream, Larry. Go on. What do you think about the art? Tell me about the art.
It is nice having like a art focused one. There's still that picture on the front that I want to know the origin of.
Yep.
That's.
I think I'll
Yeah,
go. I'll do a bit of cheeky camera work. There you go. So we're talking about this. So we've never seen this before, right?
Yeah.
Great Eye, banners bearing the Great Eye.
I would be very interested to know how much of the art is new stuff that they've done for this book, and how much of it is stuff that's from old books that they've done, and how much of it is generic Middle-earth stuff or whatever.
It's also a different map. This is not the map inside Armies Middle-earth and inside Armies of Lord of the Rings and Armies Middle-earth. I think that's interesting. But yeah, the artwork in here is amazing. So this is another piece. This is new. I share Larry's thoughts. I've never seen this before. And then you get what looks like a painting, I think. And I just want to find the first of those factions. These are the things that this is fascinating itself, because this is Weta concept art for the films. I think we talked about this on a stream a couple of streams ago. I think maybe with Chris last week when we were talking about that. That is Luke Evans as Brand, and presumably Billy Connolly. So this is Weta concept art for a scene that was never ever going to be made. So that's in there. And then this is the stuff Larry was talking about. So we have this artwork for the Free Peoples with the 3 staffs of the wizards, with Boromir's horn, possibly Gandalf's pipe.
But that must be an old one, because that's old Metal Radagast staff.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
So I am with you that I have never seen this before. I've never seen any of that before.
But that must have been made before the Hobbit films, that one.
Is it definitely a GW staff? Maybe. That's a great point you spotted there.
But also, if you look at the Elven Kingdoms one, the shield is like the GW Lothlorien elf shield, which, as far as I know, doesn't exist anywhere else.
So we're saying then this must be Games Workshop artwork. Is that right?
I think so.
It's a really interesting point.
And the dwarf one is very GW dwarves.
But I'm not going to say certain, but I'm pretty sure we've never seen this in a publication before.
Maybe not, yeah.
But then, as well as those, which are absolutely wonderful, we also get, let's try and find a good example of it, this. You get artwork. Now, this kind of thing, like people being pulled up by traps. Now, I don't want to break anyone's heart, but this has been used before. So all the artwork is from things like Shadow and Flame, Scouring of the Shire, that sort of stuff, like the original ones.
I thought that might be the case.
But the effect's been changed, basically. They look different. I don't know if they're existing Photoshop files which have an effect taken off, or if they've been treated since, whatever, but they look different to how they looked in those old supplements. But like all this stuff, and even though they are reusing stuff, I think this is the most beautiful book they've made for Middle Earth in a very long time. I think it's absolutely gorgeous and absolutely stunning. Like, and part of that is because there are no pictures in here from the films.
Yeah, it's all.
There's absolutely nothing in there from the movies.
That's the one I've seen before. The Good Army lists. That's the one that I think of when you mentioned Weta.
Yeah, it's the same stuff.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same stuff, and you can tell it's Luke Evans, right?
Yeah.
And again, to pick up on the conversation from last time, that is not a scene that was going to happen at any point. That seems to be artwork created for the DVD. It's incredibly strange. They're just talking about that. It's concept art, I guess, that was made speculatively. Maybe we'll do something like this, but it was never in. It was never in the. It's not like the Azog and Yazneg stuff.
On top of the map as well. I don't think I've ever seen one with the Northern Wastes on before.
Well, it's not. It's normally zoomed in more.
Yeah.
But you can tell if you compare it to the Armies of the Lord of the Rings one, it's definitely like the way you can see that the way the text is overlaid on it is completely different. Like things are in different places and stuff, and the font's entirely different as well. So it's very much a different map. Now, without going too much down the rabbit hole, this is why, and I know people like to scream licensing, and I'm pretty sure I've given my views on this before, but this decision to do this book, whatever you think about it, I think is clearly licensing based. It's like it's not, and that is to counter the argument in particular that people say it's a cash grab. It's like the idea that this is a cash grab is absolutely insane. And
I think they had to do it because Lord of the Rings is already quite thick for a GW book. I don't really think you could have fit all the Lord of the Rings stuff out of it. Mostly Lord of the Rings stuff, isn't it?
But the point is, if you were going to do it as a cash grab, then you don't do Armies of the Lord of the Rings, Armies of the Hobbit. The cash grab must be, we want you to buy 3 books. Is that fair? It's a cash grab, right? Then you don't do Armies of the Lord of the Rings, Armies of the Hobbit, and Middle Earth. You do Kingdoms of Men, Forces of Evil, and Free Peoples or something. You can easily charge people for all these profiles in 3 books or 4 books, but in a sensible way. What you have here is everything that is covered, presumably, by their non-film what's that? Is that Middle Earth Enterprises? They've got 2 licenses. They've got one with Warner Brothers and one with Middle Earth Enterprise. This is clearly everything that's not covered by the films. For the first time since Shadow and Flame, you have everything covered by the films in 2 books and everything not covered by the films in this book. Like, clearly, and who knows, is that a Games Workshop decision? Is that a Middle Earth Enterprise decision? That was Warner Brothers decision? I have no idea. But the idea that they have not been separated because of the license is just ludicrous. I think it's the only time of people scream licenses all the time. It's the only thing I feel absolutely sure is licensing driven.
There's another one as well. I think that the awkward non-film characters, so like Grimbold and Malha.
Yeah.
I reckon they might be as well.
Might be what?
License-based things, because they're in the films, but they're not how GW
What? Why
designed them.
are they? Are they both
They've got
legacy?
legacy, yeah.
Did Malher get legacy? Is he legacy?
Yeah. Both of them did. I think that's why.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, could be. But yeah, so that just, it's like, if you want to moan about Games Workshop, fine, like moan about them, tell them it's a cash grab. But calling these 3 books a cash grab is insane. Not least beyond the fact that in the last edition they were selling you about 8 hardback books to get all the profiles. It's like it's not this decision is not based on trying to get you to buy them. It's something else. And whilst I don't agree with that, so whilst I find it incredibly annoying that I always just use Baragon. I know there's more Gondor stuff in here, but like I find it annoying that if you want to play Minas Tirith, you get Baragon in this book. It's like that's the annoying bit about it. It's not, they're not doing it to go, oh, if you want to use Baragon, now you have to buy this book. That's insane. It's annoying. You're allowed to be annoyed about it, but it's not like, can you imagine sitting down, what's the best way we could get them to buy all 3 books? Well, what if we split them all up based on film and book characters? It's like, oh yeah, that's clever. It's like, just come on.
Yeah.
Of course it's not that. But as a result of that, annoying as it is, this book is lovely. It's absolutely beautiful. Like it's really, really, really good looking. It's a really nice book with really lovely artwork in it, and I think it's absolutely brilliant that they've been able to reuse all that dwarven, hobbit, goblin artwork that we haven't seen in years. I will say one thing: the smell's gone. That's not good Games Workshop book smell.
Huh.
Yeah? Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I think I can see what you mean, but
Games Workshop books have smelt the same for... I didn't actually... Do you know what? I haven't tried this. I haven't gone back to it. Yeah, that's the same. I'd be pretty confident in saying Gondor at War. Well, I've got Armies and Lord of the Rings here. This is last edition. Yeah, that last edition smell the same as Games Workshop books have smelt for 30 years. And they've changed it, and I'm quite upset. It's like the beautiful smell isn't there. But yeah, those are my thoughts. You overall on the book then?
Yeah. Pretty positive.
I'm glad you expanded yeah into pretty positive. Shall we do our profiles?
Yes.
Would you like to go first, sir?
So first up is my slightly cheaty one.
Okay.
It's relevant to what we've been discussing. It's Shamans. I like the fact they've all got like a different spell.
Larry Miller. One of my choices is Shamans because I like the fact they've all got a different spell.
It does make them all feel...
It's very cool.
More thematic. The only real different ones, the Angmar, because they're all 3 are different. But
so Mordor Shamans get Curse. Uruk-hai Shamans get Blade Wrath. Goblin Shamans get Instill Fear. And Angmar Shamans get Drain Courage. They lose Fury. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it was your call. Do you want to any more than that?
Yeah, they say get Instill Fear, Drain Courage, and Withers. They don't have Transfix either. They're very different. You know, it's like it just makes it a little bit more flavourful. They're not just the same profile in every list.
And I think
also, it's like a bit more utility to them as well.
Yeah, and I think might be some exceptions, but since they were born, they just get Transfix and Fury, right? Almost across the board for 20 years.
Last edition, the Angmar one was different as well. I think it didn't get Fury. I think Angmar was always last edition. It had like Wither instead of Fury, so like Transfix Wither, I think. But yeah, no, it's I think it was just the named ones before that got like extra spells on top of that.
Yeah, and how do we feel about shamans in general in the game? Are you pleased to have them? I agree with you, it's cool, but are they good to have in the game? Is it good to have them back? Are they Middle Earthy?
I think they're fine for being Middle Earthy. I think it's one of those things I've said that people can like criticize because there's no like Middle Earth's not all big wizardy-ness like other fantasies are, but there clearly should be some kind of non-wizard spellcasters because that's what they think Sauron is when he's the necromancer.
Just a human sorcerer meddling with dark magic. Yeah, that's a fair point.
There should be a precedent for other lesser spellcasters.
Although I presume the counter argument to that would be that's just Peter Jackson making rubbish up. Because I don't think that comes from the books, does it?
But that's all like the off-screen stuff, isn't it?
Mm.
That explains why Gandalf keeps wandering off.
I mean, I have to admit, I've never liked them. And I say this before anyone starts, like yourself, starts kicking off. I used to use an Uruk-hai Shaman in the glory days all the time, and they used in the days where it was Hobbit era, so it was auto pass courage 6+ save, and channeled would make it a 5+ shave. So they were very, very, very good. And that was the era where a Moria Goblin Shaman would also benefit Goblin Town Goblins as well. They were super, super good. And I used to use the Uruk-hai one all the time. But I very much don't like them. I don't think that they feel like Middle Earth to me.
They bothered me except for the fact they always used to be a bit auto-included to get around the low courage.
Yeah. They used to be the example in the rules pack for Seven Stones. That just I deleted it I think last year because it just didn't make sense anymore. But we used to say in the first, it used to be in the introduction to the pack, it said we've never had a shaman at this event, and that was for like the first 5 years. That was a big deal because they were such they weren't banned at Seven Stones, but they were absolute auto includes in armies. But no one ever brought one to Seven Stones, and that was always
you always have a fell beast and a shaman, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And that was always the example that we used to use about the theme. I have a special guest. You alright?
What?
You alright?
I'm going to go to bed. Sure. I'm going to get in the bath. So over here.
Alright.
Sure.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah. So that was always what we used as the example for why.
Okay.
That was always the example we used as the example for what you should do at our event. But now it doesn't make sense because they're not auto-includes like they used to be.
Mum's downstairs.
So yeah, I deliberately picked that up as well. I thought it was interesting, and they do bring a lot more utility to armies, and now having that variety is a good choice. Hurrah for shamans. Can I do mine?
Yep.
I said, and it's a cheaty one. I've got quite a few cheaty ones. I basically said all the hobbits. Like having the hobbits back in. I'm obviously very, very pro Hobbit at the moment. Given the last 6 months of last year. But having not so much the ones from Scarron the Shire, but having Fatty and Paladin and Will and Holfert and Robin, Folco and Tolman Cotton and Lotho and Baldo, and having them back in game, and the Warriors, I think is really, really cool. We have done that thing where we have frozen on the screen, but the text is still moving and the stream is still going. So I believe that means they can still hear us, and all is well with the stream. It seems to happen every now and again. Yeah, just having those back in as someone with a massive Hobbit army now, I think is super cool, and I was really, really pleased. I don't know. Are you a Hobbit fan? Do you know much about Hobbit?
Yeah, not really. Never really got big into Hobbits. The Scouring of the Shire is the one book that I never bought last edition, and I need to some rereading Lord of the Rings for the first time since I was a wee lad. At the moment, I'm interested to see what happens when I get to the Scouring of the Shire, because I really didn't like it as a kid.
Yeah. There's some really interesting changes to their rules as well. Like Fatty gets dominant 2. I'll let you guess why. And he's got a really kind of fun rule that is that if he fails to charge a terror-causing model, he can still move, which I think is kind of fun and kind of unique. Super, super rare that will be useful, but kind of handy. Paladin's got much better. As with all the Hobbit heroes, they've all essentially got much better in some way, shape or form. Paladin...
That'd be pretty good when you've got that situation where you want to like trap someone.
Yeah. If
So
he's
you can
already
take the
been
character
charged,
so you
yeah.
can
So I
charge,
can't
and
charge
then
him
not
to trap
stick
him, but I can move in.
back.
Very good. But yeah, I just think I think it's cool. It's cool to have them back in, and they're all added in. It's a shame. I think it's a shame that you can't take Holfoot, Robin, and Baldo in a Shire list. But I know that whichever one, I can never remember which one. I think Robin is the one who's actually in the books, isn't he?
That does seem a bit odd, because wasn't half the Shire invited and the other half turned up anyway?
But the reason I think Jay's done it is that Robin isn't a sheriff at the party. He becomes a sheriff during the events of the War of the Ring, and Holfoot Bracegirdle is made up by GW, and so I think they've assumed the same. So the named sheriffs they're saying weren't sheriffs at Bilbo's party. I reckon that's the reasoning. And Baldo, I don't know, maybe he lives too far away, or maybe he's one of the half that didn't get invited.
Because it says, having been a member of the sheriffs for a number of years.
But the party's 17 years before the sheriffs. Before the War of the Ring.
In the movie, it isn't.
In the movie, there's no Scarron in the Shire, my friend. There's no sheriffs. So yeah, just generally, as a big Hobbit fan, I think it's awesome, and I think having the Warriors back really unlocks the Shire faction for people to try out and have fun with.
There's also the funny Fight 5 Hobbits thing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's for people. I know there's people out there who don't know the Ranger conversation, right? They're like, you know, what happened with Rangers? So people, as we've discussed, and there's a Facebook group, people are moaning about, you know, how awful Rangers are. And one of the arguments that's been put forward, and as ever, I'm not going to say their names because it's not fair, but by two people in particular, several times, is that it's ridiculous given that you can have Fight 5 Hobbits, and then people go, you can have Fight 5 Hobbits? That's ridiculous. And let's be absolutely clear, to have Fight 5 Hobbits, you can do it in the Shire list, you have to have Will Whitfoot, you have to have Lotho Sackville Baggins, you can have a total of 12 sheriffs, because Will is a hero of fortitude and he's the only one who can lead sheriffs. So that means you've got 12 hobbits who are Fight 3. If both Will and Lotho spend a point of will, then any hobbits within 3 inches of them get +1 fight value. Which means to get Fight 5, these hobbits have to be within 3 inches of Will and of Lotho, which by my reckoning gives you a maximum of 5. They don't have spears. So 3 turns in the game, you can have up to 5 hobbits with Fight 5 if your opponent has not chosen the best hobbits as their target priority to kill. And I think that's the truth. And you literally hear people go, it's ridiculous, you get Fight 5 hobbits. Is that yes, you can get up to 5 Fight 5 hobbits for 3 turns of the game, possibly, unless your opponent has just gone, do you know what, I'm going to shoot Lotho, he's got 1 fate, 1 wound, and I'll just kill him. So yeah, of all the sort of straw man arguments to use to try and in your Rangers group, I don't think the proliferation of Fight 5 hobbits is one of them, personally. But yeah, hobbits. Number 2 for you, Mr. Miller.
It's a little bit cheaty because he's from this book that was out in the PDF, but I'm still including him. It's... Where is he? My man, Aldrak.
Aldrak.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I think he's exactly the same, since he's gone to Fight 6.
Why Aldrak?
I said he's fun to use, and him being fight 6 just makes him that bit better.
He's fight 6 base now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just a solid fun profile.
And he's got antlers.
Yes.
You a bit of a Khandoom fan?
Somewhat, yes.
So just pleased to have him back rather than the changes.
Yeah, so the changes make him just that bit better, that he can stand up to most big fighty heroes.
So he's joined your Legolas's, your Aemers,
Yeah.
who haven't, like Legolas hasn't gone up, right?
Yeah.
That's where you've got the advantage, isn't it? You fight 6 heroes who were fight 6 in the last edition, I guess.
Yeah. And any ones that have stayed fight 5, there's still quite a few out there that have.
And is he in 2 lists? Army of Khandoom and Host of the Witch King?
Yes.
So where do you see yourself using him?
A bit of both, but the Khandoom one means that you can get the tasty fight 7.
Is that against
Kill
plus
stuff.
when he charges? Yeah.
That's when if he kills something, next turn he's fight 7.
Right. Oh yeah, it's warriors that are where they charge. Cool. Hooray for Aldrak. My next one, it's a bit BSIME. I've got him here. Dish.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's try and wind people up. I went for Tom and Goldberry. They're cool. And are they? I haven't actually done a comparison. I read the rules, but are they? Do you think are they better? Or are they worse? I don't really remember. They're cheaper now, right? I feel like the rules. I remember reading it. That was like. It's almost like just stop it. I feel like there's a rule in it that's like just the rules writer's going just stop it, all right? There's something like that.
They're definitely more versatile. I feel like you could burn through their will very quickly if you're careless.
Which makes them useful, I think.
Yeah.
I
can't believe they put him to fight ? Though. That's a bit of a buff for him.
It was something, and I'm sure there was some. Because they've dealt with the control zone thing, haven't they? How did they deal with it?
He doesn't have one now.
No, but it wasn't that. They've dealt with you blocking him. That's it. And oh no, it's not that. I can't remember. I would have sworn there was a bit. You know the old thing. There was a big kick-off about it in the Australian group where you put 3 models around Tom and he can't move. I just feel like they dealt with that. Now I can't actually see the sassy bit that I thought it was, but oh no, isn't it that he doesn't have a control zone? Isn't that the change?
Yes, that's the thing. So
that's it. That's what they were doing. That's the change.
Next to him, they couldn't charge
they were putting 3 models next to him and then using
zones
Tom's
to
control
enemies.
zone to stop it. And I think they've removed that, so he doesn't have a control zone. That's it. That's the change to it. But then so he's got 12 will now. You can charge him into. I haven't compared it. I don't think this is the case. You can charge him into combat and he auto wins now, but he uses up a will point.
I think that was the same as last edition. I think
Was
maybe.
You might be right. I mean, I never used him, but he just feels less egregious now because he's got 12 will. But maybe I don't know. Maybe he had 12 will last time.
I think that was the change last edition. They gave him will. He disappeared if he runs out, so he wasn't just doing it automatically.
You might well be right.
But he just now gets like a whole load more things that he can do.
Go on, Tom. Where do you live in the old edition?
Old Forest, I think.
I can't actually find him. There's no index. Oh, such good content. There's probably people in the chat just explaining exactly what the differences are between them, and or saying there are no differences between them. What are you talking about? Can't see him anywhere. Where the hell is he? Oh, he's right at the back. He's right back. So he was 160. Yeah, he had 15 will. That was it. And he did have to give up the will point. Yeah, you're right. He could charge into him, but then he gets, instead of having magical powers, he now gets ability. He now gets kind of 5 different abilities, which is like wounding a spirit, passing courage tests, recovering from magical powers, adding 3 to their move value. That's quite cool, and regaining wounds, which is a bit like refreshing song, right? But I think also the lack of refreshing song makes him less egregious, right? That idea of just recovering kind of everything from it. So I don't know. I just thought, I remember thinking that both him and Goldberry, I'm not convinced I'm going to use them, and you can only use them in Road to Rivendell now, which I actually kind of think there might be some utility in Road to Rivendell since in this book now, with some of the stuff that's been added to it. Was it this book or is it Legacies? But you know, the fact you can have warriors in it now via Gildor. I just think there's some fun stuff there, and I think maybe they've actually found a fun way to include Tom and Goldberry in the armies that won't wind people up, and I think that's all for the good. There you go.
Oh, I closed the wrong tab. Yes. So my next one is wherever he is. It's Amda.
Amda. Whoa. It's good here because I didn't pick any Khan Doom or any Easterling guys. So this is good. Okay, Amda, classic Easterling hero.
Things. Got to fight 7, which is puts him on most of the big fighty heroes. There's not
same as Aragorn, right?
Yeah, and it's just Gilgalad and Glorfindel, and then some monsters.
Perhaps the greatest swordsman within the ranks of the Easterlings. It's not even sure.
He gets his. He is like a poor man's Elisar. He gets the 5+ sword, which is new.
This is Durters, the Silver Falchion. So 5+ always wounds. So it means he never needs 6+ to wound, right?
Yeah. The banner thing, I think it was the same before. And then the free heroic strike thing was the same as he got that last edition. But yeah, just a good fighty profile.
But you have to choose him instead of the Dragon Emperor, right?
Unless you go for one of the soupy lists.
Is there one where they're in the same?
I think they're both in Grand Army of the South, I assume.
The Dragon Emperor's not. Was he's not. Grand Army of the South is what marches on Minas Tirith, isn't it?
Ooh.
So yeah, it's like, it's cool. I think he's super thematic, and it's Easterling players who don't want the Dragon Emperor really, really cool, right?
Is he in? Yeah, maybe there isn't a list where you can take both of them.
I don't think there is.
He's interesting. But yeah, I quite like him. I've managed to get my 6 Easterlings finished.
And you've been working on those for like 3 years or so.
I started them in lockdown on 2020. Finished them this year.
And you bought them like 10 years before or so, right?
Oh yeah, I bought them a while ago before, and then when Defense of the North was coming, like, oh, I'll start. This is a good excuse to start Easterlings, and then it did.
Classic B-side. You love to see it.
And then the funny other thing is that having got these 6 Easterlings painted, I then painted up a full warband's worth of Easterlings that I won't ever use as Easterlings because they were to be Runish traitors for my list, and then never used them at the event because they never came up.
Oh, your Seven Stones list.
Yeah.
Right. Because what, are they painted differently or something?
Yes, they're painted in a kind of. So it's a weird reference. I have a headcanon because GW have not done any non-helmeted Easterlings.
Mm-hmm.
I have a headcanon that they're like Mandalorians.
Right.
They have their weird no taking off helmet thing.
Okay.
So then for the traitor ones, I did them painted a scheme based off of a group of Mandalorians, which made them bluey.
Right.
And so then I decided they were like, why they're traitor ones? Because they're working with the Blue Wizards.
That's very cool.
So that's the whole kind of theme for those ones.
So you've got 12 painted Easterlings that you can never use in an Easterling army, and 6 half-painted Easterlings that you can.
Finished painted Easterlings that I haven't got around to using yet.
That's a great stat, man. That's a great stat. Well, yeah, I like it. I'd like to see more of Amda. I haven't really thought about it, but I assume his army bonuses don't come close to challenging the Dragon Emperor.
We might mention them later. So,
okay, fair enough. Put it away. So my next one, I think, is my third one. I think potentially glow up of the book, Baragon, Guard of the Citadel. What's happened to this guy? I think it's important. We'll start with Baragon in the last edition, and effectively Baragon in all editions before. Baragon was always a cheap way to bring troops along. That was always his role. Here we go. 30 points, fight 4, 1 attack, 1 wound, 1 might, 1 will, 1 fate. Special
just
rules.
The hero guard, wasn't he?
Special rules, bodyguard. Now 65 points. He's over double what he used to cost. Fight 5, 2 attacks, extra attack, 2 wounds, extra wound, and same courage, and then 2. Extra might, extra will, extra fate. Those are fantastic stats to improve. Your fight, attacks, wound, might, will, and fate. Incredible stuff. And he also gets a fun and fluffy rule whilst within 3 inches of a friendly Pippin, which is wonderful wording. Baragon may re-roll any failed to wound rolls when making strikes. So if you put a Pippin in your list, in your atop the walls list or whatever it is, you've then got a 2 attack, fight 5, strength 4, cheeky hero, who can re-roll strikes, which is pretty cool. And he does. I don't know. I haven't tried to spec up some lists, but if you want your Huron on a horse, that's 100 points. Your Ingold is 70 points. So he's a bit cheaper than those mid-range ones. So I definitely think there's a different home for him now. And I like that they've effectively completely changed his profile in his role from being one of those kind of weak ranger heroes almost. That's just 1/1/1 all across the board. You can kill him in a single go, with a lucky arrow shot, to a far more durable hero. He feels like he's got a really, really big glow up.
Interesting. I know there's been a bit of controversy around him not getting elite Citadel Guard, so he can't actually come with Citadel Guard.
Oh, he doesn't lead the Citadel Guard, yeah.
Yeah. But also, interestingly, he's more intelligent than Ingold.
Yeah. Well, I presume that's because he doesn't follow orders and he does what's right. He also, you say he can't lead Citadel Guard. I don't think he's a captain of the guard, is he?
I know, but it would feel right him being with a warband off and being with Citadel Guard when he deploys.
But I think if anything, that is better canon.
Yeah.
Because he can't. I think there's a line where he specifically says to Pippin, "I'm no captain. I'm just a member of the guard." So I mean, I'm sure this isn't consistent across the books anyway, but part of me actually quite likes that. But yeah, it is a bit iffy given that he is a leader in the game's terms. Maybe you could have him as an independent hero who could be left by the captain of the Citadel Guard or something. That'd be cool. So yeah, I like Baragon, and I've got him here again. I haven't cleaned him up yet, but I've got a Baragon here. I'm excited to use. Excited to get him on for my BSIME army. So yeah, I was pleased with that. Over to you, my friend.
We're staying on Easterlings.
Mm-hmm.
It's the chunky Komodo dragons.
The chunky Komodo dragons, who haven't been released yet.
No.
The war drakes.
I just like the fact they've got dominant too. It
War
feels-
Drake of Rune. They've had a name change, right?
Ooh.
I haven't got Defence of the North here, but I'm pretty sure they've changed their names for some
Yeah,
reason.
possibly.
So yeah, I can't compare them. But what's the change
I
here?
think it's just dominant too.
Okay.
I was kind of quite like that with them. Just gives you a bit more reason to have them, I think.
And I think it fits.
Like a big fat lizard
I could.
sitting on an objective.
I think historically, if you consider big scary things like crocodiles, you leave them the hell alone, right? And you walk away from them, which feels quite dominant too, really. Do you like? I mean, I say you're an Easterling player. You've got 12 models. You can't use 6 that you can.
I want to be an Easterling player. I like the sound of their rule as well. I know it's not changed, but just the whole lowering their fight and attacks for anything they wound.
But they are. I mean, as much as it might not be, they haven't been in the game long.
No.
So, and the models haven't been out long, so maybe they still feel quite fresh and new as well.
Yeah.
Have you got
I
any?
don't think I've played any.
Have you got any? They're
at
not
all.
bloody out, are they? 'Cause you haven't got any. Will you get some?
Definitely, probably 4, I think, altogether.
Hmm?
Depends how much they cost, though.
Yeah, I mean they're smaller than hill trolls, right? So
Yeah.
aren't the hill trolls one of those releases that are quite reasonable? I want to say.
Yes, but they're the same price as the werewolves that feel a bit expensive.
You mean
because
same
they're-
price? Same. Sorry, you mean same price in points?
No, in monies.
So hill trolls are £48.
Aren't werewolves the same or something?
I think they might be. Werewolves are £48, but these feel like
Yeah.
they're smaller. I think these will be cheaper than that. than
Yeah,
both of
because
those.
they're 40 mil instead of 50 mil.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, a bit cheaper.
Yeah, as you might be. I reckon at least 30 quid for 2. Maybe closer to 40 quid. But you know, my take on pricing for those things is you're only, most people. I think is it Joe that wants 18, led by the Dragon Emperor or something. Like most people are only going to buy 4. Do you know what I mean? What?
Yeah, I think Josh as well.
Yeah, you're right. He wants a whole lot. He wants 1,000 points from them. But for most people, it's not like the Warriors of Khan Doom, where you actually could feasibly need 50 of those,
Yeah.
and they're like whatever they are, 48 quid for 6. Most people are only going to get like 2 or 4 of these, so I think that cost isn't that bad. Very cool, very cool. Back to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to go for a very, very unlikely pick, which is Eladan and Elrohir.
Ooh.
Thank you. And the reason I say this is an unlikely pick, particularly for me, is that I don't have a Rivendell army, and I don't have any interest in a Rivendell army whatsoever. And so I don't own these. I don't know. There are 6 models for Eladan and Elrohir, I think. Unarmoured on foot and then armoured foot mounted.
Yeah, 3 each.
Yeah, and I don't own any of them, and I've never wanted them. And kind of tied to some of the army list stuff we'll talk about later, they might be possibly, I'm just trying to think I'm not contradicting myself here, they might be the only models that I now want to buy since this book came out, due to how they slot into an army list I've got planned. So I'm not saying they're dramatically better. I still think they're very, very good.
Would you
Go on.
want all of them?
All 6?
No, all of the models. Because I've got one of them that I've chopped the head off to make a Glorfindel that they then announced the new Glorfindel before I've got around to doing.
I
So
think-
I've got a decapitated twin somewhere.
Call me a GW shill, but I do think I would like the models to be complete. Would you like all of them, or would you like 90% of the models you're after?
Just going, that reminded me, I did see someone had got the new plastic Imrahil, and do you know what they'd done to it? They'd put the old metal Imrahil's head on.
That's a choice.
The one part of the model that everyone complains about.
Has he got an unhelmeted head? The plastic Imrahil?
No, there's no space on the sprue, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. But so many heads you could use, I suppose. That's a strange choice.
I do like the thing I was going to say about them two is I do like how it's finally made very clear which one's which.
What, by the picture?
Yeah,
Have they not done that before? Has it always been a picture of the two of them?
they come as a pair.
Right.
And they're profiled as a pair, and the only way to tell which one was which is by reading what's on the base tab. So you can't see once you put them on a base.
So again, like these for me, and again, like little nuances that might be here and there, but they seem pretty similar to me. The same unbreakable bonds there. I think they used to have the twin elven blades thing. They've now got a nice rule where while within 3 inches of each other, they get dominant 2 and can re-roll rolls of a 1. Which I think is quite cool. Like
The biggest thing is though they can now both lead warbands.
Yeah, and this is what kind of intrigued me, and I find a bit odd that it's the first time ever they've been able to do that, right?
Yeah.
And I must admit, I was just thinking, why do you have to pay for both now? It just now that they can both lead a warband, it sort of feels to me like they should have their own points value.
Yeah.
And then almost certainly go up because they're so bloody good.
It kind of feels though that you should have to take both of them. It kind of does feel like they wouldn't separately.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I think that's the thing. That's probably the reason that you have to take both. But I think it should be like, I suppose then there's no point in. I was going to say, if you want to take one, you have to take the other one. Then just pay for the two of them because you wouldn't need it. But yeah, it just struck me slightly weird. But anyway, I kind of linked to something we'll talk about later. I want to buy them, and I was like, well, I don't think there's any other profiles in here that I've been moved to buy, and I want to buy these guys for the first time in my SBG career, and I think that's kind of cool. And I quite like them. So yeah, Eladan and Elrohir for me, please.
Oh yeah, I've just closed the wrong tab, but I know what my one was. It's a cheeky twofer. I like it's not even that great of a rule, but just the extra rule that Black Numenorians have got.
Okay.
So this makes them like a little bit different. Just basically, if you fail the courage test, you can't do anything, so you can't like shoot and stuff.
Well, because they're super scary. Visage of terror.
That's a good shout, actually. Does the Mouth of Sauron have that?
I mean, he's got the scariest visage of them all, right? I do have that book here, actually. It would make sense, wouldn't it?
He does not get it.
I love the scariest looking face of all the Black Numenorians is the least scary looking face.
But in the 5 source book days,
yeah,
he used to be the only Black Numenorian that didn't cause terror.
Well, maybe it's because he's chatty. Maybe he is the least scary. At least he comes out and talks to you.
He has terrifying aura, so you could make him cause terror. But
this is interesting. Models affected by this special rule can't shoot in the shoot phase, cannot move in the fight phase if part of a successful heroic Oh, sorry. No, that isn't confusing because what it's saying is normally you can do that. Because I was just suddenly thinking that it never occurred to me that if you fail a courage test, you can't move as part of a heroic combat. But you can, it's saying normally, but you can't as part of this rule. Yeah, I mean, I like you've picked it. It's super, super niche though, right?
Yeah, but it's nice them just getting something that makes them a bit different.
It's a bit like the Fatty Bulger role I mentioned. Like, almost very unlikely to come off a lot, but just add something fluffy to it. And I'll tell you what I will do, Larry. I said I had 6, and then you picked Shamans, which was one of mine, so I'll squeeze in my 6th as my 5th. I was going to give a shout out to the simple, beautiful Hill Troll. I think possibly similar for you with the Runish Drakes. I've got some of these and I haven't assembled them, and I was very excited to use them in the last edition and sort of never got round to it. And they're very, very similar, I think. They now get dominant 3 as per trolls, which is a nice bonus. They can reroll a single d6 in a dual roll when fighting solely against infantry models, which is a cool roll.
That they had.
Yeah, so but that's a cool bonus for a troll, I think.
Yeah.
And the thing that I love most about these, it's possibly one of the things I'm most excited about this edition, is you can use them in the Ravagers of the Shire Legacy Army list, which I think is super cool. So that's Golfinball's army list, which I think has Golfinball captains, shamans,
and it's
orcs,
weirdly
and Wild Riders.
Orcs.
It's what?
It's got Mordor orcs, despite
Yeah.
Golfinball having
Yeah, didn't we?
keyword.
We talked about this at some point, didn't we? That the shaman won't affect him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only Angmar Arc in his army. But I love that, and that list genuinely, I'm quite tempted to take it to some event. Now, unfortunately, I tend to go to Warhammer World events and Ardacon, and I was thinking of taking it to Ardacon, and then they said no legacies. So I'm genuinely quite tempted. I've painted up Mordor Orcs recently, painted up Warg Riders recently, got a couple of Hill Trolls, and have done Golfinball already. And I was genuinely quite tempted to paint up a couple of Hill Trolls, touch up my Golfinball to bring him up to standard, and try that list out. So
Like a free fight for heroic combat.
Yeah. And I suspect next time I go to an event that allows legacies, that might be what I take. So my final choice was the Humble Hill Troll, because I want to use him in a rubbish army list. And that is our profiles.
Indeed.
I am desperate for a wee, so do you want to find out where the chat was and start catching up while I...
Where were we? Hold on, do you remember what was your last one?
I reckon it is Josh Coles. What we're going to moan about, just the wings. It's around here. Euphemism, read that. Oh, it's around here, I think.
Oh, here we go. An outpost specifically about elves, sort of barrels and things.
It's one of these. Most of it's settlements and Labjus and Bree. Oh, here we go. Josh and the tanks. Entmoot videos was coming in. Lionesses. It might have been that one. I think it's Frederick Short saying Catyas have some good stuff, but I don't know the pandas. Then saying good evening to Entmoot.
Yep, I've got that.
Got it?
Joe Hosman, Hill Trolls and Werewolves. Mori Goblin Prowlers having Stalk Unseen, Grey Qs. Oh yeah, that is new. Entmoot, Harry, Frederick Schultz, Good and Arband. Craig Hughes, the artwork is lovely. Josh Coles, I was gutted about was Armoured Celeborn not being anywhere. I assumed as he wasn't in the legacy list, he was going to be added into the armies. That was gutting. Yeah, it was quite a sad one. I've actually I bought an Armoured Celeborn that I cut up to make a Battle Company's hero, and then I bought another one at one point with the intention of painting him up as actual Celeborn, and now I don't know if I'll ever get around to that. Craig Hughes, another profile that got some love is the Mordor Siege Bow hitting on a 4+ and being cheap points wise. That said, it's always bothered me that the catapult was shoot value 4 up. I've always felt like it gets the reroll from the troll. It might as well be 5 up. But I don't mind the siege bow having it too much. Josh Coles, really happy having Sentinels back in the Mirkwood list. Also, the Rivendell twins look really decent and viable now. The Easterling stuff looks like fun, which is nice to hear people saying instead of complaining about it. Maybe it is finally time for me to use it. Frederick Schultz, this is not the map inside the Armies of Middle-earth, he said, while holding up the map inside the Armies of Middle-earth. Frederick Schultz, incredible. Frederick Schultz, Craig Hughes, stop commenting. You're challenging my position. Be gone, usurper. Old School Chris C. Good evening, everyone. James, Elijah, and I are all painting on theme today. We have 800 grams of mini M&Ms to snack on. Can't think how much the M&Ms weigh. I don't know if that's a lot or maybe that's a lot. Who knows? Philip Schultz, aren't those cover art designs for the different sections from the old Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit era army books, and were also used on the web store at one point? Maybe. I feel like I have seen them somewhere before, but I can't think where. Joshua Cosby, I adore this army book. I have the models to run every single list except Paths of the Druiden. Really excited to run Sharky's Rogues, but a bit sad Harry Goatleaf was cut from them. Oh, yeah. I hadn't clocked that. Mark Stone, evening all. Joshua Cosby, I want to build a new list with just Easterling captains and Runish Drakes. So no more Dragon Emperor. Frank Schultz, I think there's a cap of 225 XP for non-super chat commenters. Maybe I can actually go to bed without losing my crown. Nope, there isn't, because you've gone up to 300 XP.
Anything juicy?
Thank you, shush now, Frederick Schultz. It's time to rest and recover. Frederick and Craig are battling for the #1 position. Schultz, Craig Hughes, be silent. Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. Oh no, Damien, please don't get the good smell discussion going with Larry on stream. Hey. Frederick Schultz. Anyway, I think it's actually time to go to bed now. Good night. Joe Holzman, Frederick Schultz, until I saw you on 225, I assumed 150 was the cap, as I've been stuck on it for about an hour now, despite chatting constantly. Jack Brown, my copy of the new book smells lovely. Also, hello, just dropping in and theoretically not staying long, but may, as I am bad at stopping and sleeping.
I didn't say it didn't smell lovely. I said it didn't smell like Games Workshop books.
Or if it's different. Maybe that's why it was delayed so much, because they were finding different smelling places.
The smell right.
Coach Schultz, agree on the Shaman stuff, very cool. Enraged Crabane in our thing, correct? Ooh.
Yeah, that was the exciting thing, wasn't it? Whichever one can... Is it the Isengard one that can enrage? No, Isengard gets Blade Wrath. Which one gets...
The Warg Rider one.
The Angmar one's that?
Isengard Orc Shaman.
Yeah.
We glossed over that one when we were going through.
I quite liked seeing that there was a new enraged beast. You know, it's pretty much only been Drizag, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
I hadn't clocked though they had. I forgot they had Crabane in some of the Isengard lists.
Yeah, you're right. It's the one that can go in the wolf pack that's been added into Sharku's, not the wolf pack, Sharku's wargs. So you could have that shaman, could have enraging wargs, which would be cool as well.
What lists is it in?
I checked. He could definitely go into the Wolves of Isengard. I think he can go into 3.
He can go into the Army of the White Hand.
And muster, isn't it?
Isn't Army of the White Hand the one that's Burning of the Westfold?
I can never remember which one's which between Muster of Isengard and Army of the White Hand.
But that would mean... Yeah, that's the one where Saruman gets his extra spell things.
It's lightning.
So that means, Damien, you need an Isengard Orc Shaman and another 6 Crabane.
Why does it mean that?
Because then you can take the list to more points and start enraging Crabane.
Oh, right. Well, I could have a Saruman, a Shaman, and 24 Crabane.
Yeah.
Might work.
Joe Holzman, Mouth of Sauron would be the precedent, perhaps. Presumably they'll want more like him. That's Manish spellcasters. I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Holzman, good call. Mouth is also what I would have said. Frederick Schultz. Joe
For what?
Holzman,
What's
not
that
really
for? What? What are they saying? Good call for?
being another mannish spellcaster.
Right.
Frederick Schultz, did Joe Holzman, not that he has any mentioned magical abilities outside of the game, to my knowledge. Jeff Flora, does
Yeah, but I
Robin
mean,
Small...
the ring wraiths don't, do they? I don't want to chuck a
No.
grenade in here, but the ring wraiths don't have any
Yeah.
magical abilities in the stories, do they?
Jeff Flora, does Robin Smallborough's special rule apply to all warbands? I think it's just within 3 inches, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
Oh no, his one's a bit weird. Yeah, I wasn't sure how that works.
That sounds like it applies to all of your warbands, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In scenarios where you roll for warbands to arrive, or ones where you roll to see which part of the board you deploy a warband in, though not when rolling to choose deployment zones, you may choose the result instead of rolling, even if Robin is not on the battlefield. Robin may only use this special rule if his warband only contains Hobbit sheriffs.
I feel like it was probably meant to only apply to him. That seems very strong if it isn't.
But on the other hand, that line, even if Robin is not on the battlefield, that was added to things like Elrond with his foresight points.
Yeah.
Whereas this rule only ever applies when you're not on the battlefield, unless it's applying to other warbands.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not sure is what I'd say to that one.
I think that sounds like it applies to all of your warbands.
I feel like it's going to be very strong if it is.
It is very strong, isn't it?
One. Yeah. I don't know. Woody, Hobbits being back is the right answer. I played them at Tis a Gathering the other weekend, and it was just awesome having them on the board.
Yeah. There'll be anyone going to doubles? We've got Warhammer World doubles coming up next week. Fancy anyone being there? Myself and Troke will be there. Troke and Burn return after the last year's debacle.
Is that the first time you're going to be using the party with the guests? For the new party with the guests?
Yes. So I used them at 3 events. Well, the party was 2 events last year, but Hobbits at 3 events last year. But it's the first time I'm using the Shire list this weekend. Let us know if you're going to doubles. Hope to see lots of you there. Very excited by that. Not that you'll recognise me.
Oh dear, what are you going to be? What?
I'll tell you this much. It's not fireworks again. It's new fancy dress for the party. Adam Troke's request, no less.
Are you going to be emerging from a birthday cake?
I'm going to be a birthday cake. I would say it's altogether saner fancy dress for doubles.
Fair
but
enough.
it is still fancy dress.
Richard Clem, I think considering he's called the Necromancer in Tolkien, that Dol Guldur is called the Hill of Dark Sorcery, really establishes magic from a non-Maya in Middle-earth.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It definitely implies that there are other necromancers. They are a thing outside. Would you have a word for a thing?
He's the necromancer, isn't he? Not a necromancer. It's like,
would you have a word for it?
Yeah, but it's like the boss. It's like Springsteen, you know, he's the necromancer. It's just what they call him. It's like... I mean, you're going. I mean, Tolkien did go deep on language, but I like your argument there. It's like, why would there be a word for necromancer if there was only one necromancer?
And it would be obvious that it's Sauron. There wouldn't be any doubt if. He is the only necromancer they've known about.
But on the other hand, we, I believe, don't have any necromancers, but we have a word for necromancer. So maybe it's just maybe there's just stories. Maybe there's kids' stories in
Yeah.
Middle Earth, which is what we have, right? Or maybe the children of Middle Earth play using the old undead rulebook.
Joe Holden, wasn't the Witch King also supposedly a sorcerer before becoming a wraith? I think that's something that's mentioned in non-canon
Yeah,
stuff.
I haven't got the books here. I'm not confident one way or the other. I feel like he's vaguely mentioned it. I think it's a bit necromancer almost. It's like rumours of dark sorcery or something, or I can't remember. You might be right on that one. I'm not confident enough.
Scouring is the one book Scouring is the one book I'd actually like to play in full.
Yeah, I'd like to one day.
For me, it's both Defense of the North and Rise of Angmar are the two ones that I've got intentions to play through at some point.
You know what I was surprisingly taken by in the last edition? The Fall of the Necromancer book. Like that really I was like, God, these scenarios are awesome. You know me, I'm a huge Mirkwood fan, and like that really tickled my pickle. I was like, I could really go for that.
For Rich Clamor, Frederick Schultz original or Middle Earth SBG edition?
Oh, for
what? Scouring of the Shire.
Ah, yeah. Both great books.
Frederick Schultz, Rich Clamor don't have the original, so probably the more recent version, but still interested in the older books. Joe Holzman, I just want to do it so I can annoy people with 5 Hobbits.
Only 5 of them, 3 times a game. If they're not dead.
Well, you could get more than 5 if you're in like a really weird situation where you're completely surrounded.
Yeah.
And you have like
At a point where your fight 5 hobbits won't help you. There'd have to be. I think I'm doing the maths on that right. If you've got a 3-inch bubble, you can have X7 models. Agree?
Yeah.
In a battle line, right? But then you've then got the 2 heroes next to each other, which basically drops a model off each hero. So it drops it down to 6, isn't it? I suppose you get 6. And yeah, that's assuming that your enemy didn't just go, I'm gonna, I'm shooting 10 bows at your billions of hobbits. I reckon I'll target the best ones near the heroes that makes them better, because they're still defense 3.
When you do win, are they even going to kill anything?
No, that's the fabulous thing I learned at Ardacon. you never win any fights, and when you lose fights, they always die. And then when you do win fights, which you don't kill anything.
I mean, you could go 2-handed, but you're not going to have a banner reroll unless you've got Frodo nearby.
You get Rosie now.
Well.
Rosie's the awesome banner now.
Yeah.
6-inch, I think. 6-inch permanent banner. What?
Okay, so maybe that's not too bad. Get your banner reroll for your.
That's one of the many buffs the Shire have had. Rosie's now, I think she's a 6-inch banner. She's definitely a permanent banner, whereas in the past, she's 6-inch. Let's check that. It's important. Is that the right book? Yeah, that's the right book. Oh, she's not in here. I haven't got Scouring the Shaman with me. No, what am I talking about? She's in this, isn't she? I'm being so silly. So Rosie is a 6-inch banner permanently, and she counts as a banner for VPs. Whereas in the past, all you had was Will Whitfoot, who I think was still a 6-inch banner, but 3 times a game with his will points. So she's awesome now, and her rule for Sam, where he gets 3 heroic combats, now affects Sam from the Shire list, not just Sam from the Battle of Bywater list.
Huh.
Rosie Cotton is now an absolute auto include in Shire Armies. Huge glow up.
Philip Schultz, Joe Holzman, 4D chess, life hack, bringing 5 elves instead. Josh Coles, 2 of the best elf heroes in the game. just happen to be Easterlings. George Cosby, that's what you get for following that Steve Crow RIP tutorial. Josh Coles, RIP Steve.
Not dead.
Frederick Schultz, rest in peace, Stephen Anthony Crow. Gone but not forgotten. Legends never die.
Should we just raise a glass, given that, and I'll put this in the Patreon chat, but there is currently a advert on TV where someone says the line, "It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission." And so, in honour of Stephen Crow, whose mantra that was to live by. For anyone who hasn't been on the stream in the last year, he's not dead.
Richard Clammer, how Baragon has higher fight than a Ranger of the North. Joe Hosman, in the books, doesn't he fight off Citadel Guard while a friendly Pippin and Gandalf rescue Fazza?
Yeah, but he doesn't lead them.
Craig Hughes, someone needs to rank all the dumbest and smartest models in the game.
I mean, if I asked you about this, I know I've talked about this, but what's your thoughts on intelligence? Does it stack up? I just think if you go too far down that rabbit hole, I just think the whole thing's a nightmare.
Yeah, they have just, on the most part, just made things the same intelligence as courage. There's just a few exceptions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Joe Holzman, the War Drakes would be my third pick from the book.
Very cool, very cool. But he wants 18 of them, right? It's not a big surprise.
Richard Clammer, do we think that at this stage Mark Mitchinson might have given his own image rights and just doesn't like GW?
Who's Mark Mitchinson?
The New Zealandish actor.
You reckon he played Grimbold?
Oh, no, he's Braga.
Braga. So what was the comment?
Do you reckon at this point... I've lost it. At this stage, Mark Richardson might have his own image rights and just doesn't like GW. Because I think it's a suggestion for why we haven't got a Braga yet.
I doubt that's the reason.
But Braga's still a weird one, because the captain, the unnamed captain, looks pretty much like Braga. So it's like whether you'd make a new captain and just use the old captain as Braga, or what exactly you'd do.
You could just put like a Lake Town Guard in a helmet on a rock and then call that the captain, couldn't you?
Craig Hughes, they were called Runish Wardrake. You see why they switch the words around.
It is odd though, isn't it?
Yeah. This one is. The one that I don't get is Corsairs.
What?
Why they are now Corsair crossbowmen.
Oh, what, instead of arbalasters?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
I don't know what the reasoning.
Yeah, I agree.
Very odd. I can't think of a good reason for them doing that. They were called Runish Wardrake. You see, they switched the words around.
It's a think piece. I can get on board with that.
It just makes me think of the whole Monty Python Judean People's Front of Judea. There's like a schism between the Runish Wardrakes and the Wardrakes of Rune.
It is strange because you can't help that this one. I'm really confident about everything I said about Armies Middle Earth and the license stuff. I feel really good about it. I have no idea with this, but it feels legal to me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That idea of like you can't use Arbalaster. You have to call Crossman. You can't call them Runish Wardrakes. They have to be Wardrakes of Rune. Do you know what I mean? That feels.
Yeah.
And I might be wrong. Maybe we have Uruk High crossbowmen, and so Jay was like, let's make these Corsair crossbowmen, and it makes Arbalaster. What the hell does that mean? It could be that, but then equally it could be someone going, right, you can't. That's not a word that we've got anywhere in Middle Earth. You have to get rid of it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's weird how like cataphracts are still cataphracts. Because they could have easily just become like Easterling horsemen or Easterling knights or something.
I'm just looking now to take a huge swing in the dark. So they've changed to Wardrake of Rune, and they were Runish Wardrakes. It's that way round.
Yeah.
Is there an issue with Runish? I don't know.
Okay.
Is Runish not a... It could be someone going, that's not a term, that isn't the correct use of that word. I don't know. Do we have Runish anywhere else?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Joe holds when they cost 3 times a werewolf in points. That's by the whole how hill trolls feel better value than.
What cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. It's like buying Thorin's Company for 30 quid or whatever, isn't it? You get a lot of points. Yeah, I agree with that. Whereas werewolves and Runish Wardrakes, they're big chunky models, but they're quite. It's like a bit like Crebain. They're quite expensive for things that you want quite a lot of.
Sean Clark says, "Get 4 and put them in your bats box." Joe Holzman, the Wardrakes are on the smaller bases, so I'm hoping for less than £40.
Yeah.
Certainly less than the trolls and werewolves.
Yeah, I think they'll be under 40, more than 30. Would be my guess.
I'm going to assume 40, so I'll be pleasantly surprised if they end up being less than it.
Yeah.
Joshua Cosby, if those drakes are cheaper than werewolves, it will save me a lot of money. So I was on the money thing. That surprised me was Oath Taker.
Well, he's quite a lot more than he used to be.
He's the same price as the War of the Rohirrim ones.
He's like reasonably priced compared to their heroes, but unreasonably priced when you consider he was a fraction of the price a few weeks before.
He's only 2 gates worth of forge worldiness, whereas those ones are all like 3 or 4.
Yeah. I feel quite lucky because I had that pack, so I didn't need to go out and get him now. But yeah, that is one of those kind of, this same model is 3 times the cost he was 2 weeks ago or whatever it was.
I actually have parts of 3 of those packs.
That's a wonderful sentence that I don't really understand.
Because I got one of them, and then I decided to use the 2 other heroes, the Frida and
Goroth.
Goroth. Yes, it was Goroth. Them as to make battle companies heroes.
Okay, cool. I can see that.
Had the idea that because I've painted the Oath Taker, but I've based him with like an Orthanc base because it's that scene where he's
a maker, isn't he? Not a taker.
I can never remember if it's maker or taker.
I think he make those. I don't think he takes them off people.
You take an oath. I don't know. He's an oath maker.
Oh, you're right. You would take an oath, wouldn't you? Where is he? He's in the. He's allowed to play in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's a fair point. You would take
I
an
can
oath.
never remember which one it is.
I thought he made them. He's an oath maker.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I've based him, the one I've painted, with an Orthanc base because that's where that scene is where he's cutting his hand.
Mm. Oh, what, like a black shiny base?
Yeah.
It was very specific.
Because the same base my Saruman and Grima have.
Well,
so
that's an army.
If I get a second one, I can base him with a proper like outside base so he matches my hill tribesmen.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I want to make a mounted version of my battle company's heroes. So I got a 3rd pack and paid 2/3 for it, and Mark Boyland got the.
So what you've got? You've ended up with like three spare Friedas and Gorolfs.
Not spare, they've been cut up.
Right. To make battle companies heroes, yeah.
I actually got one spare shieldless Frida that I don't have a current use for. But I've gone through 3 of those packs, but it was annoying because I should have charged Mark £19 for the Oath Maker.
It's annoying because I could have rinsed Mark Boylan. The path not taken.
Oh, can you check over the chat a minute so I can go get a drink, please?
I can do that, my friend.
We're up to Joe Holsman, most people are wrong.
That's a hell of a comment to join in.
That was you saying that most people would only get 2 or so.
Sure.
Not 18 of them. Mo Drake's Mo Fun.
So I'm trying to work out how, if you're happily down or... Oh, there we go, I see. So most people are wrong, Mo Drake's more fun. Got it. Frederick Shorts, why have I suddenly jumped to 250 XP? I thought it was a cap. I wanted to go to bed, but now I have to keep going to stay on top.
I've just looked, there's 3 people at 300 now.
Yeah, you're at 300, Frederick.
1, 2, and 3. It seemed in the order that they got to 300.
Jack Brown's panicking because this now needs to go into the dice drawer, right? The XP drawer. Jack Brown, have to be very careful when Larry is offering a 10% off sale. Stephen Ryan. Damien laughing at the idea of not wanting 99% of a model 2 days after asking for just the face of one specific model. I'll have you know, Mr. Ryan, I didn't want the face, I wanted the scarf. Yeah, if anyone out there has got a spare Pippin face from Treebeard with a scarf attached to it, let me know. That'd be super cool. Very short. They used to sell twins separately back in the day, did they? Can reroll 1 to a 1. Incredible rerolling every one that's a 1. Just go, the fat twins lead their own warbands now. It's good. They're very good value for 80 points apiece when they look at them compared to other alphas. Yeah, I mean, they always were. They were always super good value.
Yeah, so I've got them painted because there was a period where I liked taking all hero lists, but was trying to do more competitive all hero lists. So
hang on. Can I pause that? Come back to that. I've just watched you come into the screen.
Yeah.
Is your desk lower than ground level?
No.
This is like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park with the you've just walked onto the chair and then sat down. Like, what's that about?
I stepped up onto the chair.
Why?
This is how I get onto my desk chair.
Hang on.
Rather than back, so I could...
Up, do it. Let's do it. Up you get. Now talk us through this. You're now on ground level, right?
Yeah, I can't be bothered to move my chair back and then move it back in. Right. So I just stand on the chair.
Okay. So I'm with you. Get back up again. I just want to show you something. And I think this might blow your mind, right?
Yeah, I could.
Without moving the chair, you've done it. You've done it. You've cracked it. You see?
It doesn't feel as bumpy for some reason.
I was chatting to you and saw you basically like float onto your chair and then go down. I was like, what the hell just happened there? Oh, wonderful. Sorry, what were you saying?
What was I saying?
It was about Eladan and Elrohir.
Oh yes, I had them because I went through a period of I used all hero lists a lot.
Yeah,
I went through a period of trying to be competitive, and so I had them from a lot of those lists. I think it was originally a Blackgate all hero list where I had like LSR twins. Aemma? No, Aemma came late. Yeah, Aemma was there.
Cool.
Might have been those ones.
And Josh wishes we'd get a new plastic 2-pack like the Rohan and Usurpers. I mean, God, yes, right? New twins with the current sculptors. Imagine the people who sculpted like Ayana and Daewine and Glorfindel doing new Eladan and Elrohir. I'd be all over that. So good. Craig Hughes, the Terror Plus rules was how some players used to argue normal Terror rules. Oh, what, as in the not shooting? And
Yeah.
they would be silly people then. Frederick asks, isn't the Black Noon rule also in the profile? And then, as we said, Craig Hughes says no. Frederick then says, wow. Joe Holzman, I want to run that list so much. Just Golfinball and loads of trolls, maybe a Shaman. Presumably so he could do nothing. Frederick Schultz, Golfinball's orcs should be Angmar, and you should have Warg Marauders in there as well. That'd be fun. Although they're goblins, aren't they? They're not. Or is he a goblin? He is a goblin, isn't he?
Well, there's not really a distinction in the books, is there?
They call him a goblin in the Hobbit, don't they? The Goblin
King. He would be a goblin because goblins is what like hobbits call them. It's like in the Hobbit, it's because it's from Bilbo's point of view.
Yeah,
they were goblins, and then Lord of the Rings because it's more other people involved.
Yeah,
the big orcs more.
Yeah. Craig Hughes says Golfinball has the best special rule name. Is that still impressive girth?
I think so, yes.
Sentinels can now cause terror, which is great. I don't think I'd particularly notice that. That is cool. Oh, they can cause a terror bubble. Richard Clammer says, my favourite thing about the book is people have stopped asking when it's coming out. Yeah, I don't... Do you know what? That would actually be quite high on my list of favourite things about the book. And also, Craig Hughes says, you can enrage the cave drake.
Yeah, it's... Well, you can't enrage the cave drake.
Right, I like how you said yeah and then said no.
Well, you can because it's a beast, but the army list rules say that all beasts have to go into Druzag's warband, but because it's a hero, it can't go into Druzag's warband. So you can't take a cave drake with Druzag. Rules as written. Or without Druzag. You technically can't take a cave drake in Moria.
Oh, this is utter pedantry. This is nonsense. Surely it means warriors, of course.
It doesn't say that. It just says the beasts can only be in Druzag's warband.
All right, just to confirm, what we're talking about here is there's an army list where you can take a cave drake, and you can take Druzag, and you can take beasts. And it says all the beasts have to be in Druzag's warband.
Yes.
And you, and presumably other arseholes are saying that means you can't take the cave drake because it's a beast. It would have to be in his warband, but it can't go in his warband. It's impossible to go in its warband. So there's an army list that is impossible to take two of the options.
Yes.
Right. Well, those people should go and play in the traffic, shouldn't they?
I think what's probably more likely is that the cave drake's probably not supposed to be a beast. Is what the general consensus seems to be.
Or it's missing the word warriors.
Maybe.
It clearly means warriors. Of course Jiminy Cricket. Of course it means warriors.
Well, I think it's not supposed to be a beast at all.
But the beast probably has functionality. Is a dragon a beast?
No.
Isn't it?
Nope.
Is Shelob a beast?
Yeah, I presume so. But it means they can't pick up objectives and stuff.
So it should be a beast. Why aren't dragons a beast? Because they're clever and they can nick stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's just absolute nonsense. I've never actually done the thing where you just shake someone's hand and go to the bar, but that's as close to that territory as I get to. Do you know what I mean? It's like, of course it means warriors. Of course it means warriors. Like, you think what they did was they go, well, let's put the cave drake in the list here and put Druzag in the list here, but make sure you can never take him in the list. And someone out there is going, yes, that's what they did. That's what they meant.
The general consensus I've given people is that they don't think that the cave drake was meant to be a beast. I think it's a mistake.
Wow. It's one of the two, isn't it? Maybe the cave drake's meant to be a beast. But do you know what it's not? You do know what it's not, don't you?
What?
It's not that.
I just think it's a funny argument.
It's not. We made an army list with a cave drake where you can't take a cave drake. It's not that, is it? Come on, people. Unbelievable. And then Frederick Shaw says, like, make a Mount Graham list with orcs and goblins. I don't think I know what Mount Graham is. Is that a gap in my Tolkien knowledge? Missed that one. Craig Hughes.
Is that?
Magic Cloud. Ring Wraiths so have magic. Ring Wraiths so. Oh, Ring Wraiths do have magic in Tolkien's writings. Gandalf originally thought the Necromancer was a Ring Wraith. And then Craig Hughes says, dunno, I think the Ring Wraiths seem to try and compel or transfix people. I think, I mean, I'm not sure about what Rich is saying now. I think with Craig, I think it's terror. I think the whole thing in Tolkien's writings is they're absolutely terrifying. They scream and they freeze people with fear. I don't think, and I'm saying this off the top of my head, there might be instances. I don't think there's instances of them actually like caught, like kind of casting spells on people, is there?
Don't think so.
I mean, there's some stuff in there. They have this idea of like the black breath and all that, but
So isn't the black dart a thing?
no, the black dart isn't. The black dart is an arrow in both. There's two instances of it. One that hits Snowmane and one that hits Faramir. The one, to the best of my memory, the one that hits Faramir is shot by like an Easterling or something. It's not even shot by a ring wraith. And the one that hits Snowmane, I think the one that hits Snowmane might be the same. It's very much not a spell. And I actually feel like I remember Alessio Cavatore because they don't have it. I reckon if you go back to the Two Towers, ring wraiths don't have black dart, and they introduce it in Return of the King. And I think there's a bit in White Dwarf about Alessio Cavatore going, I saw that and I figured it could be a spell, so I put it in.
Fair enough.
But yeah. Craig Hughes says, a moment of silence for our fallen. Joe, I don't know if he's talking about Steve or someone else. Richard Clammer, I have a crown. Joe Holtzman, a quick Google of several places referring to the Nazgul as being powerful spellcasters. But what? Yeah, what, do they do it like? I could find a lot of things on the internet that say things. I don't know. You might be right. I could be wrong. But what do they do in the books that's spelly? I don't know. Josh Crosby, I'll be at doubles. My partner said he wouldn't go with me if I dressed up though. Then that's a bad partner. That's an unpartner. Joe says, but I've been unable to locate an actual canonical source from Tolkien's writing. I mean, that's the internet in a nutshell, right? Go on the internet, it says they're sorcerers, but there is the internet can't give you any sources. It's the flat earther thing. The world's flat. Cool, prove it. No. don't want to. Joe seems conflicted by this. He's like, I think they're sorcerers, but I can't find any evidence that they're sorcerers. Craig Hughes agrees you need a new partner, Josh. I know he's a very good painter and hobbyist. Is it Joe? Are you with Joe again? Joe Holzman, I think people are missing the point of the Fight 5 Hobbits. Not that they'll do something that makes them annoying for people. It's just that they exist. It's not that they'll do something that makes them annoying for people. It's just they exist, and that's why I want to use them. I think I agree with you there. Like I think it's hilarious that you can have Fight 5 Hobbits, and I would like to use them particularly against someone who's upset about the Rangers of the North. But I don't agree that the fact that you can have 6 Fight 5 Hobbits for 3 turns in a game means that they're better than Rangers of the North. Is my point. Does that make sense? I don't think it's a counter argument that you can have 6 highly enraged hobbits potentially, and the reality is you're probably going to have 1 or 2 very enraged hobbits for 1 turn in a game. That's the reality of it. And I don't think that means that the Rangers of the North are crap. The Rangers of the North might be crap, but I don't think the Fight 5 hobbits have anything to do with it. Frederick Schultz, the usurpers have reached 300 XP. I don't think I can fight them off much longer. I have to go to bed. How many times has Frederick said he has to go to bed tonight?
But I think he's won it though, because I think it's capped at 300, and because he got there first, no one can take.
Well,
his
he
crown.
said good night, BSIME, as I'll catch up tomorrow. But I suspect that's not the last we'll hear of him. Craig
Oh,
Hughes, here it
Richard
goes. You said that an hour ago.
Poor Richard Clammer. Richard Clammer's got 300 XP, but because there's no spaces left, he's stuck
It's
crownless.
a flawed system, man. Richard Clammer says, because no one knew what an Arbalaster was or how to spell it. It's a good argument. Fun tangent. Do you know what I realised the other week? No, this week, sorry. I will never be able to spell diarrhea. I'm 42. Every time I spell it, I get it so wrong that the right click correct thing doesn't recognise it as a word, and then I have to type it into Google, which does recognise it's close enough, and copy and paste it. And I just realise I'm just going to give up. It's pretty much the only word I'm just giving up on. It's like, if I haven't learned how to spell it now, I just don't get close enough. It's just a random selection of vowels with an H.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how you spell it.
You see what I mean? I don't think I'm alone, but I've got no problem admitting my failings. And I had this very genuinely profound moment that I don't believe I've ever thought in my life, and it was this week when I had to go and do it again, as I always do. And I went, that's it. There's no point trying. I don't know how to spell it, and I never will.
How often are you writing it as well?
Yeah, I mean, not very often, which probably helps. But, every 3 months, 4 months, you probably write in a text message or something.
Yes.
But yeah, it was quite. But this is great. Joe Holzman, I've just noticed, has written it in there, and he's put a question mark as if I'm going to know. So I don't know. I can correct you. But anyway, so maybe that's the same with Arbalaster. There's no point learning it. Craig Hughes, new edition crossbowmen of Uruguay. Ferret Schwartz, weren't the Corsair spears also called boarding pikes at some point during earlier editions? Maybe it's just about simplified gaming vocabulary, not having bloated accumulation of wargear terms. That's a fair point. Runish, not being specific enough compared to rune. From Craig. Joe. Oh God, it's doing weird. Oh, it's because my dad's mouse is backwards. That for me, the rollerball's backwards to what I'm used to now. Joe Holzman, it can't have been an issue with Runish because they still use the term in the article discussing them. Yeah, that was just a guess. You take an oath for yourself, you make oaths for others. He makes an oath on behalf of the Dunlendings. Frederick. Anyway, Frederick's back. Anyway, I'm actually going to bed now. It's just the boy who cried bed, isn't it? Good night, BSIME, as I feel I might lose my crown over the course of the night. Jack Brown, night all, Damien. Night all, Damien, not going to make it to the draw. So can you message me the list for stats purposes? Thanks, I will do. Advanced stats commentary. He's going to do some advanced stats commentary. Sean Clark, why don't you glue a metal Imrahil head on your shieldless Frida? It's a good choice. Craig Hughes, how many oaths would an oath maker make if an oath maker could make oaths? Harry is here. Finally got to the painting. Some brassy goodness going on to my Shadow of Mordor now. Very cool. Richard Clammer, that's a great idea. A dice draw for YouTube XP. Jack Brown, of course, and he's doing the commentary now. We can. So he's saying, let's see how much of this I can do. Player 1 has always scored the first point in the finals. Player 2 has never been in the final before. Has been the last 6 draws. To accompany Sam's commentary. Sam's not been in. Joe Holzman. Oh, Damien, that Pippin. Would the foot one be of any use, or did it specifically have to be the one riding Treebeard? It has to be the plastic one riding Treebeard. I need the scarf to fit onto the. I've got the Pip somehow. I've got the Pippin body without the scarf, and he's got a dent in him where the scarf goes. I need the scarf to sit in that gap, and I presume the foot one, the scarf is in a different place or a different piece. Thanks, they do. He did it last stream. I'm fairly sure you, Damien, and I'm fairly sure you questioned it then too. Oh no, who did what, and what did I question? Oh,
the chair getting into.
I think last time, you're right. Wasn't last time though the fact that you had like an impenetrable sea behind you or something? It was something to do with that you couldn't touch the floor behind you. It was a slightly different thing. Are you reading along? Are you caught up? Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, let me just. I don't know my paint scheme things. Where were we?
The comments are bouncing tonight. People are. I don't know if they're just fighting for XP, but they are flying.
Richard Clammer. Wow, that's a great idea. A dice draw for YouTube XP. Jack Brown. Of course, player 1 has always, in the sample recorded so far,
We're
scored...
past that. You want to go down to Craig Hughes, the VAR replay on chair mounting. And then Sean Clark. You can then skip over Jack Brown's because I read them. Sean Clark, I'm imagining Larry.
Just perching on a chair in a restaurant and looking at everyone like they're the weird ones.
I like the use of VAR there. No, let's go and see that again, please.
I do tend to sit cross-legged on things that people wouldn't normally sit cross-legged on.
Great sentence.
I'm sitting cross-legged now, more or less. Joe Holzman, doesn't Tolkien use Goblin and Orc interchangeably? Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, pretty much.
more Goblin in The Hobbit and Orc in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, he doesn't have a distinction.
Ricky Drinks paints. I'm 100% convinced the real Larry died in the glass-eating incident and an alien found the body and used it to pretend to be human.
It's like the Avril Lavigne conspiracy. Not my Larry.
Joe Holzman, you can enrage the cave drake, you just can't take it. See, it's Richard Clammer. That rule doesn't apply to Druzag clearly, because it would mean cave drakes would not be possible to take at all.
There you go.
That's Craig Hughes, Wolves Lawyer's Dream. Harry, favourite thing about the new book is Baragon getting his fair dues and Khazad-dûm getting some cool boosts.
Baragon was one of my choices. Good
We
shot.
didn't mention any dwarf stuff, did we?
Rubbish. It's also rubbish. A lot of them. I will say this, I do think the Khazad-dûm army is very, very, very good. I think they're really, really good.
Except for one thing. The one thing that's a bit crap in Khazad-dûm is dwarf rangers with two-handed weapons.
Why are they crap?
They're the same points as a regular dwarf warrior with a two-handed weapon. And they lose a defense, and they get a very situational +1 to wound.
Does that mean that dwarf rangers are the same points as a dwarf warrior?
Yep.
Right.
The archers are good because for the same points you get a longer range bow and a better shoot value, which is nice. And then the throwing weapons, you can't get a regular warrior with throwing weapons. There's still an argument for them. And it's a 3-up throwing weapon. It's just the two-handed ones. They get a +1 to wound in difficult terrain, rocky difficult terrain.
We talked about the service in this place, didn't I? Oh, second whisper?
Another one? You had one.
I don't think I should.
Well, I'll leave it with you.
Thank you very much.
Night night.
Right. High quality tea delivery service late in the stream. You love to see it. Fun fact, I packed up 3 different super glues to bring here because I didn't know which one was working, and I'm pretty sure they have all dried up now. So I've got 3 different super glues, all of which are completely useless to me.
Nah.
Thanks for laughing, you jerk.
If it makes you feel any better, I have possibly 2 super glues that are both working fine.
It does not, and I think you knew
One's
that.
an open Poundland one, I think, still in my fridge, and one is my standard tube of nicer super glue.
Just throwing away super glues.
Richard Clammer, hold on, Craig Hughes, Rules Lawyer's Dream, and hold on, no, we got on that one. KQ's the range on Enraged Beast is wrong too. Oh yeah, so it's range self.
Yeah, they're
So-
just they're just the wrong way around, aren't they?
He can't enrage the cave drake unless he's on top of it.
But Fury's like 12 inches or so, isn't it? They're just the wrong way around, aren't they?
Joe Holzman, flaming bands also cause terraform.
That's a good
Cave
shout.
drake being afraid of a little flaming stick.
That's pretty cool.
Joe Holzman, I think it's worth mentioning, I assume this argument was for fun, not anyone actually suggesting it to be ruled that way.
Can we be confident of that in the world we live in?
No. Joe Holzman, the Black Dart was from a South Run.
Yeah.
Joe Holzman, Imrahil assumed it was something the Nazgul did, but Baragon thought it was a poisoned projectile. Was there a mention of the Witch King using magic to weaken the walls of Minas Tirith? Ooh, that sounds familiar.
Does sound familiar.
Joshua Crosby, yeah, I'm going with Joe Rees-Jones.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, for the doubles.
Hmm.
Joe Holzman, we're saying exactly the same thing, Damien. Clamor beat me to 300, but I'm above him now. I've caught up.
That's about. I think that's about magic, right? I think we're agreeing about magic.
But that was about the ranking. And probably Clamor beat Joe to 300, but Joe's number 3.
I don't think that's what me and him are saying the same thing about. I've said very little about the rankings.
Ooh! Interesting news. Frederick, despite having gone to sleep, has shot up to 375, so 300 doesn't seem to be the cap.
How's he doing it?
So it's not just who gets there first. Very interesting.
That's less interesting than the story from earlier that you were worried wasn't interesting.
Rich Camera, I was ahead of Joe for a bit, so it's definitely more than order to 300. Rich Camera, all as separate lines. I want 3rd place, please. Joe Holzman. Joe Holzman, diarrhea?
It's one of those moments where you hope that someone joins the stream now. I've heard this battle streams is fun and good. What the?
Richard Hammer, when will Felix Schultz
Stop
it's
it,
diarrhea.
Richard.
Richard Clammer, 3rd place, Rory. Why are you typing diarrhea, hi ho hi he hey so much? Richard Clammer, come. Felix Schultz, amateurs. Craig Hughes, how often do you write it? See, I
That's what you asked.
don't think I have ever written diarrhea.
That's such a weird thing to be sure of.
I can't think of a situation.
I'm not talking about like writing it in your journal. I'm talking like texting people.
Anyway, it's never been something I've needed to text someone.
Maybe you don't get it as much as me.
Because I eat more sensible.
I would imagine that I don't believe that you're currently in a long-term relationship.
Yes.
You-
Does that make you mention diarrhea more?
Well, yeah, you text each other about like awful stuff.
Fair enough.
No, I had this last night. Oh, how are you feeling today? Oh, it's not much better. Oh, it's worse. Oh God. We've also got kids. You won't believe what happened this morning.
I was thinking. I had thought it might have been a kid thing.
It's not like I'm not at work putting it in my morning email. I imagine you could do some sort of comparative thing, and most of them would be to my wife, you know, or from my wife, you know. Not that she ever gets diarrhea because she's a lady.
Fair enough.
But yeah, maybe that's it.
Do you know who the next comment is?
Is it my wife?
No, Frederick Schultz.
Oh, of course it is.
Also, I'm not asleep yet,
Yeah.
obviously, but I will go soon. Craig Hughes, just sleep already, Fred. Joe Holzman, I wasn't expecting you to know. I was just showing off that I can spell it. but he misspelled it.
But you got it wrong, didn't you?
Philip Schultz, 375 XP. Ha ha ha, I win. I'm looking forward to next stream where I can get on this XP thing.
I wonder if I can disable it as a feature.
Craig Hughes, Philip Schultz is... She planned to pretend to go to bed so me and Joe Holzman give up. If so, I respect that. Philip Schultz, what if the Oathmaker would also make oats and eat oats? Would it be an oath? Oath makers, oath, oath makers, oatless oath.
It's got you all over it, that one,
Old school Chris C. My favourite spelling of diarrhea that I've come across working in a pharmacy was when a little old lady messaged in asking if I script for her diarrhea medication. That's like dire as in like a dire wolf, rear as in behind. Which is surprisingly apt. Joe Holzman, because I have a spare foot Pippin from that Treebeard.
Yeah, I got the offer. Thank you, I appreciate it. But alas, I think it'll have to be the other one.
Joe Holzman, Larry, Chair. Philip Schultz, Craig Hughes. No, I'm actually still ill and need rest, but also planning to work an early shift on Monday, but I just can't get myself to bed. Craig Hughes, Schultz, Oathmaker cuts hands with oats. Richard Clammer, are dragons spellcasters in Tolkien's writings?
No, they can, but I think to me the spells they have are, and I think this is true of the Ringwraiths as well. I think they are better representations of the things that dragons can do in the world.
Well, it's like the whole conversation that Smaug has with Bilbo, isn't it?
They can hypnotize people and I'm not saying Ringwraiths can't do any of those things. I think Instill Fear is a very good one for them, for example, to make people scared. And so some of them, I don't think there's examples of Ringwraiths moving people around, I guess. And
yeah,
I think Sap Will you could allow, and Drain Courage you could allow. So maybe it's fine. I don't have a big problem with it. It's just one of those things.
Frederick Schultz, Richard Clammer, where Hobbit sheriffs fight 5 in Tolkien's writings.
For sure.
Frederick Schultz, did any of them smack Sharky in the face? We haven't mentioned the best thing about the new book, the Sharky having hatred Hobbit.
Twice.
And then his army list giving him hatred Hobbit. Craig Hughes, I forgot about the dwarf mirrors.
Yeah, they're really good.
Reroll is tasty.
All of their rules are brilliant. Just put that army next to the Erebor army. It's just upsetting.
Richard Clammer, I've never read the Scouring of the Shire chapter. I stopped at the ending.
That's interesting.
It bothered me as a kid because it's kind of, you have like the big climax and then you have like a smaller, lesser climax afterwards that I didn't like.
Yeah, but if you don't make sure the second lesser climax happens, some people complain about it. Trust me, mate, it's not worth the risk. What I find interesting about that is he said I've never read the Scouring of the Shire chapter. I stopped at the ending. It's like you didn't stop at the ending. You stopped before the ending.
You see, I see what he means because it does kind of like end nicely without that.
Well, that's why it's not in the film, and I totally get that. I totally get that. But I think in the book you've got unlimited time, and so you can have. I really like it as a kind of. It's not this magical happy ending thing. You know, there are consequences. I really like it. I agree that I've come to enjoy it more as I've got older and I'm multiple rereads.
I'll see how I feel when I get to the second reread. Yeah. The problem is that you haven't put the read the books on the hobby bingo. So I'm wondering, do I read Return of the King this year or wait and see if they do a hobby bingo next year, in which case I get to read it, try and cross off a square then. Felix Schultz, Richard Clammer, not sure, but probably not with those two specific heroes around. Oh, yes, that's about 5/5 Hobbits. Joe Holzman, I played Khazad Dûm with my wargs the other week. I killed them too quick to grab all the objectives. Felix Schultz, Dwarf Rangers, Uruk Scouts, and a couple of other units should get movement boosts.
Uruk Scouts do, don't they? I don't understand that.
Some of the lists they do. I thought this would be interesting, is if you got movement speed boosts for having armor over heavy armor, and then for not having any armor. So maybe like 1 inch for armor, 2 inches for not armor.
I feel like that's very Warhammery. I think barding on horses definitely used to give you -1 movement.
Don't give you more of an advantage of having the soft, squishier things. Richard Clammer, ask her when does the curtain season change? Felix Schultz, okay, I'm going to bed now. This time for real. Good night, fellow BSIMers. Sure. I'll believe that when I don't see him in the chat. Rich Clever, night, Felix Schultz. Harry, I'm sure I don't want to ask this, but why do you throw a super glue in the fridge? That is a thing that I got from my dad.
The fridge?
Yeah, my dad's always stored super glue in the fridge, and those cheap Poundland pots always tend to dry out very quick. So I'm taken up.
I'm not going to argue. I don't store my super glue in the fridge, but I don't know that it's crazy to store your super glue in the fridge.
Yeah, I can just do it just in case it does help.
Fair enough.
I said my dad always did it, so...
Presumably, though, at some point you've accidentally drunk some super glue by mistake, but it's all right because you just have a slightly higher tolerance for drinking super glue than most people.
No, I sprayed it into my face at Warhammer World.
Yeah.
So basically what happened was I had one of my tubes that had dried up, but it still had like a bit of give, so it felt like they should be able to get it out. So I was kind of like, I was squeezing it, trying to get it out, and it wasn't coming out. And I did the thing of stopping, squeezing it, and turning it around to look at the end, see what was happening.
Yeah.
And in the turning around, I accidentally squeezed it a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's when it gave, and it just let out a cloud of super glue.
Onto your face, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Luckily.
That is the worst when that happens.
Luckily, I kind of reacted instinctively and kind of moved out of my face because I was like, I had to go to the bathroom to wash my eyes. Like, what do? Do you
You've got to
leave
wash
your
it
eye
off.
open?
Yeah. You
or
don't want to get it in your eye.
Risk it sticking open or risk it sticking closed.
Terrible.
So I ran off, went, shoved water in it, got an eye drop from the people.
Yeah.
I was fine. I just had a very crusty eyebrow.
Yeah, well, that's it. And better there than some of the other places, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that just happened.
I don't remember you did feel the eyebrow.
Sure, I did. Joe Holzman's got 3 workable super glues, 4 workable plastic glues, and we're also agreeing about 5 hobbits. 5 hobbits, not just about the Nazgul. Craig Hughes, dear diary, today I had diarrhea. Joe Holzman says, you did a course that meant you had to cut up rat intestines and you've never written diarrhea.
I can't think of a time that I've needed it.
Oh God, Richard Clam was getting into it. I wonder if it's number of words total, not just individual comment lines. I will endeavour to write the lengthiest comment lines possible to get all the characters possible to type. Joe also says, I think most people just say they've got the to be fair. I use the British spelling. Frederick is using the incorrect spelling. Richard Clam was, aren't there 2 spellings? An English and American version. It was on Cats Does Countdown and Susie explained it properly. I can't remember which one was English. The one with missing vowels is always the American one. Richard Cameron, Gulliver's 6-inch move hasn't had a mention yet tonight. It's in the book, so it must be as intended, right? I presume. I don't know. There's a tongue out emotion, a tongue out emoji here. I don't know what Richard's actually. He says. There's another comment. I actually like the last edition having a separation between foot movement distance and fight distance movement. But Smaug should have been at least 18, not 24. I don't. I think it's a mistake in the book. Is my take on it. So that's. I think he's meant to have a fly of 12. And it's a mistake in the book. And what I said last time was that I think the PDF was just taken from the book. So
yeah,
it's not that it was 6 and they kept it for the book. It's that it was a misprint in the book, which was taken for the PDF. So I would expect that would change, but maybe it's not.
I don't think it'd be too terrible if it doesn't change.
Yeah, just feels a bit weird. Joe Holzman says, by mistake, probably about something you've done. Sean Clark, isn't it irrelevant if you don't turn your fridge on anyway?
Hey.
Greg Hughes, Smaug base is too big for 12 inches to be enough. And then he says, that's what she said, which I believe was about your entire story about getting the super glue out. Sean Clark, meanwhile, the children at Warhammer World also knew not to point super glue into their own faces. Joe Holzman says,
I knew to stop squeezing. I just didn't.
Yeah. The trick is to know when to stop squeezing it, isn't it? That's the trick.
It just squeezed a bit unintentionally as it turned around.
It has. You're just cleaning it and it went off. Joe Holzman says, Gully has a 12-inch fly, feels incredibly strong, unless you got something that can one-shot a Fight 7/4 wound monster that is strike a monstrous charge. But that's what he had in the last edition, right? Not any better than he was, is he? I think. Jakey says, I've heard that super glue is great for your skin. Now, Jakey has not put super glue in inverted commas, but I believe he means to. Joe Holzman said, then he's almost always going to be able to regroup, take his pick of squishy targets and get back to full strength. That's absolutely true, but is that any different to how he was in the last edition? Don't know. And Richard Clammer says, well, they should have thought of that before they sculpted him with the second largest wings. Quite. And I've caught up on the chat. That's been remarkable. So, wonderful to have so many people in. Joe's just saying he thought he agrees, but he thought he was too good then. I think he was too good in the past. I don't know. I don't think that's how they'd nerf him, but maybe it is. So, on to our second main thing, which was about army lists. Larry Miller. So, now, stop all the nonsense we've been talking about for the last few months, last hour or so, and tell us about the army list you're looking forward to using. Do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so my first one is largely down to one. There's a couple of these where it's just largely down to one rule that I particularly like. It's Moria.
Okay. It's a nice Moria soupy stuff. So this is everything that isn't in the film space, isn't it?
And it's the Derbs rule.
Once per game, at the start of his activation, he may declare his using ability. He may not move, but all friendly Moria goblins gain +2 to their move value, and all goblins within 6 inches of him automatically pass any courage tests required when charging a model with a terror special rule.
I just like how well it fits like the pose for the model.
That's a nice idea. I don't like any special rule which stops the guy moving.
Yeah, but I feel he's not like a hugely great fighty guy, so you wouldn't miss too much by not having him fight.
Yeah, I used to. It was one of the biggest issues of Heroic Resolve in the last edition that no one ever called it, mainly because your hero, your most important character, just couldn't move, which just always had that impact on. It was then within 6 inches, so it was from wherever they were. I think, and I'm glad they changed that. But yeah, I think in SBG, anything that stops you moving is a big negative. But it is cool, and it's nice to have this Moria list back. I think we don't get Groblog obviously, and Ashrak, is it? Because they've been legacied.
They're in it, for legacies.
Yeah, but we get Durbers, we still got Drizag, we get fun things like wargs and hunting spiders and bat swarms and all that
And
sort
the
of
cave
stuff.
that you can't take.
Cave trick that you can't take. Very, very silly. So that's cool. Okay. My one, again, I think this is predictable, but there's a little shift of difference here. I'm going for the Battle of Bywater. I'm very, very pro hobbits. I've got a whole army of hobbits, and some of the very, very few hobbits that I haven't painted now are the 4 travellers on ponies, and so I'm quite excited to get them done. It's one of those things where you can suddenly go, I know the Battle of Bywater was in the old edition, but now I'm like, okay, all I need to do is paint these 4 hobbit heroes, and then I've effectively got a new army. And so looking through this for things I would want to play with, that's quite a drive for me. It's like, yeah, I'll definitely give that a go. Is it any good? You get an ambushing warband, you get woodland creature, and hobbit heroes get Standfast, Merry and Pippin. So no is my answer.
It's also annoyingly formatted.
What, the way the rules are on the other side?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is. I've been running a few numbers. It is, however, the army list where you can take the most hobbits. You can take more hobbits in this list than you can in the Shire, because there is now, of course, a maximum to some lists. There's a maximum, right? I think because there's no unnamed hobbit captains. Like Gondor, you can have 300 Minas warriors, and in theory you can take them all.
There's another list where you can have more hobbits.
This must be Fornost.
Greenfields.
Is that an uncaptained warband? Is it?
No, it's Rangers of the North.
Oh, Rangers of the North.
Ridiculously
Cool, fair enough.
horny list that people have found. You take Bull Warband, and then you take like 4 or 5 Rangers of the North, each with a full warband. You get to an 800-point list that's got like 80 models and 20 mics. It's got 20 Rangers of the North in it.
All the Rangers of the North are awful, of course.
They got 2 attacks, and they're like a 25.12 model warband leader.
Well, you should try putting that in the group.
People have. People suggested that list, and it was the most ridiculous, hilarious list I've ever seen.
In the Rangers group, Larry.
Oh, the Rangers.
Yeah, in the Rangers group. You want to get that in. See what they'll make of that.
I'd act as if I'm thinking that it's a protest group protesting how good Rangers are.
We need to get them nerfed. I will say this, and I'm so pleased with this. Tom Thorpe's doing his Buffed or Nerf series over on Planet Mithril, right? And I can't remember who he did, like Boromir or someone. As this all kicked off, and I wrote a comment on it saying, do Rangers of the North next. I think I wrote it in capitals, obviously being a joke. And he then did it, and he did are they buffed or nerfed? And I sent him a message saying, dude, I am so delighted you've done this. I hope you prepare yourselves for the bombardment of comments from 2 YouTubers in particular, and I promise you both of them commented on his post the next day and on his YouTube channel. To be clear, the 2 people that I told him about, they wrote on the Facebook post, this is stupid. You know, no hint of irony, this is stupid, how could they have been but? And then they went to the YouTube channel and wrote the same stuff. That, my friend, is psychotic. But yeah, it cracked me up. So yeah, that does destroy that. So I think, is it fair to say you're unlikely to do that?
I don't think many people have the sanity to paint that many hobbits, and also the fact that.
But even then, did you say you get to 80?
Hmm?
Did you say you get to 80?
Something ridiculous.
See, you get to more in this. I think I can't remember what it was. It was about 120.
Well, you can do unlimited if you.
Yeah, but what I mean is you're at 800, right? This is 30, and then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's no cap to it because it's
10. It's 100 and 150. I think you can get to 156 warriors, so about 166 in this.
Yeah, there's no cap to greenfields.
But this I reckon will be cheaper. I reckon this is achievable within 1,000 points or so. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But the point was, it was like, I feel like in the past there was always a point to collecting 1,000,000 hobbits, whereas now there isn't, because the army lists sometimes actually cap the amount of models you can collect.
Yeah, but I think you've also got the problem that, given they don't have spear supports, you're going to have just so many hobbits.
Yeah, it's ruffians, isn't it? Ruffians
to
again.
do with the hobbits.
Mm.
Because there's only so many you can actually get into a fight.
Yeah. But yeah, back to you for your next one.
What was my next one? It was a slightly controversial one. It's Dragons in the North.
Oh, very cool. I was tempted.
It just looks fun. I haven't got any dragons, but it makes me want to get some dragons. I like the fact that you have to give them different upgrades, so you can't just take whatever the best set of upgrades are.
I've heard a lot of chatter about dragons, but I haven't really dug into it too much. Is it the army list bonuses? Is it this Dragon's Horde rule that makes them so good, or is it the profile?
It's actually them in Moria that people have been more complaining about, because then they get the numbers to actually do stuff.
But what's different to last edition? Why are they? Is it the heroic strike so that you can't kill them as easy?
They fight 8 now.
Okay.
The fire breath doesn't use will anymore,
Oh, that'd be big.
so it's just a bow.
Yeah. Okay.
But in Dragons in the North, if you take more than one fire breath, you then can't have fly.
Yeah.
On one of them.
Well, one of them can take 3.
What?
One of them can take 3, right?
Yeah, so you could take 2 with fly and breathe fire, but then if you want a third breathe fire, you have to not take fly with it.
They might be good, but I think all dragon list is cool.
Yeah, and it's fun.
We're talking that's 350 plus 300, so 650, 950. So it's a kind of 1,000-point army with 3 dragons, just 50 points down. It's pretty cool, right?
And there's this whole gold thing as well.
Yeah. That's what I mean. The Dragon's Horde makes them really good. Like, as soon as you get to 2 to 3, they've got a banner for themselves. So that means, and to get that, you need to kill models and roll a 6, which they're going to kill a lot of models. So it feels quite achievable to me. It's every time a friendly model slays an enemy model. So if you've got 4 guys fighting you, he's got 4 attacks, and he manages to kill 4 of them or 3 of them, you get to roll 3 dice to get 6. Feels quite doable.
And I also like the you get 6 and you get an additional VP.
Yeah.
So if you're playing a large enough game, you could, with enough dragons, and they all got to 6, you could win the game without scoring any of the actual objectives.
If this happened, and then 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 this happened. But yeah, I think they're cool. I think it's a cool list. Maybe they are too good. I don't know, but I think it's good to have them in the game like that.
One thing I don't like though is I think it would have been cool if they put Smaug in there.
Are you serious? Is this a real thing?
Yeah, because you can only take Smaug in the one list that's only 700 points now.
So Smaug and a friend, effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or either that, or they should have given Smaug like the 3 trolls extra 50-point upgrades.
So you can play at different points. Yeah.
Like 1,000 points.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I think he's meant to be the last dragon at the time, isn't he? So that's probably the reason.
Yeah, it could be a young Smaug.
Well, you could have your general as Smaug, couldn't you?
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
a bit sad that you take Smaug in one list now.
I wouldn't. I can see that. I think it's probably a lore thing, but yeah, it's cool. My next one, I'm going to do a thematic one based on what I said. I'm going to go for the Ruffians, Sharky's Rogues. And again, this is because I've painted about 100 hobbits, and I've got I've got these at home, so I've painted a Sharky and Worm. I painted them over 10 years ago to use in my Eyes of God army, and I've got 24 Ruffians, and I've got the Ruffian heroes unpainted. I've never had any impulse to do them, but there's nothing like painting up the thematic opposition of something to make you want the opposition, you know? My Mordor army, I'd never really wanted a Mordor army, and I started painting the Morannons after I'd done the Army of the Dead from the Pelennor set. You know, having the Army of the Dead made me want the Morannons. It's kind of like this. It's not because I think the army's particularly good. I think it's pretty rubbish.
It always kind of has been.
You what?
It kind of always has been.
For sure. Like we said earlier, they don't have spears, so the fact that they're so cheap is irrelevant. He gets to stand fast from the whole battlefield, which I think he used to have. And then I like this, whilst the army's not broken, they get +1 courage tests. So that's kind of irrelevant. That's just for charging terror models, because he's got a stand fast that covers the whole table, and it's when they're not. It's courage. It's just for charging terror, and it's courage when they're not broken.
Yeah.
And then friendly ruffian models within 6 inches.
Magical.
What? Yeah.
There's no magical.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Friendly ruffian models within 6 inches of Sharky may use his courage instead of their own when taking courage tests. So
this is ridiculous, because it means that the ones within 6 inches of him. Where is he? Oh, where's Sharky gone? The ones with 6 inches of him are courage 7+ until you're broken.
Yeah, but it's the same rule. Do you know what I mean? It's the three things are like the same. They're not going to run away. They're not going to run away. They're not going to run away. Like there's like 3 not run away rules. There's like a Venn diagram, and then you get +1 to hit when making a shoot attack. I mean, it's awful. It's really bad.
You also get the hatred Hobbit special.
Yeah. It's very bad. And I find a lot of the rules a bit odd in this one, but I kind of want to use it. And I don't know if this is me doing my current version of SBG, where I just like to poke the trolls. It's like, the ruffians are rubbish and the rules are stupid. It's like, well, I want to use them. But yeah, bizarrely, like flicking. I've talked a bit in the past about like dreaming. Like, you know, I like just flicking through the books and dreaming about future armies and what I might make. Not making lists, but just using. You know, thinking about what they might look like and hobby projects. And yeah, Sharky's Rogues are up there, despite the fact that I reckon this might currently be the worst army in all of SBG.
Yeah.
If you tell me if I'm wrong in the comments, I think this might be the worst army list. But I don't mind that. I don't mind that there's a worst army list. There's been a huge shift in the rhetoric where people are seem to think that they're either competitive or crap. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you can't use them, they're crap. And that never used to be the way. Like sort of 2012 to 2020, there were competitive lists and uncompetitive lists, but it didn't matter that there were uncompetitive lists. That was fine. You know? And now it seems to be like, that's crap, it can't compete. And it's like, I think it's fine that there's a variety of lists. I don't want the Ruffians to be able to defeat the Men of the West. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think it should happen. I think you can have... you should be able to have different armies at different levels. I think that's okay. When we're talking about a world where we've got 70 army lists or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm sad that they still haven't sorted out the problem with Sharky and Worm.
Go on. What is the problem with Sharky and Worm?
Where if you're being competitive, you kind of want to just throw Worm into a fight and get him killed before he becomes a liability.
Yeah.
I feel there should be some. He can't move more than a certain distance away from Saruman.
But he does have that amazing rule that he got in the last edition, where if he sneaks around on his own, he becomes quite a decent fighter.
But it sadly got the nerf. I didn't get to see anyone exploit it last edition. Because last edition, you could ally him in with someone who can cast Shout of Shadows, or whatever it's called.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
You could cast that on him to buff him up.
There's also a really nice buff to Bill Fernie now. This is a great rule. I don't think he used to have this, called Sharky Spy. At the beginning of the game, he can choose an enemy hero, and when he's within 12 inches of that hero, if the hero declares a heroic action, they have to roll a dice on a 1 or a 2. The declared heroic action is cancelled, and the might point is not spent. Oh God, I didn't see the might point wasn't spent. Even that's rough. I quite liked that as an idea that he knew what was happening. He could stop him, but they keep the might. Poor ruffians.
Too good.
Poor ruffians. I think they're rubbish. And also, I love this one as well. The burn it down rule cracks me up. You can set fire to a piece of woodland terrain or a house, and it will have no impact on your game. Look,
What does it do? Does it like just get rid of it, or
he just sets it on fire, and then any model that's within it in the end phase of the turn that he's done it is set ablaze on a 4+. It's like if you see you've got your army, you're hiding in a forest, and row of thistlewoods wandering towards you. You leave the forest, don't you?
it would be really good for Fog of War if you can accurately predict what terrain piece is the one your opponent's picking and just set that on fire.
Yeah, that's good. I think I'd like it to be a banner, like they're burning down your house. So like you set fire to a piece of terrain, then that becomes a banner for ruffians or something, a really big banner or something. But I don't know. I just think they're rubbish, but I really want to use them.
Yes.
I just think they'll be fun, but nothing like Harry did. I mean, it feels like a Throne of Skulls army to me, but I just couldn't do 1,000 points of them.
It does seem a bit mad.
Yeah, there's just not enough. At least with the Hobbits, you get the Gandalf. That's what I did last year, and you get Gandalf, which takes up about 200 of your points. And they have so many named heroes that actually does the majority of the work for you. But there you go, ruffians for me.
You can cheat a bit because you've got some hobbits already painted.
Yeah. But even then, I ran the cost on it, and I think once you take everything that's not a ruffian, you're at about 400 points. So then you need like 600 points of ruffians or something. It's something like that.
What was my next one? Somewhat predictably, my next one is Army of Khandoom.
Right, okay, very cool. To use your Aldrak.
So I used it at that one event, the team event, last year in the old version, and I did quite well with it, but because it was a team event, I could avoid fighting anything too scary that had... I think the problem it had was that you had Aldrak, who was the only sort of scary thing. So if they had anything that could shut that down, or like a scary hero of their own, because he's quite squishy, you were kind of in trouble. But in this edition, it got given the hill trolls.
Yeah, that's cool.
But not only hill trolls, they're hill trolls that if they charge, they get to be fight 7.
Oh, because they're warriors. That's nice.
Yeah. The cheeky fight 7 hill trolls gives you something for you to be afraid of that's not Aldrak.
And 6-inch
And
banners.
Yeah, fight 7. I mean, it's another one that's not like game-breakingly good, but it's sort of fun looking.
How many Warriors of Khandoom did you get?
I've got 4 boxes worth built, but 3 of them are captains. I've got another 4 that I bought at that event.
Another 4 boxes?
Another 1 box.
Alright, so that's 30.
So it's 5 boxes altogether, but one's not built yet.
I don't think I've ever played them. I know they haven't been out for that long, but I haven't played a single game against any of them. But yeah, it's cool. I will stay in the same geographical area and say the host of the Witch King. And
that's what I have actually used.
What, in this edition?
Yes.
Very cool. I'll be curious about your thoughts then. The reason for this is I have been thinking, and I'm sure I know you watch hobby vlogs and you watch a lot of the streams and all that. You've probably heard this before. I've been thinking of an Angmar army for a very long time, and this goes back to a time that you probably remember, and I want to say 2013, 2014, when things started disappearing from the range.
Oh yeah.
And I wanted an Angmar army then, and I bought up Bakari Sweat. You love to see it. And I basically bought up all the metal bits I'd need, and at the time it was like Burda, the Dwimmer Lake, the Tainted, some Barrow Whites, and some Spectres, right? So I bought those blisters 10 years ago, and I always wanted an Angmar army. And then I think in the new edition, like 2018, Angmar they were really competitive for a while, and I was like, no, I don't really want to do it. But I was never Gullivar, I was never the Shade. I didn't want to go down that route, but I just like the idea of spooky ghosts and orcs. And then I painted up all the metal orcs for like 2 years ago, and last year and this year, painting up all those bits to be an Angmar army was on my list. Didn't get to them last year, not going to get to them this year, and it's kind of on my list for next year. And obviously now we don't have an Angmar list anymore. I believe we have Host of the Witch King, Shadows of Angmar, Burda's Horde, and the Wolf Pack of Angmar.
And Cardoon.
And Cardoon, yeah. And to me, the Host of the Witch King is the one that most matches the Angmar I wanted. If that makes sense. I love the idea that you can only take the Witch King on the horse. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really good change. I don't think it makes it necessarily brilliant. It's a bit like it was the Legendary Legion, right, in the Angmar book. I think this is. I haven't compared them. I think this is effectively the Legendary Legion from that Rise of Angmar book. But I like that as a constraint for the list. Yeah, you can take the Witch King, but you can't take the Fell Beast, that sort of thing. And then to me, it's got the bits I like. So it's got the Barrow Whites and the Shadow of Rudar, who feels like a Barrow White hero. I'm not that interested in the Cardoon, but I love that it's got Nazthak. I like Nazthak. Not interested in Shade, but it's got Spectres, and it's got the Orcs and the Wild Riders. It's a shame to lose. There's no Trolls in this one. So it's a shame to lose like a Troll expert. You get the Werewolves, but to me, this has got the models that I've got in those blisters. You know, I've painted up my Spectres this year actually, but I've got the Barrow Whites, the Witch King. I lose my Ring Wraiths, but basically this is the closest I can now get to the Angmar army I dreamed about. I don't want Gullivar, so I'm not interested in Shadows of Angmar. Burda's Horde is cool, but then it loses me the Witch King and all the ghosties that I like, and the Wolf Pack's obviously just wolves. So it's not perfect, but I can see myself using the Host of the Witch King next year. And
so I took it just to cross it off the using 10 armies square, because I know I'm going to use Army of Cardoon at some point, so I'll use this one to try out Witch King and Aldrak.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so I was half Cardoon, half Orcs. But that's quite good, because I was against Numenor, so having a tasty Fight 7 Witch King.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. The other thing that's cool is that, does it matter? Does it make a difference? He's fighting a man, which puts him above Earnor, but then Earnor can take his fight value. Is that right?
Yeah.
Witch King fight 6 base, is that right now?
Yeah.
So he gets +1 against Earnor, which you said gives him the edge, but then Earnor's special rule nicks it back, making it irrelevant. Is that right?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
And it's not Arvidway, because Arvidway's fight 5, she's higher than it. I really like that rule, but maybe it's not doing what I thought it might do.
It was good, though, because it was against Isildur. So, obviously, Isildur couldn't put on the ring to get a higher fight than him, because he's a ring wraith, so it wouldn't do anything.
It's interesting, because I think you could also argue it both ways, because it's like, there's one of them's whilst engaged in combat, and one of them's at the start of the combat, and I can see two arseholes, we'll call them, arguing that which rule comes first. Like the Witch King has to take Earnor's fight value 6, which wouldn't make a difference. So it must be the other way around. Like, the Earnor player, the Witch King player, right? So at the start, you can take my fight value, which is 6. So you have fight value 6, and now I get +1 for fighting a man, and I'm fight 7. You know. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it feels maybe those two rules counter each other out a bit, but I don't really care about the rules. It's more a fluff feeling for me. So that was one.
So I'm flipping the page, one page over from my last one, and it's Easterlings,
Very cool.
which is the Amdur one, not
Yeah.
the Dragon Emperor one.
Mm-hmm.
And is this the one I do have the Dragon Emperor and do want to get him painted, but this is the one that sort of excites me more. I kind of like how it's got the rules that fit with that thematic, them being the last people left at the Pelennor.
Mm-hmm. I think people would be more excited to play it as well because of the Dragon Emperor stigma.
And it's got the better rule than your Ruffian one.
Do you mean a rule that like deletes half your army? Because that would be...
So instead of having +1 courage before you're broken, once you're broken, you're fierce.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's actually a very good.
It's incredibly useful. Be handy, that. Yeah, I mean, I'd be excited. I just think it's demonstrably a worse list than the Dragon Emperor one, and so I would be delighted to play it because of what it meant about the player I was playing. You know, I'd be playing you, and it'd be because you loved Amdur. That's the reason, right?
Yeah.
And and I'd have Ruffians because I loved Ruffians. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want to play at SBG.
Yeah, this feels a lot more fun than the other one.
I agree.
And it's still got all the Drakes and all the other fun toys. Yep.
And so for me, I'm going to go for Battle of Fornost. I really wanted to try this last edition and didn't get around to it, but this is super cool because BSIME Gondor painted it up. My Rivendell I did as BSIME, painted it up, and I've just painted up Hobbits. I've basically accidentally painted a Battle of Fornost army over the last couple of years. And all I need to do, and I don't have either of them, I just need to buy Glorfindel and Earnor, and I've got a brand new army. And I find that really exciting. I'd love to use this at Throne of Skulls, but none of the models I've painted are Throne of Skullsy. You know, they're all super speed painted. They're not. I keep coming back to this, going, is there a cool thing for this? Is there a cool theme for it? Is there a cool display board? Is there a cool fancy dress? And then I'm always like, oh yeah, but then I'd have to paint a really nice warband of elves and all that sort of thing. I just don't think I can get there. But I showed you on my table, I've already got Aranarth and I've got the Rangers of the North, and I just feel like this is a couple of hobby months away from being a project that I've got, and I'm really excited to use it. I also really like the rules. I think they're good. Everything getting resistant to magic. Eonor can't have his courage reduced, and Gondor Knights get +1 to charge, which I think is cool. And there's a lot of utility from the various things, and you get to use the super cool new hero models of Aranarth, Glorfindel, and Eonor. So this is one I won't get to it this year because I haven't got Eonor yet, and I haven't got Glorfindel, but this is it's a bit like the Eladan and Elrohir thing. I wanted to paint them up without a fancy Rivendell army. I don't want a fancy Rivendell army, but this gives me an excuse to paint the Glorfindel one.
An aside, it's really bothering me that it goes Arnor, then Army of Dale, then Battle of Fornost. I feel like Arnor leading into Battle of Fornost makes more sense thematically.
Well, it's not.
Army of Dale going into
It's not
Army of
alphabetical either, is it?
And the Defenders of Erebor.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. That is interesting. It must just be random, isn't it?
I think it's because it's the list, the order they come in, the like profiles. So Arnor comes, and then Dale comes after Arnor, and this is like a weird soup list, so it comes at the end with the weird soup lists.
Very cool. And I think that is over to your last one, is that right?
My last one is my one good one, and it all comes from one special rule that I find amusing. Where the hell is it? It's The Ford's one.
Ford's Visor.
Ford's of Eisen.
Lyra Miller, I'm delighted to say we've picked 10 different army lists.
Indeed.
That's good work, my friend.
It's this Resolute Rohirrim rule, where if your army's broken, friendly models gain the Dominant 2 special rule. I just love the idea of someone trying desperately not to break you on domination. Because once they break you, you're suddenly going to control all those objectives more easily. So you want to try, and if you're playing against, you want to try and break yourself.
But simultaneously trying to kill your model so you can take the objectives. I love the Elfhelm rule. I think that's new, isn't it? If Theodred is engaged in combat within 6 inches of Elfhelm, enemy models may not make strikes against Theodred. If there's another model they can make strikes against instead.
Ooh, that's quite cool.
I don't remember reading that before. That's a brilliant rule.
I also like what it still has Theodred getting Swarm Protector Theodred.
That feels like quite an evil rule to me. You know, that idea that you can it's almost who does that? There's lots of evil examples. You know, that redistributing wounds onto other people.
Yeah, it does seem like less heroic, but I guess it's supposed to be more them voluntarily sacrificing themselves.
It's them jumping in the way of the blows, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's a different way for a good army to keep your linchpin model alive. I think it's really good. I really like it.
I wonder if we'll see a lot of this one when the new Theodred comes out.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got to talk about that, right? Brand new Theodred. Like, I'll go over to. I'll switch. I know everyone's seen him. Everyone's got the book, but I can switch to Theodred Cam. Ooh.
It's definitely not something I expected.
He is. Do we like?
Yeah.
I think it looks cool.
But just... I just want to know why, though. I mean... Is he high on people's...
Is it any weirder than Imrahil?
Yeah. Well... Imrahil, I guess, because maybe Adam Trope's been pestering them for long enough, not just given up.
Maybe. Like
really
Bold made sense, some sort of sense, if nothing else, from the base size. Imrahil, I don't think did. This, I mean, he would be quite high up the list of awful models people want a new one for. I think he always does well badly on that.
But he's not one you see people using very often, especially now when there's not a lot of lists that he's in.
Yeah.
Because the way the list building works.
My bigger question for it, I think, what bothers me more than the why is where is he?
Yeah.
I find it incredibly weird, given that I don't know, what was the first thing they showed us? It's Hera, right?
Yeah.
Hera waited 6 months to come out. And Hera was clearly an outlier because she was part of the whole War of the Rohirrim thing. But then what was the first thing? Bolg?
Yeah, Bolg was it was on that, like, weird... like, tacked onto another announcement,
so what was Bolg, like 3 months wait?
Something like that,
4 months wait. Given they don't mind doing that, I find it incredibly odd that he's in the book and they haven't revealed him on Warcom with his foot version.
They haven't addressed him at all, have they?
No, and I find that really, really odd.
Because Hera was accidentally, or possibly accidentally, in a video, and then they put out the thing.
Put her straight away.
After.
And like, I don't know, man, but this is. I remember them doing it with Bill the Pony in the quest for. It's the only example I can think of when in this era when a source book came out and there was a model, but that was Bill hidden in the middle of the fellowship. And I remember them making a big deal. I think it was Jay said it on a Facebook post. We've been waiting for someone to spot it. Like they knew he was in there, and they deliberately, it was like a treat for whoever spotted it first, and it took people ages to spot him because he looks so much like the old model almost.
Yeah.
And then they all got very excited about it. Whereas this, it's like the book came out. You saw the model when it was leaked before the book came out. It's now out, and it's weeks later. I was like, where's the Warcom article? Like, talking about him, even if he's not coming out for months. And I find that incredibly odd. And I'm not gonna. Well, I am gonna doom and gloom. I don't necessarily think this is the case, but the closest thing I can think of is this reminds me a bit of the Thorin's Company in the Hobbit rulebook, or the Bard in the Desolation of Smaug supplement, which have subsequently came out, but only when the game was reintroduced. And part of me, I don't know, just wonders if this is like a model that isn't being released or that got canned or something.
Although, interestingly, the one thing I did notice after it come out is that you could have actually predicted him coming, because him and Bolg are two of the only profiles that kept options that didn't have models.
Sure, okay.
He kept a shield option and Bolg kept a bow option.
Yeah.
So if you'd have read too much into that, you could have gone through and said...
And that's why we know that High Elf Plastic Warriors are about to be released.
Yes. Well, I think that they're highly likely. I'd be surprised if we don't get them in a year or two.
That's... I feel so. I'd be surprised if we don't get new Mordor orcs in the next, I don't know, 5 to 12 years. It'd really surprise me. But until 12 years have passed, you can't prove me wrong. I don't know. I hope that's not the case, and I hope that he's coming out soon. But do you know what I mean? It's odd that he's out there and people know about it, and they haven't announced it via Warcom. I was sure it was going to be the release week. When the book came out, I go, and here's a new thing to show.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it, but it's weird that didn't happen.
It's odd, but hopefully not.
Although I'm just hoping though that when he does come out, his foot model's painted differently to his mounted model.
It's a good factoid. So I believe that's over to me for the last one, and it's a bit of a cheaty one. And it's also a thrilling climax to our discussions tonight. I'm going to sneak 2 in here. And I'm going to say, completely unironically, Arathorn's Stand and the Grey Company. And do you know why, Larry?
Is it because of how overpowered they are?
It's because I love Rangers of the North. Genuinely, though, I'm not gonna get to them this year. I was really hoping to, but I got this. I probably talked about this at some point in the vlog, or maybe it's a vlog you haven't seen, but I got this box for my birthday, or maybe Christmas, I can't remember, the Dunedain box, as well as the Chieftains of the Dunedain, which I think is that double Halbarad and Arathorn, I think. And they are, that pack's here, they were on the Dunedain were on the list. And I was thinking about this last year, but the PDF was out, and I didn't mind the Ranger profile, but it was pre the book. But I was really tempted by just that as a hobby project. Effectively, I was like, oh, that's a cool. I think it might have been looking at Hobby Bingo and looking at a 600-point good army. It's like, how can I paint that with not a lot of models? And you could do it with like an Aragorn and then Halbrand and 10 guys or whatever. I don't know, but I just really like it I think it's a cool thing that I don't have in my collection, a handful of Rangers of the North, and I like the fact that these are the two, I think I'm right in saying these are the 2 Rangers lists now, right? There isn't a Rangers list. There's Grey Company and Arathorn Stand, is that right?
I think so, yeah.
So I think the Grey Company is, this feels weird, but I think it's true. The Grey Company is the only way you can do Aragorn leading Rangers pre the War of the Ring. You just have to not take the 3 hunters. Is that right? Not take Leggy and Gimli.
Yeah.
I don't think there is any more Rangers, which is it's either Arathorn and Halbarad, who's obviously quite old, or the Grey Company list. And so those are the two ways you can incorporate. And obviously, as we've talked about as well, you can put Rangers into things like the Battle of Fornos as well. So it was all those things that were just like, I quite fancied painting Rangers of the North for a few things. I really want to paint up the old, what was called the Three Hunters Aragorn, the Finecast one with his hood up to lead him with the bow.
This guy.
Yeah, that one.
Very close to being finished.
I think he's a good Aragorn to have leading them.
Yeah, that's what my plan is, to paint the cloak black, not as an elven cloak, so it's his Strider wandering in the wilds.
Yeah,
cloak.
absolutely. Yeah, completely. And again, are either of them particularly good? Don't know. I did really well. Me and Trokey did really well with Grey Company at doubles. We got second at doubles a couple of years ago with them, and I think they're pretty much the same now, which is pretty cool. But I don't really care about the profile. Yeah, if they're good or not good, it doesn't really bother me. They seem fine to me. And wouldn't you know it, who else is in the Grey Company? Eladan and Elrohir.
Oh, I was thinking of that.
Yeah, so that's my reasoning for Eladan and Elrohir, that like I don't have any plans to do that. It's like the Glorfindel in the Battle of Fornos. I don't want to paint a Rivendell army, but there's a couple of army lists that allow me to cheat, to use heroes I want to use, like Glorfindel and Eladan and Elrohir, without needing the army. Eladan and Elrohir on here can't have the horses, so I have literally no use whatsoever for mounted Eladan and Elrohir, which is something I actually quite like, because one of my least favourite things on earth is when you have to paint the foot and mounted version of the same hero. I hate it with a fiery passion. So I think I'm in the market for Eladan and Elrohir on foot, but they're only sold with the mounted ones. But yeah, so I quite want to use, I think early 2026, I'm going to try and paint up a kind of selection of Rangers of the North to use in a couple of different armies, and I'm quite excited about that.
Fair enough.
And those are our profiles, I believe.
It just struck me that you can't take a list of Aranarth just leading as first chieftain of the Dunedain.
No, isn't he only in the Fornos one?
And Arnold.
Yeah.
You need his dad.
Yeah.
Or you need...
I could be wrong, but I think that was true in the last edition as well.
He's a bit sad.
I agree. But then, he was basically leading them into retreat. Maybe he shouldn't be leading them. He at that point he was so embarrassed by his kingdom that he had to stop being a king. Do you know what I mean? It's like, mate, he's not lovely model, not hugely great leader. So there we go. Shall we see what the chat are saying about army lists, and then have a look at Facebook and try and wrap things up by 2 a.m. Those are our army lists. I hope you've enjoyed it, and well done to the 20 of you who are still out there with us.
Random pointless aside, I like their dedication to fairly pointless little details. Just flipping between Arathorn Stand and Grey Company, they've based the Rangers differently to suit the photos that they're in.
That is good. I like that.
One has like a grey base without grass, and one's got like a more grassy base. And the dragons and the cave drakes I noticed earlier, in the profile pictures they've got no snow, but in the Dragons of the North picture they've got snow on their bases.
Is it the same model?
It's painted very similarly. It's hard to tell because it is just...
You think they've sprinkled snow on the model?
Maybe. I was trying to look at it and see if it looked like it was glued on or not.
That is interesting.
These Rangers, they're definitely differently based.
Is it? It's not... Could it be Photoshop, though? It could be colour shifted in Photoshop.
I guess.
Because I'm looking... this sort of stuff really interests me. I'm looking at the... We're on page 75 and 77.
Yeah.
If you look at the ranger who is to the furthest right on each page, he's holding a bow in his left arm and a spear above his
Yeah.
head.
That's what I was comparing.
They. Oh no, that's not the same model, is it? He's got a hood up there.
Oh yeah, yes. Spear guy is the same. The far left guy. This is thrilling content for everyone.
No, I think they are different. I think they are different models.
The highlight on his chest looks a bit different for Spear guy.
As much as they're different models, they're incredibly similar colour schemes on every little bit.
Yeah. They're definitely following the same paint guide if it's not the same person.
I mean, this sort of stuff I genuinely find fascinating. I really do. But I think if you look at... So on page 77, there's 4 rangers, right? Look at the one to the left of Halbrad. He's got a spear in his right hand and a bow in his left hand.
That's the guy I was looking at.
Yeah.
The highlight on his chest, there's a bit of like a smudge.
But page 75, he's then to the left of Halbrad, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the flock on his base, it looks like it's in exactly the same spots on both.
Yeah. But that highlight definitely does look different.
And even if you look at his mouth, look at the left side of his mouth as you're looking to him. There's almost like a dark line that isn't there on the right side of his mouth. And that seems to be there on both of them.
Yeah.
I think they're the same models and the bases have been changed in Photoshop.
Maybe. My favourite one was still the fact that they had to get someone to dig out the golden king
Yeah.
to swap them onto a 40mm base for a free PDF.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the one that's...
See, this sort of thing, I think this is... The people on the internet at 1am may disagree. I think this is good content. I think this sort of thing's fascinating. I'm now looking. I'm looking at the 3 hunters, right? You know, on the Grey Company one page.
Mm.
And then I'm comparing them to Defenders of the Pelennor in Armies of Lord of the Rings. They're the same models.
Yeah.
They're if you look at the grass is in the same places. So I think the models on the Grey Company page 76 and 77 have had their bases colour shifted in Photoshop. I reckon.
I'm going to open up Tom's original hit.
Love to see it.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon we should go for first? We've got a yellow, a black with a white inside, a black with a brown inside, and a red one with a yellow inside.
I think if you throw it at the bin, it'll all land in there at the same time.
What's that?
Throw it at the bin, it'll all land there in the same time. I would go for anything that doesn't have black in it because it is likely slightly less likely to be licorice.
Okay, I'll go with the red and yellow one.
What is it?
So the outer layer is kind of like a gummy, like kind of a hard gummy, and the inner layer is sort of a softery sweet.
Not licorice though.
That one don't think that is licorice.
Cool.
Assuming these are.
Richard Clammer, I'm looking forward to Army of Dale just because I've recently got the models paid. It's basically no different before. Agree with that. I'm not looking forward to Pass of the Druidan. What the fuck? 12 roses. How am I meant to get 3 more reasonably priced? I don't understand that. Why would you have 9 roses? I get there was an old thing where he was a hero of valor and could leave 15, but you can only buy 12, right? Is that the...
Yeah, he can take 12 now instead of 15. He can still take 15, but he doesn't have to take 15.
So what's the issue there then?
It used to be an issue last edition.
Yeah,
This
but I mean
last
now
edition-
this is Richard now saying I'm not looking forward to Pass the Druid. Is he joking? Is it a reference to old one?
Possibly. But I know last edition people complained because you could only buy
Yeah.
him in a box of 12.
No, I
and him,
remember the issue in the last one.
if you needed 15s, you had to buy an extra 3 Wozers somehow.
Yeah. Right. And he also says, I'm also a little sad Arnold doesn't get a Gondor list to go in. Yeah, I agree with that. Army Variable looks fun though, lots of choices and no compulsories. That's always good. I think people are excited by the list that don't have any compulsories. Joe Holzman, Armies picks for me would be Birdos, Horde and Wolfpack of Angmar. I've already used both. One that I haven't used I'm looking forward to is Defenders Variable, even if Dane's probably not a top 3 pick for hero if you're thinking competitively. Yeah. Craig Hughes likes Serpent, Horde and Grief of Aemma. Richard Clammer says Defenders Variable would be another shout for me too. Jakey looking forward to the Army of Erebor. Army of Erebor getting a lot of love. Convert a younger Gimli and older Goyne, that'd be cool. And Army of Dale because I started to paint them and then couldn't use the new heroes. I'm looking forward to getting them on the table. Craig Hughes thinks it's nice to have Eladan back and fight 7 Aemma running around the board. Rerolling failed wounds sounds fun. And Joe Holzman says, damn, Clammers jumped ahead of me again. I presume that's XP. I'm beginning to think it's time based on the stream or a combination. Do you know what? If it was time based on stream, I'll be much happier than with it because it would dissuade people from commenting.
I was a little bit surprised about Saladin that he didn't get fight 6.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it?
Like the biggest, fightiest Harrod guy. It feels weird that like Faramir got fight 6, but he didn't.
Yeah, it's a circle that I think is really, really tough from a rules writing perspective. That
Yeah.
Aragorn should be fight 7 and everyone's fine with that. But then by the time you work your way around to getting Amda at fight 7, I'm not sure Amda should be the same as Aragorn.
I'm okay with it.
But maybe, yeah. But that is
Yeah.
literally just my opinion. But then, do I think Amda's and it isn't? It's a bit like the Rangers of the North thing, where it's like they shouldn't be fight 4 because they should be fight 5 because they're better than Warriors of Minas Tirith, but they're not as good as elves. They shouldn't be fight 5. So then elves should be fight 6, Rangers of the North fight 5, Warriors of Minas Tirith fight 4. But then if elves are fight 6, then Legolas and Tauriel have to be fight 7, which then means, do you know what I mean? It's this constant cycle.
It did crack me up when I was rewatching the Easterling week stream when you'd gone through their fluff and rules in the blue rulebook, and it's all about how they're the most skilled fighters in Sauron's armies, and then they're the same fight as a basic orc warrior.
Sam Huddy is in. I've missed a Larry stream. Well, that's tomorrow sorted. Cancel all my bookings. I've got to say, Sam, I think we've had a lovely time tonight. Very little madness from Larry tonight. Very little chaos. Richard Clammer, it's got to be word count, surely. I'll export it to a spreadsheet afterwards and see some stats. Enjoy that, my friend. Sam says, Mr. Page went 3-0 with Dragons of the North earlier at our event. Page, he's getting a bit filthy, isn't he? I saw he dug out the Eagles, and now he's pushing himself into the Dragons. What's happened to the...
Yeah, there's been a lot of Bill from Sam.
What's happened to the fluffy Sam Page of the past? Next time he hosts a stream, we'll have to call him on it. Josh Crosby, the more I hear about these Rangers fans, the more I like the sound of them. Harvey Valentine is in, and he says Radagast definitely had diarrhea. That's a hell of a first comment.
That reminds me, on Radagast week, can people get a bonus dice entry if they legitimately have bird poo in their hair?
Do you mean the humans?
Yes.
I don't think that's something I want to encourage. Why do you want that for yourself?
No, because I want to see Josh Crosby go out and do that just for the extra. Because I know he'd be tempted.
I thought maybe it was just going to be like that stream was lining up with one of your weeks that every year that you spent in a tree or something. You know? Richard Clammer, I played a single dragon at 250 points. It was pretty awesome. The gold thing isn't that easy to do anything with, at least not 250 points. Yeah, it'd be fun because at 250 it's gonna be much harder to kill it, but then you've only got one model, so it's gonna be harder to win scenarios. It's an interesting one. Craig Hughes thinks the dragons need new models. Saw someone put dragon wings on a cave drake, which looks much better. That's cool. And then Richard, presumably the same game, killed 15 Rohan Royal Guard and Theoden, but only got 2 gold. That's about right, isn't it? So 16 dice. So you're going to, on average, you should get 2 or 3. Craig Hughes, Smaug fledgling profile. That's a great shout. Joe Holzman, there was a Dragons of the North list at the event I went to today, a dragon and a cave drake. It beat me by a point. I was a single wild courage test away from winning, and then beat Garrison of Athelion heavily, before losing to Expedition to the East, and then the 3 trolls, and it finished 6th overall. Breathe fire, fly, and superior intellect. That seems fine. Finishing 6th overall. Sam says, add a green stuff backwards cap to convert your young Smaug. Richard Clown has asked about upgrades. Sam says, worst armies, clearly Rangers. The internet said so. Craig Hughes says, invisible worm. That's about you with Shroud of Shadows. Joshua Crosby. You what?
Frederick's been dethroned.
By who?
By Craig Hughes.
You never should have gone to bed. Josh Crosby says, poor ruffians. And then Harry, our ruffian expert, comes in. Having played them last edition at 1,000 points, I can confirm they're way better than people think. Excessive numbers of bows that can shoot into combat, so many models that when you're quartered, you outnumber most armies, and the ability to have so many models, you simply time out the opponent. My biggest issue is having enough time to finish games, but you will eventually kill lots of things. That's interesting. Maybe they're not awful.
That was how me and Kieran won so many games with the pre-walls of Angmar walls at some doubles tournament last year.
Yeah,
we won all the objective ones because there was just so many huge based wargs everywhere that they couldn't get rid of them quick enough.
You can use the bases to block things.
The objectives and stuff.
It's interesting. Josh Crosby says their mill is a massive asset. Richard Clammer, I go on one toilet break and I lose my place. Have they given a shout out to the Wolf Pack of Angmar? So that's a great list. Loved it since Rise of Angmar. Still pointless to have werewolves in it other than the fun factor. Neither has picked the Wolf Pack of Angmar, interestingly. I do think it's cool. I've played it and I thought it was a really cool list.
Yeah. I said I played it with the Khan Doom and we had 110 models.
Yeah, I remember.
Table, and we got down to like 20, less than 20.
It is cool. I'm glad it exists in the game. Craig Hughes playing against Ari the Witch King with double, even triple Barrow Whites with +3 paralyze. How's that work? +3 paralyze. Is there a casting bonus?
It's only on 3+ now.
Oh, I see. So it's the wrong way around. So 3 plus he's put +3 powers. I thought that was a +3 casting value or something. The Easterling split is a nice way of giving Easterling players 2 cool ways of doing it. I agree. Arnor model is so nice and makes a good proxy for a King of Men Mountain. Yeah, the Arnor model is awesome. Richard says, wasn't the Arnor question about his +1 fight when charging army rule? It's a bit annoying that the order of that rule, his match rule and the Witch King rule isn't clear.
Well, the pandas are inverted.
Yep. Joe Holzman, just updated my hobby bingo up to 14 boxes crossed off and another 3 partially completed. Awesome. If you don't know what we're talking about, GW aren't doing it, so Battle Streams of Middle-earth has a hobby bingo. You should have access to it if you're a patron, but if not, you can jump on. I think I've posted it on the Facebook page today. But I'll go and check. But yeah, go over, have a look at our Facebook page. I don't do a lot of this stuff. I don't do enough of it, which is why we've got no subscribers. But go and check out our Facebook page and like it, and subscribe and tell your friends and join our Patreon and all those things, please. Joe Holzman loved that rule. I love that list in the old edition. I'm looking forward to run it again, especially as we're getting a shiny Theodred model. I think that's the Elfhelm rule. Sam says, same as King Brand, used to have Sworn Protector for himself. I'll save myself by bravely charging this troll. Joe Holzman still thinks Imrahil was made for a fiefdom supplement. That's maybe not crazy. I'm hoping the reason we don't have Theodred yet is because we're going to get him as part of a second wave of Rohan stuff with the missing War of the Rohirrim stuff. Could be. Could be. Let's assume there's a War of the Rohirrim supplement coming with Leaf and Olwyn and Freylaf and Helm. I just think Theodred makes more sense to have been in the big dump we got for Armies of Middle-earth than to come out with him. But then, you know, Hera made a lot more sense to come out 6 months before with the War of the Rohirrim stuff. So maybe it's a production. Maybe it's a production thing. Harry says, Night Gent's been a great motivator to get some paint on my shadow. He's basically done. No progress on Yoint Orc, but it's a start. Good to have you, my friend. Joe Holzman, hopefully new Riders and Royal Guard models. That'd be cool. Richard Carroll, I think all the models with the big heads are on the way out. People say Knights of Harry, and Joe says, I begin purchasing Rangers for an Arathorn stand army. I'd hope to have it ready for a good Evil event in August to go alongside my Burdle's Horde, but I don't think I'm going to be able to, 1, afford them, and 2, paint them in time. That'd be cool. We paint them Rangers together. Richard Clown, I played with Arathorn stand a few months ago from the PDF. They did very well. Good shooting and lots of might. Don't tell the internet. Craig Hughes says the hooded one, this is Aragorn, is perfect for this army. That's what me and Larry think. Richard Clammer, why it was Fords of Eisen in this book and not in Armies of Lords of the Rings with his profile?
Who's that?
Theodred.
I think it's because like the special rule that involves Elfhelm.
But wouldn't you argue that you have the list in Armies of Lord of the Rings and just add Elfhelm into it through this?
Yeah, but he's got a special rule that mentions Elfhelm, doesn't it? So you wouldn't be able to have that special rule.
Maybe. You might be right. I don't know. Maybe. What else would it be? I mean, it doesn't happen. It doesn't really happen. I know they find him dying at the Fords, don't they, in the extended edition? But the battle doesn't happen. It is an interesting one. It does feel like it's right on the cusp, doesn't it?
Mm.
It's I don't know. It's a fair point. Joe has then answered, I assume it's because you don't actually see the Fords of Eisen battle in the movies, just the bodies. Jakey says, whether Elfhelm is in the other book. So Elfhelm's in Armies of Middle-earth, which is what Larry's point is. I'm just not convinced at that point they're like, God, I really want... It's like saying we can't put Road to Rivendell in Armies of Lord of the Rings because I really want Gildor to have a rule.
Yeah.
They...
Without that, it's not really got much. It's only got the 3 rules, hasn't it?
Yeah. Don't know. I think, for example, if that... Assume it's not because they want to keep Elfhelm, or I don't even know which order I'm trying to say this in. Effectively, you could put the army list in Lord of the Rings and just say, his men do this. You know, there could be another rule for, like, if there's a Rohan captain, you know, any other hero within 6 inches of Theodred, you get that rule. Representing it being Elfhelm, and then Elfhelm gets added in and he still benefits from the rule. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you wanted to include it in Lord of the Rings, you could have done with the same rules. But it feels like they didn't want to include it in it, maybe.
Maybe Lord of the Rings was just too long.
And it is a scene that you don't see in the film.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting one. Old School Chris C says, Damien, Roof wants the mounted brothers, but has them on foot already. Sounds like a split box waiting to happen. I could get on board with that. I think that's exactly what I'm after. I could do that. Hit me up. We could do that. That's only 2 models to my backlog. I'm happy with that. Feels good. I think they're £38 for the 4. I'm going off Royal Guard pricing, so I'm going to assume that the mounted versions are £17 each. So that's about £34. So I'll give you £4.
I think the foot ones will be £19.
Yes. Yeah. How do you decide? Right?
I think I've got one of them on foot.
Yeah, with all his
Because
bits though. Or...
I think because when I bought them, it was when they were separate packs. You know, they were available separately. It was that each one foot and mounted, even though you could only use them together. And I think I bought one to decapitate the mounted version.
Joe Holzman has helpfully said he was at the Pelennor. Could be Halbarad. Was it Elfhelm? Did Elfhelm go to the Pelennor?
There were quite a few people at the panel.
Yeah. But he was there. Whoever he was there. Joshua Crosby, Larry just noticed the most infuriating thing about Aranarth and the Dunderland. Yeah. Richard Clammer, Elfhelm in this book is in this book only. They could have just added him to at the end of the book. Yep. Joe Holzman, you couldn't give him all of Fords of Eisen if that list was in the previous book. Yeah, but as I said, I think you could do it by saying any other hero would have done the same thing. But then, of course, it would have, in the new book, it would have applied to all captains, not just Elfhelm. But I don't know. I just think wanting the Fords of Eisen to have a special rule for Elfhelm seems like a strange reason to move it to the book, if that was the only reason.
It probably is just because the book was too long.
Maybe.
I think.
Possibly.
Also, I went to look up battle streams to see if the bingo was on there, and then looked up the Rangers group instead, and spent a bit of time.
That's why no one subscribes to my channel. They think about going to my channel, and instead they go to the Rangers group.
A little bit of a bruise. Someone had suggested.
Is this your first time on there? Have you just found it for the first time? It's good, isn't it?
Suggested a profile for them that's not a hero, so no might, will, and fate. 2 attacks, 2 wounds, fight 5. 15 points.
Yeah, it's good. It's fine. And someone else on the same thread will probably say the most important thing is they stay heroes and they maintain their heroic stats. You know. And then someone will say they're absolutely fine at fight 4 as long as they get 2 might. And someone will say they absolutely categorically have to change to fight 5, but nothing else needs to change. Such is the problem. Richard Kramer, Aranarth could have been on his own in the last edition, just in an armorless. Yeah, fair enough. Apologies for that. Jakey says that's fair. Craig Huge, if Fred hasn't gone to bed, he has now. Richard Kramer, great point. It would have been a Narian all over again. I think that's the Elfhelm thing.
Can confirm there are 2 people saying that they should be heroes.
Obviously, of course. See? Do you see? Why can't they just fix it like we want? It's because you all want it different. There is no we, you morons. So we're on to basing. Sean Clark says it's got to be Photoshop. You see it often when they miss edits for the web store every so often. Yeah, I just think it's I agree with that. You do, but I think this is slightly different where I don't remember them in SBG changing base colours before. I think it's new. I don't know. I could be wrong. Joe Holzman, a bite from each at the same time. That was for your licorice. Craig Hughes, if you think Thirdred was a certain release, what about new riders? I thought they were given, to be honest. I'm grateful for new models at all. I think we will get new riders.
Yeah, it does seem mad to just do Warriors of Rohan when it would make sense to do new riders but not do Warriors.
Yeah. Joe Holzman, I really hope we get new riders. New Warriors have put me off painting any riders. I don't want new sculpts this ones. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like that. Ricky Drinks Paints, they definitely changed the base colours in Photoshop. Peachy X Army painter for GW talks about it before on his podcast. That's cool. Richard Clammer, I bought my Woses when they're in a pack of 9 with Garn. There you go. So it's a real point. When were they in a pack of 9 with Garn? Is that the old box? Is that years and years ago?
Probably. It sounds like having 10 in a box.
I'm pretty sure last time they were on sale, they were 12 and everyone was angry because you couldn't get 15. And now you have to get 12 and Richard's angry because he's only got 9. Don't know. Find 3 people equally angry and split a new box. Joe Holzman says, surely you want people commented, David. The stream would be over in about an hour if you didn't have to fly through the chat. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Were they from GW or were they a second-hand pack where someone bought 2, removed the 3 Woses they needed from the second and sold it on? Sam says, Larry was calm. Clearly. I need to be here to encourage him. Joshua Crosby says, yes, I am tempted to. What do you think he's tempted to do?
Oh, get pooed on.
And I really hope there's someone who wasn't in at the start of that discussion. Craig Hughes, using real bird poo on a model feels very modern art. Joe Holzman, just Larry Miller, encouraging potential harmful practice in order to earn an extra chance with a dice. Craig's overtaker Frederick, you watch him wake up now. Sam says Larry would never have chosen Wolfpack, famously hates anything canine related. Joe Holzman, the third army book made sense to come out when the new edition launched. Yes. Pretty much all the forward device and details come from unfinished tales. The battles aren't original in the films, aren't original in the books. Would that not just be too strong if it was any hero? Yeah, maybe it would. I don't know. Craig Hughes, Joe was at the Pelennor? And then Old School Chris C, possibly before your comment says, going by the Oathmaker price, and the foot versions are £19 each, so I'll drop you a PM. Craig Hughes, Rangers hate group is full of lost BSIME. Josh Crosby, I'm going to encourage the Rangers group to keep up the good fight. I can't let them fizzle out. And Sam says, apparently in White Dwarf, someone mentioned an upcoming new rider set for the rider. They did. I nearly decided to do some rancid speculation. I read this the other day. So if you haven't picked this up, in the current White Dwarf, this is really weird. There's a picture of a guy I have never heard of who's got thousands of Middle-earth models. And he's at Warhammer World with like a huge T of tables with all of his models laid out. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know how this happened. I don't know how he's not in the groups or whatever. But there's like someone has basically collected everything. It's probably not thousands, it's several hundred. And he's never played the game, I think I remember it saying. And he's just been collecting the models. And there is a sentence in White Dwarf, and he says, I'm just waiting for the new Riders of Rohan to be released. Now, that in itself is such a weird clutching at straws thing. But it's like, why would they put that in White? If he knows nothing, I don't know who he is, I don't know if he works for Games Workshop, but if he knows nothing, why would you leave that in? It's not like live on the internet and it slipped out. They've read that and allowed it in White Dwarf, which makes me think maybe it's fascinating that Sam's just written that, because I think I read this 2 days ago when I was in Sainsbury's or something, and I was like, that feels almost like White Dwarf. I think is still made like 3 months in advance. That they were expecting new Riders of Rohan to have been announced by the time this issue came out. That's what I thought.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? It was like, I don't understand. As soon as, if it was speculating, if it was just some guy saying, oh, and I really hope they release new Riders, they'd either write that or they'd remove it entirely. The only reason you would put that in is if it was true. And this is so straw clutchy, but it's fascinating that Sam picked up on that, because I thought that was really weird when I read it.
Yeah, I remember. I think someone posted it somewhere. It's very odd.
It wasn't me. I thought about posting it somewhere, but I didn't. And it was all, I don't know who the guy is, and he was at Warhammer World, which means nothing, but potentially means he might work for them or something. I don't know. But it also struck me that if it is written that far in advance, maybe it's someone who knew nothing, but they were happy to confirm it because they thought they'd be announced.
Hmm.
And it might literally be like new Riders of Rohan. They might be about to be released in 4 months' time, but they might be about to be announced tomorrow. You know.
Hmm.
And it did. I did wonder. I was like, that is interesting, and it's funny that Sam's picked up on that as well. Are you reading it online or something? You look like you're looking at the screen.
No, I'm trying to find where in my paint scheme I wrote how I painted my Army of the Dead, and I can't find it.
That's so entirely different.
Yes.
Joe Holzman said the fact they published that is telling. If it wasn't happening, why would they put it in? Yeah. So I think.
Weird.
And Sam says it might have been James Wilson as he mentioned it to me. Larry Miller. It's 17 minutes past 1. We have to look at Facebook. I don't know how this has happened. Right. Let's go to the Facebook group and see what we can do. Thank you all for joining us. There's still 18 of you out there with us. And let's see what people have been up to this fine evening. And see if we can give away a dice. Just hoping we've got 3 comments. We've got 56 comments. That's not too bad. Alright. That's that. Over to here. There's the Facebook page. Grab this. I think it's that one. Boom. And transition. And I believe that should now be popping up for people soon. Shall we, my friend?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Armies of Middle Earth. Amroth. So first up, Frederick Schultz, God love him. Pretty... Oh, what's happened there? Why is that bouncing up on screen? What's that going to look like on yours? That's very disturbing. Why is that happening? That's really odd. So I can't actually read his caption for some reason. That's annoying. Not sure quite what's doing that. Is it because it feels like it might be zoomed in a bit? Let's try that. Okay, I can at least read that. Hopefully that'll work. Some pretty sick hobbying going on over here, if you know what I mean. I'll be continuing. That's not too bad. I'll need to show it over a bit. I'll be continuing the green stuffing on a couple of sneaky assassin dudes. So he's got who's he got on there? Hasharin. Oh, we've got some fantastic stuff going on. What do we think, Larry? Is he in?
Oh, let me have a look.
He says more drugs than models from Craig Hughes, and he says it's a tough life. Frederick has then posted a whip of the whip thread and another whip of the whip thread. And Joshua Crosby has posted a whip of the whip thread. And
yes, looks like a Hasharin. That's the 3 Hasharin pack.
Which was something that returned to the range, right?
But he's also in the book.
Ah, okay, yep, got you, of course. Frederick
Cheeky
Schultz. Thank you very much. It's very late, I apologise. Joe Holzman is up next. A couple of antler trolls. What is happening? And some double dip squashies on the go for me tonight. Antler trolls, you've seen those conversions? You all like those?
Are they elk antlers? Is one of them, or where are the antlers from?
Don't know.
They look like Thranduil's elk antlers.
I'm gonna, for the purposes of tonight, I'm gonna go over to here and try and give you a bit more of that window because of how it's displaying tonight. Hopefully you're going to see a little more of Joe's troll appear in a minute. Wonderful. And he's got 2 replies. Frederick says they look very Larry friendly, and then he's got an update picture. It says, didn't make a lot of progress tonight. Painted the rocks and base coat of the first. So looking good though. Do we like? How do you rank? How many antlers out of 10 would you give those? They're very cool conversions.
4 antlers out of 12.
Out of 12.
12.
4 antlers out of 12. That's a good number. Mark Greentree is in, which is wonderful. He says, working on yet another Hobbit hole tonight, adding paving stones and some veggies to the garden. How many of these things have you got now, Mark? It must be crazy the amount of wonderful Hobbit holes you got lurking out there. It's awesome. It's looking absolutely beautiful as ever. Incredible work. but doesn't get you in the draw, I'm afraid, my friend. Ricky Colebrook doing a practice paint scheme on some Knights of Dol Amroth, which gets him in the draw.
Are they Forge World ones?
Yeah, they're not the old ones, are they? Far too nice to be the old ones. And he says he's got a Dr. Oh, look at this. This is a stream snack and a half. Dr. Pepper and a Chinese takeaway for dinner. Now, the caption for this picture is, and Dr. Pepper and Chinese takeaway for dinner, which implies the Dr. Pepper is what's in that little tub. I'm pretty sure that's some form of soy sauce, because you'd have to be a lunatic to drink Dr. Pepper out of something like that, right? That can't be
a tiny shot of Dr. Pepper.
It can't be his Dr. Pepper. His Dr. Pepper must be unpictured, I think. Who knows? Good luck to you. And he says, here's an update. Base colours and wash applied. Looking forward to layering and highlighting tomorrow. They are looking lovely, my friend. As someone who finds it very unlikely that I'll ever own any Dol Amroth guys, I think they're looking cool.
Well, I've got to get some now. I've got the stupid new Imrahil.
God, GW. Unbelievable. Craig Hughes. Working on 2 dwarf ballistas tonight for my new Khazad-dûm army with a Lion Bar, Pepsi Max and McCoys as fuel. You, sir, get in. Craig Hughes. Very good, very good, very good. Lovely, lovely spread. And I think we've got a Craig Hughes update. Made some progress. Looking forward to the draw. Looking good, man. Dwarf ballistas, very cool. Picked up a Gondor Avenger bolt thrower myself on that when they came back out. It was my first bolt thrower I own. Scott Newman, I'm going to build up this guy tonight. No snacks though, has had too many today. So Scott is getting in with our first shot of Imrahil. Lovely to see. Didn't pick Imrahil up myself. RE can't be bothered with Dol Amroth. And that's him all ready for a base cut. Oh, it's a lovely model, isn't it? It's a very, very cool model.
I've got to hold on to mine until Imrahil stream.
You could assemble him in advance, right?
I could, but I'm too lazy for that.
Josh Crosby. Just finished my doubles army for Warhammer World earlier today, which would have been perfect for the stream. Just have to start on these converted Khan Doom men instead. Oh, so you got some Khan Doom conversions to inspire you, man.
I was thinking of doing that.
That's a Wildman legs, isn't it?
Yeah, with the spare bits that you get from the...
Yeah. Well, just awesome work as ever from Josh. And Josh and Joe, that's 2 of our big 4 names in the draw. Can Fisher and Colours join them?
I was thinking of doing that conversion, but I'm not sure if I will because they're just not showing off enough skin for Khan.
Frederick Schultz says it's great of Josh to keep Steve's memory alive with his stickers. Mark Greentree, is it clear in the backlog if I just paint this old face and Scott? That is absolute gaslighting. Yeah, I mean that doesn't look like it's spare. That looks like it's ready to go onto that Pippin at any point. But yeah, should you decide you don't want that, Mark, and you can get it to a UK address in about 2 business days, do reach out. Richard Clammer, hoping I can finish painting all of my Wildmen tonight, but first let's assemble Bolg. Well, actually, let's eat some nachos, listen to Larry Madness, then do actual hobby. So I think he's near Bolg. I think Richard's allowed to play whatever happens in his work in progress. He's got Bolg out, ready to do something. That's a lot of wild men he's got leaning over there. We do have a reply. I felt like Bolg... Ah, he's done him. I felt Bolg was unnecessarily fiddly, but obviously done worse. My donuts were hidden in the last pick, but now I've done Bolg. I'll treat myself before painting wild. You're going to do all of those? Is that 5 donuts? That's a hell of a night.
You haven't got Bolg yet, have you?
Me?
Yeah.
I've got the model.
The new one?
Mm.
Oh.
Why's that?
I was wondering, because you have had a bigger Dol Guldur. I've sadly got the old Bolg, who I got to lead my bats, and I'm not sure if he's ever going to get painted.
I still think Foot Old Bolg is probably the better one. The mounted new Bolg's better. But yeah, I bought him. I've got a massive Gundabad army, so quite keen to get him to at some point. I was going to do him for Ardacon, but I think I've taught myself out of taking Gundabad to Ardacon in favour of taking Hobbits again. Because I hate myself. Richard gets in. Let us know. Did you eat all 5 donuts? Rory Campbell is in with Baragon, who certainly gets you in. Lovely stuff. What is that? Was that the piece of paper that was in the blister? Does it say Armies of Middle Earth on it? Is that? That's unusual, isn't it?
They must have, rebranded the...
The other stuff doesn't say Armies of the Lord of the Rings or Armies... Just says like the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit, does it? They must have done rebranding.
I guess they couldn't be bothered to make a separate rebranding that just says...
That's really interesting. It's the first time I noticed that the Armies of Middle Earth models were labelled differently.
Well, it must be a new thing. I don't know if there's...
He says, got this fellow as a palate cleanser in amongst warriors of Rohan wild men, assembled clean and undercoated, and so he will go, we'll have a look at it. Last update, got base colours down, fun little model. Looking cool, man. I'm looking forward to doing him. He screams BSIME to me. Good work,
I don't
my
remember
friend.
that part of the book.
You what?
I don't remember that part of the book.
Jeff Flora working on the new Imrahil. We've got a second new Imrahil. Lovely stuff. Looks like he's still on the assembly and clean-up stage there, Jeff. Sean Clark, a little bit of work on my last troll. Oh, he looks good, mate. Sean Clark. Lovely stuff. Love the greens working in the pinks of the skin there. Looks really, really nice, mate. Boris Herzog. You what?
So I quite enjoyed painting my hill trolls.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to mine. Boris Herzog, Knoppers from Munich, and a single Hobbit. Not much hobby, but I've always managed to sneak away. Oh, I love it. He's on a boat. I think isn't he on a stag do? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, that's incredible effort.
Though, could have bought a Corsair. Just
All right, 100 bonus points for sneaking a little Hobbit and a stream snack away with you on a stag do. A single model glued to a base might not count, but it was fun, mate. That definitely counts. You're on theme and you're on a boat. 100 points. Jack Brown not doing much today, as moving lots of tents for a camp for 2,000 people. I'm organising in 2 weeks. That sounds scary. I hope dropping later for a little and quick adding of tufts now. And he's working on Goldberry. Good luck with the camp, man. We've got, I think, a couple of updates. So he's got both. So here's his update on Goldberry with some tufts. Oh, that looks cool. Great basing. Very, very kind of wild, old foresty there, I think. That's pretty cool. And he's also got, not at all on theme, my progress on moving many, many tents. That doesn't look enjoyable. My daughter's away on a Cubs thing for the weekend, and turning up and dropping her off and then walking away looked far more enjoyable than the all the leaders setting everything up. But Jackson, Stephen Ryan, started before I realised there's one in a magazine soon, which means it's under my bed somewhere. I've literally no idea where this one came from. I don't remember buying it. So you're working on auction. Oh, that looks lovely. Great paint job on that, mate. Stephen Ryan, for those of you who don't know, I think has most of the magazines sealed with the models in them. So he's saying that under his bed is that Orc Shaman sealed inside the magazine. You just get to paint him again in a few weeks. And got Frecker painted for the Elements logo. Oh, he's looking great. That's a lovely model. I like Frecker. I was meant to be painting him in about March, and as it turns out, I'm going to be painting him in about September. But I am looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting back to some more of the Rohirrim stuff after my latest batch of Hobbits. Jake Pollard, working on these chaps tonight and some Knights of Dale. Very nice, very nice. Do you know my hot take on that Bard model?
That was your possible best, was it?
I think I don't know, but I think he's one of the best models in the range. I think he's absolutely stunning.
Armpit sniffing wood elf.
What is? And we got some updates. I've just seen what's coming. Base coat's done on one model, very slow paint tonight. So we've got a front and back. So there's Bard coming along, looking lovely. Very nice, very nice, very nice. And from the back. So Jake gets in. It's a lovely shield, absolutely beautiful shield. And then Larry Miller comments with two photos. I think these, it's like the Office meme showing me the difference between these photos. They're the same photo. So this is the Dr. Henry Wu Lego figure. And this is the clearly very, very similar Dr. Henry Wu from Jurassic World Dominion. The beard is strange.
It's like the clothes are like spot on. But completely different hairstyle, because the same hairstyle he had in Jurassic World, same hairpiece they used when he had shorter hair. Why?
It's not one of those heads that you can turn around and get a clean shaven one. Like.
No, it's like, why? Why did they change their mind about?
I don't know, mate.
I really want to know. It's one of those. It's possibly the question I most want an answer to
in life.
Yeah.
Not why are we here?
Yeah, like if I got a situation to have one question answered and I could choose any question, I think that's the question I'd go.
Imagine if you won a competition to be like nominated by the world to go and meet, the creator of the universe, and you could ask him one question, and everyone's like, "Come on, ask him the meaning of life, ask him why we're here, ask him what we're doing," and you go, "You know that Lego set?" Larry. Chris Cooper is in with the Shadow of Rudar.
Good choice.
Lovely model. I look forward to using him in my Host of the Witch King. We have two comments. Oh, lovely cloak at the back there. Looking very, very nice.
I kind of want to use him at some point in the other Legion without Gulliver.
Yeah.
So just have him leading a bunch of ghosts.
You can do it. Does the Host of the Witch King have to have the Witch King?
Yeah.
Right.
And you also get a couple of extra rules that are quite nice.
Yeah. That'd be cool. And he says, "This is my contribution for tonight. I had a lot of fun painting him. Such beautiful detail and clean lines. Lovely stuff." Harry Parkill is in. He's also got the Shadow and Nasdaq. Started work on these guys. Got them for Secret Santa. There'll be a great palette cleanser between Rohan stuff. Very, very cool. Got 3 replies. Sam Johnson, is that a plastic Barrow White? Looks awesome. He says it's a Shadow of Rudar Forge World resin, and he says you painted him like his old Barrow White. He's almost done, but that's enough for tonight. It's looking good, man. Very, very cool. Also, look at the perspective on that. Harry must be down like on his knees. Look at where the light shade is. Is that? Do you think Naztak and the Shadow were like, come on, Harry, make us look good here. Make us look good. Shoot up. Very cool.
Maybe it's a very high up painting desk.
Cheeky Hera lurking in the background as well. Well, do you reckon that's where his models are and he has to reach up to paint them?
Yeah.
What kind of maniac undercoats Hera black? I can't be getting on board with that. Frederick Schultz, this thing is an obvious sign there's licensing stuff going on. So yeah, New Line Productions is that? Middle Earth Enterprises and Warner Brothers. Yeah. A whole bunch of important legal stuff. Chris Cooper, Elijah not painting on theme, but is painting a Gandalf for his big BSIME project. He's painting through the Fellowship with the old Balin's tomb display. So he's not, Elijah is not on theme there because he's got Gandalf. Very cool though. Thank you for showing us. Good luck with your project, Elijah. And then I know Fatty Lumpkin isn't a war gear option for Tom Bombadil, but James is assembling an old Mithril miniatures model from the 80s and both loving and hating it. Is that Tom Bombadil on Fatty Lumpkin? That's amazing. That's very, very cool. Alas, doesn't get you in. There's a reply. And there is. There's the Mithril Tom Bombadil. Looking quite similar to the GW one, I think. On Fatty Lumpkin. Look at that metal base for the horse. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Did you just ask half a question then?
Yeah, I was saying
Use your words.
Are Elijah and James, are they relatively new to the stream?
I think, if I'm remembering it correctly, that James has come round to Chris's house to paint together. And if I'm getting it right, I think Elijah might be his child.
Okay, yes.
I think it's that way around. Apologies if I've got that wrong. Ashley Fisher is in. For one of the dice heavyweights come. He's got a couple of Avenger bolt throws. Oh God almighty, look at that. A couple of bolt throws getting cleaned up this evening. Thoughts and prayers. Do you know what's fun? Cleaning up 2 fine cast Avenger bolt throwers. Ashley Fisher. He gets in, right?
Do you know what else seems fun?
What?
Have you seen the Corsair Ballista?
I have not.
It's like 28 pieces.
Perfect.
On the description.
Perfectly reasonable.
I've looked at that and I can't, the guys maybe like 3 pieces each. So that would be like 9 pieces. That's still 21 pieces for the ballista. That doesn't look like something that should be 21 pieces.
It's unnecessary. He says he doesn't have any hot water to hand to sort the wobbles, so I've cleaned up Baragon and Eyeless instead. I kind of want to say like thoughts and prayers for wherever you are that doesn't have hot water. That seems like a basic living requirement. Larry Miller's in it. Is this your whip? Is this what you've been working on?
Yes.
You want to talk us through these?
I'd nihilate them.
Any more to say on your process or anything?
Well, the plan is to do it the same way I did my Army of the Dead, which I think I've remembered because I couldn't find it in my thing. But it's basically Nihilak, dry brushed with Celestia Grey, and then Reichland Flesh Shade over that.
Very cool. Looking good, man.
Which was an accidental thing because I threw the Reichland Flesh Shade on, trying to do the King of the Dead's cloak to make it a bit more red, and I liked the way it looked. Sure. Like that sort of how they look in the film.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Good work, man. Oh, Sam Earnshaw's in with some lovely dwarfs. Base 2 lads started working on 2 more. He gets to come with his new.
Ooh, is that my first dwarves?
I believe so. They look lovely.
Hmm.
I really like blue. It's my favourite colour, but I like it on models. I don't get to paint it enough. I did it on my dwarfs, but bizarre enough on my Erebor dwarves. Tom Turtle has got some Easterlings. Oh. Now then.
They're black dragons.
They're black dragons, so he does get in.
And they're a separate profile now.
Yeah, okay. Tom Turtle. Lovely stuff. And we have an update. Oh, he's got some treasury objectives there. That's pretty cool. They look lovely, mate. Really, really good. Not so much your workstation. What do your paints do to you? Stand them up. They don't deserve that, man. And
I really do need to get some do some work on the black dragons.
Oh, I see. And Larry, you've posted an update now with your... That's the Reichland Flesh Shade.
Yeah. The plan is to paint the metal like real metal. But the rest of them like the Army of the Dead. So it's kind of like they're ghosts, but like possessing their old armor.
That's very cool. I like it, man. Sweet. So that started on 56 comments. So I'm going to close it and refresh.
I put that one on as you were going through it, so I'm not sure if there'll be many more.
60, so it's possible that there's a few more down there. Although logic would say if you've put yours on, that's probably the last one. And I can't see any more underneath that. So I'm content to call that there. And hopefully we'll be back on the main screen before too long. And there are still 21 wonderful BSIMers with us. 5 hours and 45 minutes into this stream as we approach 2 o'clock in the morning, which never ceases to be remarkable. Let's go and check the emails. We have no entries via email, which always delights me. Oh, wonderful. So, do you want to catch up on a few comments while I sort out the groups?
Yep, where were we up to?
We've got, it's the White Dwarf chat. I think it's Craig Hughes. We need a GW spy. Joe Holzman, he's still looking at the Rangers group.
Yep. Sam 117. If this was Dale, you wouldn't have even touched the magazine.
What's that?
Saying 17 minutes past 1. Joe Holzman, 1 is from some Warhammer thing.
Is that Antlers?
Yeah. Did you give the Craig Hughes? Did you give the troll antlers to match the Khan Doom? The other set is from a 3D printed elf I bought off eBay to Velvet. Elk, not elf. Putrid Blight Kings is the first set is from. Oh, I know the ones.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Hughes, nice. He's there shotting Dr. Pepper.
It's a great visual, isn't it?
What's worse? Banter in a mug or a shot of Dr. Pepper?
Fanta in a mug, 100 times. A shot of Dr. Pepper would still fundamentally be nice, you know.
Being in a mug.
Yeah, I mean, Fanta in a mug's probably not. It's just, I don't know, just something about the thickness of the mug and the... No, I just can't.
Craig Hughes, it's the sauce in the Dr. Pepper. Is the sauce in the Dr. Pepper bottle? Speaking of paste, it's hoisin sauce.
Shame.
Sam, pour out your shot of Dr. Pepper for Steve. Richard Clammer, no, I didn't eat all 5. Just ate my 3rd and last for the morning. Sam, reminds me of the South Park episode where God arrives in the year 2000 and offers to answer one question, and Stan asks why he hasn't had his period.
I think it's fair to say we'd all agree that Larry should never represent humanity.
Great Hughes, I bet Fatty Lumpkin ankles don't snap. Old School Christy, Damien is incredibly nearly correct. I went round to James and Elijah's house. Elijah is indeed James's son.
Oh, God, it's so close. It's like Sherlock. God, it's so close, except for the location. No roof tonight, I guess. Is no roof tonight, Chris? Didn't see an entry from roof.
Also, are you really disallowing Tom Bombadil? That guy's been in the backlog for 38 years.
Alas, a non-GW Bombadil, yeah.
Joe Holzman, banter in a mug. It's just wrong. Dear me. That is caught up. I'm going to quickly go fill my mug up with milk.
Oh my God, you've reversed it. You've left me with nothing to do. It's a brutal. Oh, this is what it feels like. I can't believe it. So my hobby update, which I'll tell everyone, and Larry will never find out, is that I managed to get Radagast cleaned up and assembled. Oh, do you know what? Let's go. Oh, we're doing it like this. We have the technology. Ooh. So yeah, we got Radagast all cleaned up and assembled, ready for our next stream. I got Glorfindel all cleaned up and assembled, ready for our next stream. I got Baragon cleaned up, assembled, ready for our next stream. I keep saying our next stream, a future stream. Bombadil, ready for a future stream. Ashrak, ready to stand in during the Durbar stream. And I got Damrod done as well. Will be like a BSIME hero, maybe on like a Sharon week, because that was Sharon or something. And the three that I didn't get done were the Orc Shaman. Oh, is he at ground level? Let's see how he sits. That was quite normal. My Faramir Ranger, and then my Aranath. And I didn't get them done because I ran out of super glues. And my Rangers of the North I've put back into my Rangers of the North box to come out in the future. So I'm pretty pleased with that. 6 models all kind of cleaned up and ready to go. All of which are prepared to be painted, I think this year, but for BSIME streams, because I don't want a single one of these models. Except possibly Baragon. But yeah, that's my hobby done. I'm quite excited. Woo. Alright, dude. There's still 16 people with us for the drama of the dice draw. I'm delighted to say we had 20 entries, which nearly goes into groups of 7, of course. So we're going to have, let's do 7, 6, 7, because the middle group never gets the advantages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stephen Ryan. Yeah, so we've got a group of 7, a group of 7, and a group of 6. That seem good to you?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Larry, you are in it. So pretty good odds. Pretty good odds this time, actually. It is our lowest number of entries in quite some time. Joint lowest with stream 111, which was back in January. 21 entries 2 streams ago, but I'm a bit surprised by that. I don't know if it's I think there were slightly less people in tonight. Maybe is a Saturday night harder to stream on than a Friday night, possibly. Don't know. I would have thought that anyone in would have been able to join in. So fingers crossed, those who did have now got a decent chance. So I'm gonna need a D8, I believe.
Ooh. I just dropped 2 comments and got 25 XP for both of them.
Right, so let's have a look down here. Why is that? Seems to be taking much longer to get.
Joe does make a good point. It did clash with the Euros.
Do we think there is a huge crossover between Euros fans and BSIME fans? Might be some.
There was some in the chat.
There we go. You can see that, all right?
I know Jamie was into watching the Euros. I don't know if there was anyone that would actually be missed.
But also, you could come into some of it, right? I mean, the Euros, most, even if you watch all the stuff around it, it's maybe about 3 hours long. We're approaching 6. I think if you fancy a dice, you just go near a model, take a photo of it, and go and watch the football, don't you? So, as a reminder, this is the treat you are playing for: the black BSIME dice that only rolls. Oh, see, it only rolls 2s. That game will always end when you want it to. So we have 3 groups. We're going to get 3 finalists as ever. Our first group of 7 is Frederick Schultz, Joe Holzman, Ricky Colbrook, Craig Hughes, Scott Newman, Joshua Crosby, and Richard Clammer. We will be re-rolling an 8 on this. So, Larry, the number that everyone wants you to avoid for 9 Dice Crosby is a 6.
Go.
Oh, that was close.
Is that 5 or 6?
That's a 5. Scott Newman has fought his way past Crosby to get into the final. Good work, Scott. So now we have a group of 6. Shall we use the winning dice to determine this? Should we go rogue?
Ooh.
We never have a group of 6. We know it only rolls 2s, right?
Who's on 2?
This is Rory Campbell, Jeff Flora is on 2, Sean Clark, Boris Herzog, Jack Brown, and Stephen Ryan.
Okay, I'm not in it, and I'm not on 2. That's fine. Go.
That's Boris Herzog. Boris Herzog has made it to the final. And our final group, back to the D8, which is a group of 7. Jake Pollard, Chris Cooper, Harry Parkill, Ashley Fisher, Larry...
What?
I kid you not. Has there ever been a more appropriate typo than this? Where are you? Can you read that? Can you read that?
Yep.
Perfect. What else? No one would be surprised, would they? Oh, wonderful. We're going to leave that. So yeah, Jake Pollard, Chris Cooper, Harry Parker, Ashley Fisher, Larry Killer, Sam Earnshaw, Tom Turtle, and we will be re-rolling 8s. So Larry, if you're hunting yourself in the manner of a killer, you're after a 5 here.
Cool. I already have one of those. Go.
Oh, so close. But you've put Parkill in. No, you haven't. You've put Ashley Fisher in. Oh, it's huge. You've put a big name in. You have put a huge name in. Right,
He's one of the ones trailing behind Crosby, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, no, he's a couple back. He's furthest back of the big 4, but he's the only person on 4. So we've got 4 Dice Fisher, who has the opportunity to join Joe Holzman on 5 dice, and then we've got Scott Newman and Boris Herzog. Boris does not have a dice.
I thought I didn't remember him.
Scott Newman has got 2 dice. Well, that is there's some big stuff at stake here. So we've got the chance to make someone's dream come true. You can make Boris win his first dice. Always lovely to have a new winner. You could make Scott Newman be the 3rd person in the world to have 3 dice. Or you could tip Ashley Fisher into joining Joe Holzman on 5 dice. I think we know that the people will want you to...
I think I'm rooting for Boris.
Yeah, I think the people will be rooting for Boris. I know Joe Holzman will be rooting for Boris or Scott. But yeah, there's It's quite exciting to have a new winner, a threer or a fiver here. It's good. There's a lot on it. Should we just catch up on the chat, see what people are voting for or anything?
Yep.
We got to now. People have seen the winners. We've got quite a lot here.
Oh, I've stopped getting 25 XP for each comment. That's disappointing.
Is this? Where are we? It's just wrong. Larry does not represent humanity. Joe's number 2. No roof tonight. She had a busy few weeks and decided to get an early night. Craig Hughes, extra entree for being first? I think not. Well done, Joe, for something. Joe Holzman, excuse me, Richard, I won the event earlier. I'm not number 2. I've got the trophy to prove it. Larry Miller says, Crown says otherwise, Joe. Larry Miller is now, like, rowing with our commenters whilst hosting. We've never seen it before. Wow, I got 25 XP for that. Joe Osmond, it clashed with the Euros. Yeah, we had that. Sam says, my stuff is all packed up in moving purgatory. Otherwise, I've been all over this theme. And Joe says, it's definitely been a factor. Craig Hughes, what requires more skill? Winning a highly complex wargame simulator or typing comments on YouTube? Richard Clammer, everyone here in Cardiff is watching Oasis, except me because I don't like them. Did we lose a lot of people to Oasis, did we? Oh, maybe, definitely, maybe. Sam says the first tribute is chosen. Scott Newman is drawn for the BSIME Hunger Games. Boris Herzog joins our second. And finally, from District 12, career participant Ashley Fisher. Ricky says, come on, Boris. Larry inexplicably types, come on, Boris, when he could just say it
more points
with his mouth words. Richard Clammer says, never voted for Boris before. Joe Holzman says, anyone but Fisher. And Sam says, I'm the self-proclaimed commentator. I have to be neutral. It's a condition I set that I regret. Wonderful stuff. So, over we go to the big drama. And we'll start the big drama in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second as we tick over to the 6-hour mark. Well done, Larry. All right, here we go. Is that working?
Yep. Well, it's working for me. I don't know if it's working on the thing yet.
I think so. So we have the standard BSIME D3. There it is. There's the prize. Scott Newman is on a 1. Boris Herzog is on a 2, and Ashley Fisher is on a 3. I think the public are hoping for a Boris win. Ashley Fisher out there will definitely see this as a big chance. Are you ready, Larry? Let's make someone's dreams come true.
Oh.
Oh, Herzog, the people's champion, has roared into an early lead. As ever, it means nothing. It's the first of 3.
Go.
Up comes Newman. Where is Fisher? Where is 4 Dice Fisher in this? Can he get involved? Can Larry find a way? Can he help him join?
Go.
Oh, look at that. This is play of the highest level. This is what people came here to see. I might try and do live commentary from Sam. He's written, Boris has made an early run for the cornucopia. So we're now about to a simple first of 2. Everyone has won 1. Scott has come in with a steel chair, says Sam.
Go.
Oh, Newman is the first to move within touching distance. Newman has match point. This is a free swing for Newman, this next roll. No one. Posting Spirit says Ashley is frozen momentarily, but his training has kicked in. Can Newman take it, or will someone jump back?
Go.
Newman! It's Newman!
Yeah.
He's done it in 3. He has done it in 3. Heartbreak for Herzog. Frustration for Fisher. Oh my God, that was alliteration. That was incredible. But I need an S. No, it's N. But the nadir of dice games for Newman. I think, well done, Scott. Incredible work. Let's finish this up. Sam says Newman is surprised as he finds the crossbow and takes a shot. Ricky Dukes Paints is in with congratulations. Scott Newman is our dice winner, and he now has 3 dice. I don't want to speak for Ashley Fisher, but Ashley Fisher, who mere seconds ago was thinking, I could be one of the contenders here. I could be on the 5 dice crew. He's now looking over his shoulder at Newman. As Newman joins Earnshaw and Galloway in being just one bite of the cherry away from Fisher. Incredible scenes. Scott Newman, 3rd dice. Congratulations, Scott. Let's pop that in. Scott Newman. Boom. Incredible scenes. And there we go, Larry. Thank you. I'm sure Newman will be delighted with your efforts. Sam says, pow, he's taken both out in a simple shot. The crowd is wild. I don't know if they're excited or angry that it's over already. It was a quick one, wasn't it? Congrats to Mr. Newman and the new dice. Richard Clammer says, congrats. Joshua Crosby. Scott has now reached 1/3 of my total. Most impressive. Ricky Jinx says, fantastic streams as always. Looking forward to the next one. And good night. And I think we should talk about the next one, because the next one is this. We are returning to Battle Games of Middle-earth. And it will be, interestingly enough, I feel like it's been a while. We've had 3 streams that have been specials. We did a Armies of Middle-earth, Armies of the Hobbit, and 7 Stone special. So the last one, issue 78, was actually relatively far back on the 2nd of May. So yeah, we are returning to Battle Games of Middle-earth with issue 79. So I'm excited because it's the best part of 2 months, isn't it? It's over 2 months.
Ooh.
So by the time it comes out, it'll be 3 months or so since we've actually had a stream focusing on this issue, which is quite exciting. So I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into this one. And our theme will be Radagast. Obviously, we have this Radagast, which I'm going to be painting up. I have absolutely 0 use for. I have some Radagast painted up. I will never use this model on the table, but I think it's wonderful.
I will paint him up as a blue wizard.
What, that model?
Yeah.
That's cool. With the bird, or is there a conversion in the offing?
Oh, yeah, I might have to get rid of the bird. I don't think that's thematic.
And is it I'm just trying to look back. Yeah, so this is also the first one of the new binder, this issue. So it's the first...
Oh, we did the binder ending, didn't we?
Yeah, so it's the first issue where we have a illustrated cover.
Ooh.
Instead of a photograph. Which is super, super cool. And I'm pretty sure, I haven't actually checked, but this is the sort of artwork that I think may well be in the Armies of the Middle-earth book. I think we do see some of the artwork from Battle Games of Middle-earth pop up. So yeah, it's a brave new era for Battle Games of Middle-earth and a brave new era for Battle Streams. And I'm very, very excited. I think there's some cool scenarios and cool scenery in this. And yeah, Radagast week. So any version of Radagast. How many Radagastes have we got, Larry? I reckon... Is it 4 total?
Original,
5?
limited edition,
I think it's 5. Isn't it?
fine cast, Eagle Slay?
Yeah. I think 4 Hobbit and 1 Metal.
Yeah.
5 different Radagast. Good to have a Raddy week. Might try and have a bit of a deep dive on Raddy. Not too much to go into, so that kind of works nicely for a deep dive section. And I believe... I'm not 100% locked in this, but I believe we're hoping to do this on Friday the 18th. So 13 days from now, we're hoping to be back with this one. Stephen Ryan says, just as we finish, I've finished painting all of my Hill Tribesmen. As a man who has finished painting none of his Hill Tribesmen, I can only say congratulations and I'm extremely jealous. And Sam says, cheers, all have a good one. There we go. We're done. Larry, how was that for you? You enjoy?
Yeah. Just to sum up, they're probably the worst.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're alright.
Yeah.
They're quite nice, but I think both of those fall firmly into the category of like orange flavoured chocolate for me, where I would happily eat it if someone offered it to me, but I wouldn't go out and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Nervous Panda ones are the true star of the show.
It was Hostage Panda, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hostage Panda, because I definitely feel like I would go out and buy those. And I'm kind of sad that I've only got one. I've only got one left, and I'm about to eat it.
Well, there you go, Jens. If you're watching this on catch up, Larry likes the nervous pandas. Thank you as ever for sending that care package over, and I hope you're enjoying seeing guest hosts around the country enjoying the fruits of your labour. I'm really delighted I was able to distribute everything. It's awesome. So yeah, well done, Larry. Thank you. You have been a delight. It's a big thank you from me as ever. It's wonderful. Is Joe Holzman saying there's only 5? Yeah, we said 5. I don't know why we're saying only 5. We said 5. We said 5, and Joe Holzman was saying only 5. It's ludicrous because he's agreeing with us. Craig Hughes has said cheers all. Thank you all for joining us. If you do enjoy what we're doing here, please tell your friends, ask them to subscribe, consider joining our wonderful Patreon community if you want to keep the BSIME love going and get some cool merch and so on and so forth. And yeah, I think that's about it for another stream. 6 hours have flown by, can't believe it. We hope it's helped to clear the hobby and given you some fun hobby time. Anything last from you, Larry?
Don't forget to go join the Ranger group.
You gotta join the Ranger group. Joe said I didn't say only 5. I know I said that. Yeah, that was me saying Joe's only saying 5. That was my error. So Joe's only saying 5, and then I realised that we had too said 5. We're agreeing. It's fine. Steven said thanks. It's been a great stream again. But yes, join the Granger group, and I look forward to hopefully seeing some B-Simers at Warhammer World Doubles. So if there is anyone out there, if there are any B-Simers out there who we haven't met and are going to be at Doubles, do make sure you come up and hopefully
Next weekend.
You what?
That next weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh.
So where are we? Saturday night. So we'll be halfway through Throne of Skulls Doubles, where me and Troki, I'm going to argue, are kind of defending champions because we couldn't go to it last year. So we won it 2 years ago, and we weren't able to go last year because it was on the same weekend as Seven Stones. So the Mundins usurped us in our absence. So they're effectively Helm Hammerhand, and we're going to go back, and one of us is going to get punched to death. And I reckon I'll be nominating Adam. I'll be sending him in. You go and punch someone, see what happens. But yeah, it's going to be lots of fun, and hopefully we'll get to see some B-Simers and hang out and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, other than that, thank you all for joining us. It's been amazing, and we will see you soon on Battle Streams in Middle Earth.